Hi there. Thanks for listening. If you enjoy Christian romance, be sure to subscribe to my channel so you never miss an upload. Oceans of Mercy by Mallory Ford. Chapter 1. The sound of the ocean drowned out the sound of the zipper on Allie's wetsuit as she pulled it shut. The sun beat down as she pulled her long blonde braid through the strap on her goggles, preparing her oxygen tank as she went. Soft waves lapped against the side of the boat, beckoning her into its depths with each break. "Is the anchor dropped?" Allie called. "Give me 1 minute," answered Knox Parker, her best friend from childhood and preferred boat captain, and held up a single finger as he worked with the instruments at the helm. His tan skin was shaded by the cover over the bridge, giving his beard a darker hue than its normal auburn color. He worked with the speed and dexterity of a man who'd spent nearly as much of his life on the sea as he did on land. The faded blue baseball cap she'd sent him years ago while in college was steady atop his head. "I'm making sure we're as close to Shark Lydia's tracker as possible." Shark Lydia was a 12-foot great white that had been one of Allie's first tags 5 years ago, and tagging her had felt like she'd really earned her fins as a marine biologist. She named the beautiful beast with large and distinctive scars along her sides and around her eyes after her mother, Allie Jameson. For Allie, no one personified strength more than her mother, raising 5 teenagers on her own after their father died just before Allie's 12th birthday. At first, Mama hadn't been quite as keen to have a shark named after her as Allie thought she should be, but she'd warmed up to the idea. On paper for the labs, her name was just Lydia, but her family had taken to differentiating by adding a shark to the front. The water was a deep blue, not as clear as it would be in some parts of the world, but as beautiful as any. The ocean off the coast of Magnolia Island where they'd grown up was the water that had inspired her to go into her field, the mysteries and magic of its depth as fascinating to her that mid-July morning as it had been when her family used to spend hours at the beach. No classroom, through undergrad or graduate school, had ever held her attention the way the water did. The water was the one place where she felt like herself, free from all the things she felt she should be. Allie finalized a check of her oxygen tank and double-checked that her goggles were in place. Shark Lydia's tracker had come to an abrupt stop the day before, and Allie hoped with everything in her that the tag had simply come loose. The alternative wasn't something she was even ready to consider, at least not yet. Scooting to the edge of the old white cruiser with a green stripe down the side, she turned back and waited for Knox to give her the go-ahead. He fiddled with his instruments up front, his broad shoulders hunched over as he did so. To pass the time, Allie took a deep breath in and savored the salty air as she glanced back at the island she called home. The old lighthouse sat no larger than a pinprick on the shore, protecting the island's coastline as it had for generations. Next to it, though she couldn't see it, Rudy Edwards's old fishing shack sat steady on the sand. Somehow, the clapboard cottage had stood through many hurricanes, despite the fact it looked like a stiff breeze would send it sprawling. After what seemed like forever but was probably no more than a few minutes, Knox finally turned and removed the faded baseball cap from his head. "You're good to go, Shark Girl," he said with a snicker. "Go do your thing." Rolling her eyes at the use of her childhood nickname the playground bullies gave her, she scooted forward off the edge of the boat and into the cool, salty water. What Jade Bilson had intended to hurt her feelings had become an identity she embraced as she got older. Her entire life was built around her love for the so-called monsters of the deep. The water enveloped her as if she'd always belonged there, and she supposed she had. It washed over her in gentle ripples as she slowly became one with its beauty. Nowhere else on earth did she feel closer to God, more in awe of his intelligent design, than in the ocean. Schools of fish swam by towards the surface, no doubt looking for food amongst the pockets of reef below them. A nurse shark glided along the sand, graceful and strong. A sea turtle ambled slowly through the current. As Allie continued her descent, she pulled the waterproof flashlight from her equipment belt. There were no large gatherings of scavengers on the seafloor that might indicate Shark Lydia's demise, but she knew better than to count her chickens just yet. For nearly 30 minutes, Allie scoured the ocean floor for a sight of what she hoped would only be Shark Lydia's tracker. Hope continued to build as she didn't see the shark herself, but she'd feel better once she found the tag. The use of the tags by shark researchers had given them invaluable information over the years to help protect sharks in the wild. They'd gained insight into where they bred, migration patterns, and even where they give birth. It was all part of the greater crusade to end the exaggerated fear of sharks in the ocean and educate the general public on how to share the water with the magnificent creatures. Finally, after simultaneously scouring the ocean floor while doing her best to leave no trace of her presence, except the small shark's tooth she pocketed for her niece Bryn, she came upon the tag. Researchers at the Magnolia Island Aquarium and Research Center used a specific design to minimize any hindrance to the shark's movement, while also staying attached for longer than some other models. Fighting back the tears of relief at the sight of the dropped tag, Allie pocketed it as well and began her slow ascent to the surface. Just as she went to turn off her flashlight, its beam caught on something glinting in the sand below. It wasn't uncommon to see jewelry that boaters or swimmers had lost to the ocean while diving, but she tried to take them back with her when she could. Sometimes, the power of the internet meant the owner could be found, while other times it simply meant some unassuming turtle wouldn't mistake it for dinner. Either way, she'd take it. Attention split between the glistening object in the sand below and her general surroundings. Allie drew closer and took the silver chain and locket in her hand. Eyes wide under her goggles, she fought not to gasp at the sight of the familiar piece of jewelry. Suddenly, it was as though a ghost from the depths of her past had come alive and threatened to choke her. This necklace, the white gold chain and round locket with 2 magnolias engraved on the front, was as familiar to her as her own name. Years in the salty ocean had rendered the locket difficult to open, but she didn't need to pry the edges loose. It was the same necklace, that much was certain, and she knew exactly what she'd find there. Knox Parker studied their GPS coordinates and texted them to Brent back at the docks. The kid normally served as Knox's deckhand for chartered trips and tours, but he hadn't been necessary for Allie's search for Shark Lydia's tracker. Shark Lydia. Chuckling, he recalled the first time Lydia Jameson had heard her daughter had named a shark after her. Her brows had furrowed, the same way they always did when one of her sons tried to pull one over on her, her eyes narrowing as she decided whether to take the christening as a compliment or an insult. Allie had rushed to explain she named the animal after her mother to honor all she'd been through, the beauty born from it, and all the things the Lord had done for them despite Mr. Jameson being taken from them far too soon. At that, Lydia's whole face had softened, and Shark Lydia became as much a part of their family as Allie's golden retriever, Theo. Speaking of Theo, the mess of golden fur had wedged his way under the shelf to Knox's right hand and blocked any breeze from the fan Knox kept there for times when they dropped anchor in the heat of summer. The ocean gave a breeze, but even the sunshade on his cabin cruiser couldn't keep the sweat from pooling under his baseball cap. He knelt down. Theo's chocolate brown eyes meeting his with a thump of his tail against the ground. "You comfortable under there?" Theo's tail only wagged harder, and Knox took that as a yes. For the next few minutes, he stretched out in his ripped leather seat up front and breathed the salty air. This rig, the one he'd grown up learning to drive, was more home to him than even the childhood home he'd taken over and redone ever would be. He'd expanded his business over the years, also purchasing a couple of small yachts he used for chartered fishing excursions and tours, but the Harriet's Rose was special. His father had named it for his mother just before they married, and he'd keep that thing going until the bottom fell out if he could. "Knox." Allie's frantic voice sounded at the stern, and he jumped to his feet. Worry knotted in his stomach. Had she been hurt? As many times as they'd been out on the boat together, he never really worried about her once she hit the water. She'd always been more of a fish than she had a human. The ocean was as much her element as the land. "I'm coming," he called as he rushed forward and grabbed his pistol, the first aid kit, and a life preserver in case some predator had mistaken her for a meal. "Just hang on." The adrenaline surged through his body, only to find no productive place to go as Allie climbed the ladder on the back of the boat. Her goggles sat atop her head, and a wide grin stretched across her face. Clearly, she wasn't hurt, though he might be the one who needed the AED in the kit he kept down below. "Allie, what in the world? You just scared 10 years off my life." She scrunched her face adorably in regret. "I'm sorry. I didn't think about the fact that you couldn't see me from back there. I shouldn't have yelled like that. She gestured to herself as she removed her oxygen tank from her back. I'm fine, as you can see, but you'll never believe what I found. Still struggling to slow his breathing and heart rate, Knox raised a brow. For what you just put me through, it had better be a buried treasure of some sort. It was an overreaction, and Knox knew that as well as anyone, but some habits died hard. He plopped down onto one of the benches as Theo placed his head atop Knox's knee. He must have followed him, but Knox hadn't even noticed in his need to get to Allie. The dog's golden fur glistened in the sunlight, and his tail thumped on the floor of the boat. Scratching his head, Knox started to feel his fear receding. What did you find? I really am sorry, Allie said as she sat down next to him. Her hazel eyes were wide and full of compassion, knowing his story better than anyone. I just got excited. She placed a hand on his shoulder and squeezed, her touch calming him more than that from a best friend should. It's all right. It's not your fault I'm jumpy. He forced a grin, only to find it didn't feel as unnatural as he'd have thought. She was safe. Everyone he loved was safe. That was what mattered. Show me the treasure. Unzipping the small pouch clipped around her waist, Allie pulled a chain and locket from the bag. It looked familiar, but he couldn't place it. Taking it from her, he turned the piece of jewelry over in his hands. 2 magnolias intertwined on the front, and the back held an inscription as well, to the song of my heart. Suddenly, it clicked into place. His eyes widened and met hers. This is Charlie's. It's the one Aiden made for her. Allie nodded quickly, the excitement in her spirit that had initially been there dimmed a bit by the memories of what happened to that poor girl. It's the same one. It has to be. The memories flooded back, though he'd only been 15 years old when Charlie Edwards had gone missing. It seemed like everyone in Magnolia Island had searched for weeks, his father included, to bring her home. Some said she might have run off with some man she met online, which could have well been true, but she'd left Allie's oldest brother, Aiden, behind. Even at 15, Knox had known the love those two shared was real. No, whatever had happened to Charlie Edwards had been tragic, of that much he was certain. He turned the necklace over again in his hands. Are you gonna tell Aiden? I don't know, Allie said with a shrug of her shoulders. We're supposed to video call with him tonight after dinner, but I don't know if it's the best thing to tell him while he's in the middle of deployment. Aiden had joined the Marines fresh out of high school. In fact, he joined just before Charlie went missing. From what he and Allie had gathered since, the two had planned to marry once he got back from training at Paris Island, longtime high school sweethearts and seemingly in it for the long haul. But by the time he made it back, Charlie was gone. I think you should take it to Levi at the station and see what he thinks. Another of her brothers, Levi, was a detective at the Magnolia Island Police Department. They didn't get a ton of crime in town, but it was a large enough place come tourist season the boys in blue more than earned their salaries. She nodded and checked her watch. That's a good idea. Let's go ahead and head that way. Austin asked me to call him when I got through working today. Fighting not to roll his eyes, Knox let out a huff. You're still dating that guy? I thought you cut him loose. For such a smart woman, Allie had a tendency to pick some real losers when it came to dating. Austin was the latest in a long line of preppy snobs from the north side of the island that had convinced her to give them the time of day over the years. She was one of the most genuine and least pretentious people he'd ever met, so he couldn't imagine what she saw in them. Rising to her feet, Allie began removing her wetsuit with jerky movements. We had a deal, Knox. You don't comment on my dating life, and I won't comment on yours. You made that deal, Allie, not me. He jammed his hat back onto his head. If you want to date a trust fund baby who tips poorly and wouldn't know a hard day's work if it beat him upside the head, be my guest. As always, he'd be there with a shoulder to cry on when it went south, and he'd do his best to bolster her up again. Then, she'd just start the process over with another Yahoo in a few months. It was how it had been for years. She tossed her goggles into the pile with the rest of her wetsuit and pulled a long, loose tank over her wet swimsuit. At least it's better than having no one but the old ladies on my charters to flirt with me. Seriously, Knox, you've shot down nearly every girl on this island. Be content with your life as a hermit if you want, but the rest of us have other ideas. Taking his place at the helm again, Knox didn't reply. There was no way he could say his true thoughts without making everything awkward for them, and that was one thing he refused to do. She might date them, but Allie would never marry one of those guys. Lydia would probably tie her up in one of the rooms at Mercy's Landing if she tried. Theo took his place beside the fan again, and Knox steered the boat back to the Magnolia Island marina. By the time they got back, Allie would likely be over it, and they could take the necklace to the police station to talk to Levi. It was an argument they'd have again, but for now, they had bigger things to attend to. Chapter 2. Allie handed Knox one of the ropes to tie off the Harriet's rose with a raised brow. Are you planning to come with me to the station, or do you have more aspects of my life to pass judgment on? He sighed as he took the rope from her. I won't apologize for wanting better for you, Al. He said as he finished the knot and moved on to another. But I don't mean to make you feel bad about yourself. You're a grown woman, and you can make your own choices. Truce? Fine. She could never stay mad at Knox for long. He was too sweet, and they had too much history. Plus, she knew good and well Austin was a passing thing for her. They'd only been dating a couple of months, and in that time, he'd barely talked about anything but his stupid car and his new boat. They apparently cost more than most of the houses on the island, a fact about which he was rather proud. I'm woman enough to admit that you're not completely wrong. With a wink, she hopped off the boat and onto the dock, Charlie's necklace firmly in hand. He chuckled and stood to his feet, his gray t-shirt stretched over well-toned muscles. She'd not been exaggerating when she called him a hermit. He really had turned down nearly every girl in town. It didn't make sense, but she wasn't complaining. If he was happy, so was she. Plus, the few girls he had dated over the years hadn't been too keen on their close friendship, which Allie understood. She'd probably feel the same way, but Knox had always chosen their friendship over the other girls. Wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, Knox paused for a second. Al, he started, I know finding this necklace has your wheels turning. I just don't want you to get your hopes up about some movie-style ending for Aiden. It's hers. I'll give you that, but it doesn't mean she's alive. He was right, of course. Still, despite the facts staring them in the face, Allie couldn't help but hope anyway. I know. I just can't help but dream a little. Wrapping his strong arm around her shoulders, undeterred by her still wet braid, Knox nodded. Me too, Al, me too. They walked the half-mile or so to the police station, Magnolia Island hustling and bustling in the peak of tourist season. Main Street was only a few blocks over from the water, so by that point in the day most of the beachgoers had gathered their things and gone in search of dinner. Restaurants along the strip were packed, but folks there didn't get too keyed up about wait times. They'd grab an ice cream cone at Maribel's Creamery or some boiled peanuts at Ray's street cart, sometimes even grabbing a pre-dinner hot dog from there too. They were on vacation, after all, and a day playing in the water made a body hungry. If they really wanted a treat, though, they'd stop at Stephanie Wyatt's food truck and treat themselves to five-star food for a fraction of the price. She'd moved back to town from New York City a couple of years before. In that time, she'd not only built a business to be proud of, but she'd also fallen in love with their local mechanic, Nick Pruitt. If rumors were to be believed, Nick had recently been spotted at a jewelry store in Charleston, so the whole town was on ring watch. Allie's casual dress of a long tank over her swimsuit and flip-flops wasn't out of place along the strip. Children ran around in the splash pad in front of the grocery store, and nearly half the women there wore some version of exactly what Allie had on. The familiar voice of Mrs. Brenda Matson called out to them as they passed the library, and the matronly woman hurried out to flag them down. Knox. Knox, honey, wait up. He turned at her call, his arm dropping from where it still sat around Allie's shoulders. Hi, Mrs. Brenda, beautiful weather we're having. Has the library been busy today? It sure has, Mrs. Brenda replied as she smoothed down a few flyaways from her ashy gray bun, a pretty contrast to her ebony skin. My Sam came in and read to the children this morning, then we had a ladies' book club meet here after lunch. She lowered her voice conspiratorially. Though, if you ask me, that book club exists far more to gossip than it does to actually discuss books. Allie couldn't wipe the grin off her face. If it's anything like Mama's book club, that's probably true. She winked at Mrs. Brenda, a longtime friend of her mother's and regular member of said book club. My dear, the librarian said with her own smirk, I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about. We only discuss things of great literary and cultural importance. Knox burst into laughter. Last time I was there fixing the inn's kitchen sink, y'all spent 20 minutes debating whether Pastor John looked better before or after he shaved his beard. And I still maintain that a clean-shaven man is much more handsome, Mrs. Brenda replied as she eyed Knox's short brown beard. Though, I must say, some men just pull it off. She shrugged and smoothed her conservative green dress. But anyway, the reason I flagged you down is that the library just received a large shipment of books from one that closed in Charlotte. Knox listened intently. Would you like me to unload them for you? Mrs. Brenda waved her hand in front of her face. Oh no. Honey. My Sam and I can do that. I was wondering if you might be able to build me a couple more bookshelves like the ones you made before. Those are just perfect for the space and so pretty too. Of course, but please let me unload the books as well. I don't want Sam throwing his back out again. Poor Sam Matson had been down for a week after that happened, and he'd been fit to be tied about it. He was one of those men who refused to slow down, no matter how many candles adorned his birthday cake. To hear Mrs. Brenda tell it, he was a rather exhausting patient. From your mouth to God's ears, honey. Mrs. Brenda raised her hand toward the sky. If he's down that long again, I may have to put him out of his misery myself. Shaking her head, she grinned. Promise me that when you get up in years, you won't be as mule-headed as all these other men thinking they're 30 again. Knox laughed, a twinkle in his green eyes and a hint of the dimple hiding beneath his beard visible. I make no promises there, Mrs. Brenda, but I can have those shelves for you next week. Wonderful, she said as she pulled him into a hug. And you will let me pay you this time. I insist. Before he could respond, Mrs. Brenda turned on her heel and scurried back toward the library. Don't let that one get away, Allie, she called over her shoulder. He's one of the good ones, and you're not getting any younger. A light blush rose up to Allie's cheeks, but she was so used to the women in town pitting her and Knox together that she hardly knew what she'd have done if Mrs. Brenda hadn't made such a comment. Thanks for the tip, Mrs. Brenda. The woman paused at the glass door framed by large whiskey barrels filled with flowers on either side. Besides, he's much more handsome than those dandies you normally go for. You can do much better, dear. As the bell above the library door chimed, Allie narrowed her eyes toward Knox's smirk. Don't say a word. He held up his hands in surrender. His thoughts were written all over his face. I'm innocent here. Turning back towards the direction of the police station and gesturing down the sidewalk, he nodded at a few folks as they passed by. Shall we? They continued their trek towards the station, and Allie was suddenly overcome with nerves. This was Charlie's necklace, but that was the only thing she was certain of. It didn't necessarily mean anything, but could it? Was it possible Charlie was alive after all this time, or would finding it just open up old wounds for her family? Aiden had been hit the hardest, but Charlie had been as much a part of the family as Knox was before she disappeared. She and Aiden met when they were 14 and started dating shortly after. She'd even worked for Mama at the inn helping with the baking when she turned 16. Was she making a mistake? Al, your wheels are turning so loud, I'm going to need some earplugs. What's on your mind? Knox's teasing from earlier was forgotten as he turned concerned eyes on her, and they stopped just outside the brick building with a sign that read M.I.P.D. I guess I'm just wondering if this is even a good idea. I hadn't thought about how much this might hurt my family. It probably doesn't mean anything, my head knows that. He took her hand, calming her racing heart. I know, but I think you'll regret it if you don't at least show it to Levi. Let him decide what to do with it from there. With a deep breath, She turned towards the two-story building that housed the police department on the bottom floor and the Magnolia Island Chronicle on the top. You're right, and it's just Levi. He'll know what to do. Knox held the door open for Allie as she passed from the hot pavement outside to the scuffed white tile on the floor of the police station. Uniformed officers moved amongst the sea of desks, the smell of bad coffee a permanent fixture. Phones rang in the background, common for tourist season, though thankfully it was rarely serious. They moved through the door, and the cool of the air-conditioned building washed over him. Meredith Smith, the sister of one of their school friends and rookie beat cop, approached with a wide smile. "Hey, Allie, Knox, what brings y'all in today?" Her expression turned serious as she studied Allie's normally olive skin going a bit pale. "Everything all right?" "It is," Knox said reassuringly. He placed his hand gently on Allie's back in an effort to reassure her. Allie just found something while out diving today that she'd like to have Levi take a look at. "Is he in?" Eyes lighting up at the mention of Allie's brother, Meredith nodded. "I'm not sure, I'll see if he's in his office." She hurried toward the back of the large room while Knox elbowed Allie playfully. "I'd say someone has a crush on your brother." Momentarily distracted, Allie smirked. "Don't they all?" "Meredith is way too young for him though, and he needs someone who doesn't worship the ground he walks on. His head is already so big he barely fits through doors as it is." "Well, that's just uncalled for," came a familiar voice from behind them. Levi breezed through the door just as they turned his way, his black slacks and blue polo shirt only accented with the badge clipped to his belt. "I fit through doors just fine." Levi was the youngest of Allie's siblings and the only one who hadn't yet reached 30. He'd been Mrs. Lydia's baby and definitely the most mischievous of the group. Over the years, he'd broken more bones than Knox could count, usually from some sort of dare handed down to him by their other brother, Rob. Honestly, it had always surprised Knox that none of the family went into the medical field with as many scrapes as Levi got into. Despite her nerves, Allie grinned when she saw her brother. "The jury's out on that one." He pulled her in for a quick hug, but noticed her stiff posture immediately. "What's wrong, Allie cat? Do I need to beat someone up for you?" He winked, but Knox knew how protective her brothers were of Allie and her sister, Sage. The threat wasn't empty. Rather than respond, Allie unzipped the fanny pack around her waist, the one in which she'd placed the necklace. "I found this while I was diving this morning. Do you recognize it?" Levi was young, only 13, when Aiden would have given that necklace to Charlie, but his eyes widened in recognition before raising to meet Allie's, then Knox's, and back to Allie. "Come on back to my office. We'll talk." As they followed, Meredith spotted them from where she'd been looking for Levi near the break room. "Oh good, you found him." She straightened her shoulders, her attention firmly on Levi. "Is there anything I can help with?" To her credit, at least the rookie tried to mask her eagerness with professionalism. "Don't think so, but I'll let you know if that changes." "Thanks, Mare." As they continued down the aisle between the desks, Knox glanced back to find Meredith staring after them wistfully. "Hey. Levi?" Knox followed the other two into Levi's office and shut the door. "If you've ever considered asking Meredith out on a date, I'd say you've got a pretty good shot at her saying yes." Levi plopped down in his creaky metal chair. "Not exactly subtle, is she?" He shook his head. "Not interested. Meredith's a nice girl and a promising cop, but she's just not my type. Plus, I have a rule that I don't date cops or reporters." He scooted closer once more to his desk and ran his hand through his thick brown hair. "Where did you find this necklace?" Chapter 3. "So wait," Kara said as she plopped herself down in the booth across from Allie and took a swig from her lemonade. "You're sure the necklace belonged to the girl who went missing?" Kara Thatcher was Allie's roommate and co-worker. They both worked for the Magnolia Island Aquarium and Research Facility, known affectionately as the MIRF to locals, though Kara wasn't a marine biologist. She was in charge of the summer camps the aquarium put on for kids during the summer and school programs during the year. She was a natural with kids, though her sass occasionally got her in trouble with adults. Kara liked to say the filter between her brain and her mouth was full of lint, and she hadn't cleaned it in a while. As a result, some things got around it, and it had the tendency to start the occasional fire. Allie opened the bottled water she'd purchased from the aquarium's food court and took a sip. Positive. Knox, Levi, and I all agree it's definitely the same one. That whole thing is so sad. I mean, I know I didn't live here or anything, but the idea of a young woman just up and vanishing is terrifying. I'd like to believe she just ran away, but who'd leave a man like your brother to start all over someplace far away? He's entirely too hot for that. Rolling her eyes, Allie speared a piece of chicken from her Cobb salad. If she ran away, I'm sure she had bigger issues. Exactly, which is why it's so sad. Kara picked up her burger and took a bite, never ceasing to amaze Allie with where in the world she put it all. In contrast to Allie's 5'9" tall, Kara was only a smidge over 5 feet, and that's when she took a deep breath in, barely 110 pounds soaking wet. Still, she could put away enough food to feed a family of 4. Allie liked a burger as much as the next girl, but they still had an afternoon of kids to wrangle at camp that afternoon. Kara's plate would give Allie nothing but a desire to nap. Levi is supposed to call me later and let me know what the chief says about reopening the case. He's not optimistic, not with nothing more than the necklace to go on, but it's something. Kara dipped a fry in her ranch dressing and let the excess drip. She turned to stare out the large wall of windows that looked out from the aquarium's food court onto the Atlantic Ocean. What are you hoping happens? Thinking back to their cancelled video chat with Aiden the night before, Allie wasn't sure how to answer. They'd lost power at the base, but they planned to try again that evening. Mama had been disappointed, of course, but it had given Allie a little more time to think about whether or not she planned to tell the rest of the family. I really don't know. Of course, if Charlie's alive, I want them to reopen the case and find her. But finding a necklace that could have been there for 15 years doesn't really change anything. Kara's eyes filled with compassion, something she had in spades despite her sass. Have you asked the Lord to give you peace in whatever happens? She didn't say it with a judgmental tone, the way others might have. Still, conviction washed over Allie at the realization she'd not consulted the Lord at all on the matter. No, I guess I was too scared I wouldn't like his answer. That's probably the first thing I should have done. Probably, Kara said with a shrug. But since when is the thing we should do and the thing we actually do the same thing? She smirked. The Lord knows you'll get there eventually. She paused as she looked out the window, a grin spreading over her pretty, freckled face. Looks like Knox has another charter with a group of admirers. Eyes wide, Allie stared out the window as well. The meeting point for his charters was right in front of the aquarium off the small dock. A group of older ladies with large, floppy hats and sunglasses bigger than their faces showed him their tickets as he and his deckhand, Brant, prepared the vessel. The women who'd already boarded fanned themselves and laughed loudly, all staring pointedly at Knox. He took it all in stride, as he always did, somehow attracting more seasoned customers than the other boat captains. His number has to be on some page somewhere for grandmas looking to take trips here. There's no way they all end up with him accidentally. One of the women wiped a smudge from Knox's cheek, his jaw tight as he maintained professionalism. Kara suddenly became very interested in her burger, guilt etched all over her face. Yeah, funny how that happens. Kara Thatcher, Allie said as she cocked her head. What did you do? Both hands up in mock surrender and her blue eyes twinkling all the time, Kara took on an air of innocence. I was just trying to get our buddy Knox some extra cash by posting his business number on a few Magnolia Island fan pages. Social media is a powerful tool. She paused. It's not my fault that one of the most active ones is the Magnolia Mamas. Fighting back a laugh, Allie rolled her eyes. The Magnolia Mamas was a large social media group from all over the country that loved vacationing and snowbirding on the island. It was made up of mostly older women because they decided they had different entertainment interests than others who visited. They were also known to get into some minor trouble around town, though it was all harmless. And I'm assuming this posting included a picture of him? Perhaps. Kara raised a brow at Allie. It's provided me endless entertainment since I did it, and he says the grandmas all tip well. Win-win. Checking her watch, Allie realized it was time to get back to work as the children would be ready for the class she taught on shark conservation soon. I'm going to head over to the classroom and get set up. You'll bring them over when they're ready for me? Will do, Kara said through her last mouthful of burger. And I'll try to hype you up before we go in, not that you need it. She was right, and Allie felt a surge of pride at that. She'd structured the lecture she gave to school kids and campers to be fun and interactive, while also educational. She started with a quick video on how sharks are portrayed in the media, followed by the actual statistics of shark bites around the world, and spent the bulk of her lesson sharing all kinds of fascinating things about the ocean's apex predator. By the time they left, Allie hoped she'd convinced them that sharks weren't something to be afraid of, only respected and admired. If the feedback forms were any indication, her class was usually a fan favorite. The only thing they typically enjoyed more was the dolphin tour on Knox's boat around the island, but she couldn't blame them. With a last glance out the window, she spotted Knox looking her way. Lifting her hand in a wave, she grinned in the direction of the Magnolia mamas. One of the ladies with a large floppy hat said something, and Knox's head whipped to the ground just as Brant nearly doubled over laughing. Allie didn't have time to speculate on what she'd said as she dumped her trash in the bin. She had a whole class of kids to convince sharks weren't nearly as terrifying as they'd all been led to believe. Ah! Phooey, Mrs. Thompson said as she snapped her fingers. I didn't realize you were spoken for, Captain. She shuffled the rest of the way down the ramp and onto his boat, her bright green toenails sparkling in the sunlight. Her thin shawl blew in the light wind behind her, looking more like a superhero cape than whatever fashion statement it was supposed to be. Knox's head involuntarily whipped from where he'd been watching Allie in the aquarium's food court to his suddenly very interesting feet. It was all he needed for a boat full of elderly ladies to decide he needed a matchmaker, especially when so many of them reached that conclusion on their own. Brant howled with laughter the same way the rest of the ladies on the boat sent knowing glances his way. Knox shook his head vigorously. I'm not spoken for, Mrs. Thompson, but I'm also not looking. I'm old, honey. I'm not blind. Mrs. Thompson's eyes filled with mischief as she secured her hat tighter on her head with its string. When are you gonna ask Blondie in there on a date? Leave the poor boy alone, Mabel, one of the other ladies said mercifully. You'll get him so flustered he won't even be able to steer the boat. Mabel waved a hand in front of her face. I bet he can do that in his sleep. Take it from me, Captain, you only regret the shots you don't take. Mrs. Thompson, did you just quote Michael Jordan? At least his beard and baseball cap could shield most of them from seeing the blush he knew had risen at her words. She shrugged. What, does that surprise you? I'm more than just a pretty face. With a wink, she sat back in her seat and crossed one leg over the other. Now, let's get going. We've got a lunch reservation at noon, and I told my granddaughter I'd send her mother photos of dolphins while we're out today. Plus, Sheila tells us the new manager at the Swordfish Grill is one handsome young man. You're not our only victim on this island today, Captain. Chapter 4. Allie's mother Lydia banged her hands down on the desktop's keyboard in frustration. Allie, come fix this thing before I hurl it out the window. Aiden's calling in 10 minutes, and it won't let me sign in. She stood with a huff and stomped to the window at the back of the inn's office. It was open, so the sound of the waves and smell of the salt water wafted through the room. The inn sat right off the beach, its back porch extending over the sand. It was a large, craftsman-style home with a wraparound covered porch and decorated in a modern farmhouse style. Her parents had purchased it early in their marriage when the building was nothing more than an old, abandoned shell. Still, it had good bones, and between the two of them, they brought it back to life. The front was painted a bright white while the shutters and trim were navy blue. Rocking chairs, porch swings, and hammocks were placed in various spots on the porch, as were plenty of potted plants that made the whole place feel homey. The potted plants weren't alone, though, as Sage had helped Mama landscape the entire half-acre property with the charm of a British cottage garden and the functionality of a homestead. Foodscaping, Sage had called it, and it meant around half the plants adorning Mercy's landing at any given time were those Mama used to create the meals she served her guests. Deep breaths, Mama. Allie took Mama's chair and pushed the keys to restart the machine. It probably wasn't necessary, but after all that banging she'd done, it could probably use a reset. Why don't you and Sage go get some tea? By the time you come back, I'll be done. Pushing an impatient hand through her curly white hair, which was still as long and thick as it had been in her younger days, Mama sighed. You just don't want me hovering over your shoulder. She paced on the cedar plank floors for a moment, her gauzy tunic top and loose linen capris creating a much more carefree look than Allie knew existed on the inside. Levi snickered from where he leaned against the bookcase in the corner. Can you blame her? Your backseat driving isn't exactly helpful. Being the baby, Levi was probably the only one who could get away with sassing Mama and avoid a knock upside the head. Sage, Allie's older sister and the resident flower child in their midst, stood calmly from one of Mama's office chairs. Her long maxi dress was sleeveless, simple in its jewel-toned design and accessorized perfectly with her long, dangling earrings and the curly brown hair Sage had inherited from Mama. Her shoes, affectionately termed by Sage's twin, Rob, to be gladiator sandals, were dark brown and barely visible under the long dress. Allie had never been able to pull off a maxi dress as easily as Sage since she was tall, but they weren't really her style anyway. Maxi dresses always got in the way of a pickup football game or a walk down the beach. She'd stick to her cut-off jean shorts and tank tops and let her sister embrace the more feminine attire. Come on, Mom, Sage said gently. If one didn't know them well, they'd think Sage was the more laid-back of the Jameson girls. It was actually quite the opposite, but only when Sage got riled up over one of her causes. She owned the plant nursery on the island called Plant Babies, a successful business she'd grown from the ground up. I put some ginger tea with orange in your cabinet a while back, and I bet you've not even tried it yet. Anyone else want some? Levi saluted Sage while Allie continued working at the computer. Nope. There's no telling what those hippie dip pie friends of yours put in that tea you buy from the farmer's market. I'm on duty later, so I'll stick to soda. Sage pursed her lips like she wanted to retort, but the front door opened, and Rob walked through with his 9-year-old daughter, Bryn, behind him. He and Sage both had their curly brown hair from Mama, but that's where the twins' similarities ended. Where Sage had a cabinet full of essential oils, Rob thought they were a bunch of hocus pocus. Sage spent her day coaxing her plants to grow while Rob fought blazes as the island's fire chief. Still, as he wrapped one arm around Sage's shoulders and the other around Mama's, it was clear how deeply he loved them both. Sorry, I'm late, Rob said as he pressed a kiss to Mama's head. His hair was wet, but at least he wasn't covered in soot and tracking it through the inn's entryway. Got stuck at the station. Bryn flew up to Levi to get her hug, squealing as he lifted her high in the air like he always did. How's my Brinny bear? She squealed again, her own dark curly hair falling from the bow Rob had haphazardly placed in her unruly hair. Put me down, Uncle Levi. I just had ice cream. Levi lowered her to the ground, and she barreled into Mama next. Hi, Nana, thanks for my new dresses. Mama grinned, her affection for her only grandchild evident as she knelt down to eye level. It was my pleasure, doll face. Now, what's this I hear about ice cream before dinner? Mrs. Gina took me for ice cream since I've been such a good girl at school this week. Gina Pruitt was an angel on earth and helped Rob out getting Bryn to and from school when he was on duty. As a single dad, he needed all the help he could get, and between Mrs. Gina, Mama, and all her aunts and uncles, Allie hoped Bryn would never feel the loss of her sorry excuse for a mother. Mama patted her tummy. What flavor did you get? I have it on good authority that Mrs. Gina likes strawberry. She and Gina were old friends, and both Mrs. Gina and her husband, Mr. Ray, had been a huge help to Mama after Dad died too. She does, Bryn said with a grin. She ate a whole 2 scoops and told me not to tell Mr. Ray on account of her sugars. She shrugged, then turned to Rob. She said I could tell you, though, since I should never keep secrets from my daddy. A moment of pain flashed over Rob's face at his daughter's words, but he masked them quickly. That's right, Peanut. Mama stood and took Bryn's hand. Why don't you come with Aunt Sage and me to the kitchen to get some tea? I bet I can make yours taste like chocolate milk. She winked, and the mood of the room lightened at the quick bob of Bryn's head. Yes, please. As the three of them padded over the original cedar flooring towards the open-concept kitchen and living room, Allie finished signing back into the inn's computer. She'd been doing Mama's social media and online bookings for the inn for a while. Something her mother tried over and over again to pay her to do, but she'd never take it, though. Mama sacrificed for her family for years, so it was the least she could do to spend a few hours a week at a computer. I think we should be good to go, she called into the kitchen. I'll let you know when he signs on. Mama's head popped out from behind the door facing that led into the kitchen. Thank you, dear. I'm also going to run a virus scan after we talk to Aiden, Allie said with a raised brow at her brothers. Have you opened any attachments from unknown emails lately? No matter how many times she'd told Mama not to do it, she just couldn't seem to remember that emails about cute kittens and opportunities to win millions of dollars were viruses in disguise. Footsteps sounded on the stairs in the entryway, and Allie spotted Knox coming down with a bucket full of painting supplies in one hand and drop cloths in the other. Only from that Saudi prince, right, Lydia? He winked, and Lydia smacked his arm. Oh hush, you. I know better than to fall for that one. Did you finish the room? She reached into a basket on the counter to pull out her wallet. I finished, Knox said as he placed his paint supplies on the floor. Keep your money, Lydia. It was nothing. He wore an old t-shirt Allie recognized from high school and faded, worn jeans that looked like they might disintegrate at any moment. Still, he sported his ever-present blue baseball cap and handsome smile. There he is, Levi said with a chuckle. The patron saint of Magnolia Island's silver-haired population. He paused and placed a dramatic hand on his chest. Why didn't you ask Rob and me to paint the room upstairs? Tea in one hand and Bryn's cup of chocolate milk in the other, Sage appeared behind Mama. You know good and well why she didn't ask you to do it. The last time you tried, she had to refinish 2 different spots on the floor. Knox is the better choice. Allie chuckled as she stood and approached her best friend, offering the chair in front of the computer to her mother. He should call any second. As the rest of her family gathered around the computer, Allie lifted nervous eyes to Knox. He raised his brow in question, his chin jutting toward Levi where he stood in the back of the group. His meaning was clear, at least it was to her. No, Levi's boss hadn't been willing to pursue the matter any further. To reopen a cold case took a whole lot more than an old necklace, and her brother had agreed with the chief that it just wasn't enough to go on. She tried to keep the disappointment from her face, but Knox could always seem to read her mind. He placed his hand on her arm and squeezed gently. His presence was comforting even though they couldn't say much without drawing attention to themselves. Levi and Allie had both agreed to wait a bit on saying anything to the family, taking some time to pray about it first. Neither wanted to reopen wounds that had already healed, and Aiden was not in a position to be able to process any news about Charlie. The computer's notification sound began to ring, and Mama rushed to answer it. As she did, Knox kneeled down to take up his paint supplies again with a 2-finger wave. I'll call you later, Allie, tell Aiden I said hi. As Knox left, Allie realized she hadn't checked her phone since she got off work. It was a nasty habit she had, and one that gave her mother no end of frustration. 4 missed calls from Austin and 4 text messages. Austin, hey, I decided to take the boat out this afternoon. Want to come? Austin, leaving in 10 minutes if you want to go. Last chance. Austin, fine, I'll just ask Reagan. You missed out. Austin, seriously? Just going to ignore me now? Whatever, Allie. Try as she might, Allie couldn't even bring herself to care Austin had taken Reagan out on his cruiser yacht that cost more than any home she'd ever own. He'd gotten whiny recently, and his tendency to get angry at her for not answering her phone while working had worn down her nerves. He could have fun with Reagan, for all she cared. He'd known the family rescheduled their call with Aiden for that night, but he hadn't cared enough to remember. Reagan was a nice girl, who Allie had known since middle school. She definitely ran around in Austin's circles, but Allie had no doubt she'd tire of him soon enough as well. She should probably officially break things off, not that they'd been officially on anyway. Feeling just annoyed enough to be sassy, she pulled back up Austin's text message thread and typed her own. Have fun with Reagan. Hope she doesn't still get seasick. She hadn't been on a boat with the girl in years, but Reagan had gotten violently ill on their grad night cruise around the island. She swore she'd never get on another boat as long as she lived, though apparently she'd changed her mind. Oh well. Allie pocketed her phone and joined the rest of her family as Aiden's face popped up on the screen. Austin could do whatever he wanted, she had more important things to do. Later that evening, Knox finished cutting the boards for Mrs. Brenda's bookshelves in his makeshift shop. He'd almost gotten them sanded down when his cell phone rang, the distinct trill of Allie's ringtone in his ears. He put down his sandpaper and wiped the extra sawdust on his pants, the same ones he'd been wearing while he painted one of Lydia's upstairs rooms earlier. Hey, Al, y'all have a good talk with Aiden? Rather than try and work while they talked, Knox moved over to the other side of what was actually a garage and took a seat in one of his lawn chairs. Does he have a return date yet? Not yet, she sighed. But it was a good talk. He told us as much as he could about some of the things he's doing without keeping Mom up at night any more than she already is. We had dinner after. You should have stayed. He shrugged as though she could see him. I needed to get home and work on those shelves. Plus, y'all needed some family time. Allie snorted, something that had made her self-conscious as a child but something he found adorable. You are family, you ding-dong. You're always welcome around Mama's table, especially after you spend your precious few free hours painting one of her guest rooms. I have a plate of brownies with a $100 bill taped to the bottom of it to give you for that, by the way. I'll take the brownies, but stick the money back in your mom's wallet. Lydia knew he wouldn't take any money for his work, so she forever tried to force him into it in increasingly creative ways. He could swear he heard Allie rolling her eyes from there. Patron saint of the silver hairs is right, but I'll drop the brownies by tomorrow provided Kara doesn't get to them first. She snickered, I make no promises. Kara's not the only one in that apartment with a sweet tooth. If those brownies are gone, you'll owe me double. Fine, but that's not why I called you anyway. All of a sudden, Knox could hear hesitation in Allie's voice, something he didn't hear often unless she was talking about Austin or one of her other ill-fated relationships. I have a favor to ask. He'd do anything for Allie. She knew that. Still, there was a sinking feeling in his gut that this had something to do with the necklace and Charlie Edwards's case. What's that? She paused, and he could hear waves and seagulls in the background. She must have been walking the beach. I want to go back to where we found the necklace tomorrow and see if there's anything else. I'm teaching at the camp until 10, then in the lab until 3, but I'm free after that. Do you have any tours scheduled? He did, but they were all in the morning. He only did sunset cruises 4 days a week, something Allie knew well. Not tomorrow night, but I'll dash. I know, she cut in quickly. I know you're going to tell me to drop it, but my gut is telling me there's more to this. If we don't find anything tomorrow, I'll let you off the hook. Please, just once more. He let out a long breath. All right, I'll take you. But Allie, please don't be disappointed if this turns out to be a dead end. The odds are 1 in a million. This afternoon he hated seeing the look in her eyes that told him she'd gotten her hopes up no matter how much she'd promised she wouldn't. With a squeal that had him pulling the phone away from his ear, Allie responded. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll meet you at the dock when I get off, okay? That didn't sound at all like she wasn't getting her hopes up, but whatever. You're welcome. They talked for a few more minutes, Knox utilizing every bit of self-control he had to not mention Austin, before they hung up. Once he ended the call, Knox heaved himself back out of the low lawn chair and moved back to his project. Allie had definitely gotten her hopes up, but he couldn't control that. All he could do was try to be there for her when she was ultimately disappointed. Chapter 5. I just have to run into the store really quick, Allie told Kara as they made their way down the boardwalk from their apartment to MIRF. The sun shone high overhead over the ocean, but it was still early enough the weather was fairly cool. Both wore their navy blue MIRF polo shirts and khaki shorts, the general uniform for staff at the aquarium. When in the lab looking at samples and running tests, Allie would don her lab coat and goggles, but most of her days were spent dressed as she was. Kara pulled some cash out of her pocket and handed it to Allie. I've got to get there a few minutes early today, but can you grab me a couple drinks? She kept a mini fridge in her office, something Allie took full advantage of since all the marine biologists shared a fridge in the building that housed the labs. Sure thing. I'll be there in a few minutes. As Kara hurried off, Allie moved at a relaxed pace into Surf Supply for a couple of things she needed. Surf Supply did carry supplies for actual surfing and other water sports, but it was mostly a convenience store owned by Mr. Ray and Mrs. Gina. Allie stopped in at least once a week to say hi and stock up her and Kara's snack stash at work. The bell above the door jingled, and Mr. Ray looked up from where he checked out a customer. His whole face lit up at the sight of her. Morning, Allie Cat. I'll be with you in just a second, honey. His gray hair and glasses had been present as long as she'd known the man, as he and Mrs. Gina were some of those people who she thought were ancient even as a child. Neither side of their extended family lived on this side of the country, so Mr. Ray and Mrs. Gina had been an extra set of grandparents for them. Allie grabbed a basket and headed toward the chips and protein bars. No rush. She knew the place like the back of her hand, and Mr. Ray was well aware of that. Still, every week when she stopped in before work, he'd take a few minutes and help her find things in the exact same spots they'd been for years. It was their thing, and Allie wouldn't trade it for the world. Tossing a few bags of popcorn and protein bars into her basket, Allie headed down the aisle a bit to the peanut butter crackers and trail mix. Distracted by the choices, Allie didn't see Reagan Witt until she'd bumped right into her. Oh, Reagan, I didn't see you. I'm so sorry. Guilt washed over Reagan's face, her fair skin now a pretty shade of pink. No, it's fine. I actually meant to text you soon anyway. I wanted to apologize about what happened with Austin. I didn't realize you two were together until after we were out on the boat. She blew out a breath in a huff. I guess I've just been so deep in school stuff I hadn't seen you two around town. I don't know if I've mentioned that I decided to go back to school for nursing, but I'm taking online courses. That's amazing, and please don't worry about Austin. It's really fine, Allie said honestly. We're in a complicated place anyway, but I'm sorry you got pulled into his games. Was the boat ride at least fun? Reagan's color deepened, and her eyes shifted to the ground. It seems my propensity for seasickness is alive and well. In case you were wondering, I'm thinking his attempts at making you jealous weren't worth the extra cleaning he had to do. She shrugged. All's well that ends well? With a chuckle, Allie took a bag of trail mix from the shelf. I wouldn't wish seasickness on anyone, but the fact he had to clean it up is a little satisfying. I hate that happened to you, though. Reagan really was a nice girl, and it didn't surprise Allie a lick she hadn't known they were dating. She came from Austin's side of the island. They'd been in the same class at school, but Reagan wasn't snobby like some of her neighbors. She'd always just been a little shy. It's all right. Anyway, I've got to get to work. I'll see you later. Same, Allie replied as the bell above the door chimed again, this time announcing the entrance of their late pastor's wife, Mrs. Jane King. Pastor Harold had passed away about 6 months before, and she understandably still held sadness in what had always been laugh lines before. Morning, Mrs. Jane. They'd only recently been able to find a new pastor for Mercy Church, one of the 2 churches on the island, as Pastor Harold's heart attack had been unexpected. Good morning, Allie, Mrs. Jane said with a sad smile. Beautiful weather we're having, isn't it? It is, Allie said as she approached Mrs. Jane for a quick hug. How are you doing? I'm making it, dear. Your sweet mama brought me the most delicious brownies yesterday, and I think I may put on 10 pounds from them alone. Apparently, Mama had been in a brownie-making mood. Her food has a tendency to do that. After a few minutes chatting with Mrs. Jane and a quick catch-up with Mr. Ray, Allie headed back out onto the boardwalk with her shopping bags in hand. Kara would be pleased with their snack drawer refill, and Allie would have a couple extra things for her dive that afternoon with Knox. Again, Allie tried to give the situation back to the Lord, but she couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to the situation than just an old necklace. Lord, she prayed silently as she passed the other shops opening on Main Street, please guide me here. I don't want to bring any more pain to my family or others who loved Charlie, but I also don't feel peace about dropping it. Show me what you want here. With that, she took the rest of the short walk to the aquarium, its tall glass windows and familiar smells comforting to her as always. After dropping off their snacks in Kara's empty office, she headed to the lab to study some samples she'd been gathering. She donned her long white lab coat and goggles, then settled in behind her microscope and got to work. Their dive that afternoon was fruitless, but Knox couldn't say he was surprised. He hadn't expected her to find anything else, but still, seeing the disappointment on her face was never pleasant. Allie was generally laid back, a go-with-the-flow kind of girl in contrast to his type A personality. I'm sorry we didn't find anything, Al. She sat on one of the bench seats in the Harriet's rows, her long blonde hair back in her signature braid as she gazed out at the ocean. She'd unzipped her wetsuit to where it settled at her waist, and her sporty sunglasses had taken the place of her goggles. Theo sat beside her, his head in her lap as though he knew she needed a little comfort. Knox didn't know of any woman who could look more beautiful done up than she could fresh from a dive. It's all right, she said quietly. We tried, and that's all we can do. They pulled into the marina, quietly working together to secure the boat. Just as Knox finished up with the last of his tasks, the sound of boat shoes padded up the dock, and Austin's voice sounded beside them. He wore one of those ridiculous short-sleeve button-ups with short boat shorts. If he was going for the look of an obnoxious college boy, he'd succeeded. Hey, Allie, he drawled in his came-from-old Southern money accent. Allie had just finished up stowing the rest of her diving equipment and stood to her feet, pulling on one of her long tanks as she went. Hi Austin, I ran into Reagan this morning. She said your boat trip was memorable to say the least. Reagan with? The girl who'd tossed her cookies and more on their grad night cruise? Allie stepped into her flip-flops and hopped from the boat to the dock with Theo following just behind. Austin scowled, and Knox stepped onto the dock as well. Allie wouldn't thank him for it, but no one would show her any disrespect while he was around. Though, from the defensive stance Theo had taken between Austin and Allie, he doubted he'd be needed. Could have been you, sugar, but I might be convinced to let you come with me to the benefit gala for my family's foundation tonight in the city, if you're over your little tantrum. With a grunt, Theo sat down on the dock. He remained between the two of them, but it seemed even the dog realized Austin was no threat to a girl like Allie. How could a girl turn down a heartfelt invitation like that? Sarcasm dripped from Allie's every word. I'm good, Austin. Thanks for the invite, but I'll have to pass. Austin's shoulders straightened, his eyes narrowing at the clear rejection. You sure about that? I'll call your bluff, shark girl. In fact, I may just take Jade Bilson instead. That was a low blow, and Austin knew it. She'd been ahead of them by a year in school, and the whole school had been well aware of how badly Jade had bullied her. She'd been the originator of a shark girl, though Allie had since co-opted her nickname into an identity she was proud of. Y'all have a great time, Allie said as she moved to step around Austin. Just be sure Jade doesn't get seasick before you have to buy stock in cleaning products. Rather than let her pass, Austin grabbed her arm firmly, and Knox stepped forward. He'd lay the trust fund baby out right there on the dock before he'd let him manhandle Allie or any other woman. Let her go, Austin. This is your one warning. As though he'd just noticed the help, Austin somehow managed to look down his nose at Knox despite the latter's extra 3 inches of height. Stay out of it, Parker. This doesn't concern you. Ripping her arm from Austin's grip, Allie glared at the trust fund baby. My life certainly doesn't concern you, so you might as well move on. Come on, Theo, she said with a quick wave of her hand. The dog growled at Austin, then followed Allie off the dock. She never glanced behind her as she moved, but Theo did. He pinned Austin with one more look, baring teeth Knox had only seen when the dog went in for a treat. Stay away from her, Knox said with a low voice. It took every bit of self-control he had not to push the man off the dock and into the water. He moved around Austin as well, not feeling the need to look back. Those ridiculous boat shoes would let him know if he decided to run up behind him, and Knox would relish the chance to defend himself. Breaking into a jog, he caught up to Allie and Theo, placing an arm around Allie's shoulder. Why don't I take you to Swordfish for dinner? The diner was a staple on the island, and one of their favorite hangouts. My treat. He felt the tension in her shoulders relax, and he was thankful it didn't seem like she was going to argue about him picking up the tab. He might just be a boat captain, but between his father's generous life insurance policy and the growth of his business, he wasn't hurting for cash. Thanks, she said softly. The sass she'd given Austin earlier was gone and replaced with something Knox never liked to hear from Allie: a shame. I can't believe I dated him. He squeezed her a little closer to his side, trying not to focus too much on how well she fit there, as they walked towards the Swordfish Grill. Dinner on the deck sounded nice, and it always served to cheer her up on hard days. He's not worth it. Now, I'm going to need you to tell me about what happened with Reagan, because I have a feeling I'm going to want to give her a high five. First, they'd drop Theo off at Allie's apartment, then he'd get the full story. Chapter 6. The Swordfish Grill looked like a dive from the outside, but it was a treasure well known to locals and visitors alike. The owner, Mrs. Dot, was a sassy woman in her 50s who opened the place not long after her husband left her on her own, with 2 children nearly 20 years before. As she put it, she had the choice to either let it make her bitter or let it make her better. She chose the latter, and the island was certainly grateful for that. Knox held the door for Allie while she stepped onto the colorful tile floor, blues, greens, whites and grays arranged in a bit of a haphazard pattern. The walls were painted blue as well, with photos of some of the biggest catches in the area alongside those who brought them in. Allie's favorite photo, the one of 8-year-old Knox and his dad holding a grouper that had weighed in at over 50 pounds, hung near the front. Knox's grin spread from one ear to the other with his dad looking uncannily like what Knox would become as a grown man. Mrs. Dot called from behind the counter as she held a pot of coffee in one hand and a plate of chicken fingers in the other. Y'all here for Rob and Sage? They're in booth number 4. It seemed they weren't the only ones who decided on a diner dinner that evening. Didn't know they were here, but will be happy to crash the party. Allie winked at Mrs. D, heading toward the booth where her brother and sister had turned towards the door in the process. Honey, Mrs. Duck chuckled, I've known you since you were knee-high to a grasshopper, and one of the youngest of 5 to boot. I reckon they'll make room. Knox followed Allie towards Rob and Sage's booth, her twin siblings similar in looks but completely different in personality. Sage scooted over on her side, her overalls and tank top both covered in what Allie imagined was dirt from the plant nursery. A tribal print headband held back her wild curls, while one of the woven bracelets she and Bryn had made together sat tied on her wrist. Hey, guys, y'all go out on the water today? Yep, Knox replied as he slid in beside Rob in his navy blue cargo pants and M.IF.D. t-shirt. Mrs. Dot brought Rob's burger and Sage's po' boy sandwich at that moment, not even bothering to take Allie and Knox's order since she had their usuals memorized. Where's Bryn? She with Lydia this evening? Rob nodded, squeezing a dollop of ketchup onto his plate. She and Nana are looking for seashells for her treasure box. The sweetness that overtook him whenever he talked about Bryn always warmed Allie's heart. She's been begging to go all week, so I caved today. Reaching over to pluck a fry off Rob's plate, Allie grinned. Speaking of which, I have some shells and shark teeth I found yesterday while diving. I thought she might add them to her collection as well. Scowling at the fry in her hand but not mentioning it, Rob glanced out over the diner's deck to the beach below. I'm sure she'll like them. He and Sage shared a knowing look, one that only twins seemed to be able to communicate with. So, Al, we heard something about Austin that we thought you ought to know. His jaw ticked at the mention of him, and Sage's eyes narrowed. If it's about him taking Reagan out on the boat yesterday, or Jade to the benefit dinner tonight, I already know. She took another bite of the fry in her hand and smirked at Knox. I'm done with him anyway. Sage placed a hand dramatically on her chest. Oh, praise the Lord. I knew you weren't serious about him, but goodness, I cannot figure out what you saw to date. She paused, then nudged Allie's side. He wasn't mean to you, was he? I can make him regret it if he was. And just what exactly would you do? Sage had more spice to her than most people realized when they first met her, but she wasn't a hothead. With a shrug, Sage took a bite of her po' boy. Always remember, my dear, the one who has the plants has the power. Poison ivy isn't the only plant that can make somebody itch, you know. Rob rolled his eyes. You keep your plants out of it, Sage. Levi doesn't need to have to arrest his own sister because she poisoned some jerk. He turned his attention to Allie. But if he was mean to you, let me know. I'll take care of it myself. I wasn't planning on poisoning him, Sage said. I don't grow those types of plants at the nursery. Besides, how is Levi arresting you any different than him arresting me? Allie cut in before the conversation went any further, as Knox sat back and enjoyed the show. I can take care of myself, and Austin did nothing worth avenging. I just realized he wasn't right for me. Rob snorted into his drink. Well, that's the truest statement I've ever heard. I don't know where you get your taste in men, Allie, but I think your picker's broken. Those in glass houses really shouldn't throw stones. Thankfully, Mrs. Dot chose that moment to approach, saving Allie from seeing what was definitely an angry Rob at her mention of his own romantic choices. His ex, Trina Carlisle, was a piece of work all on her own. One rebound night and a big mistake just after college with her resulted in Bryn. The girl herself could never be considered a mistake, but she did mean that Rob had to play nice with one of the meanest women Allie had ever met. Past that, Rob could bluster all he wanted, but he'd never gotten over his college sweetheart. I hear Lexi's teaching in the city, but her mom just moved back to the island. Pink rose up to Rob's cheeks, coloring his normally tan complexion even deeper. Good for her. Everyone had assumed he and Lexi would marry after they both graduated, but suddenly they were broken up. A few months later Bryn was on the way. No one quite knew what had happened, and Rob wasn't willing to talk about it. Let's change the subject. Fine, I have something I wanted to tell you guys anyway. As Allie dove into her chicken fingers, broccoli, and sweet potato fries, she told Rob and Sage about the necklace. Neither of them had been nearly as close to Charlie as Aiden or Mama had, so she hoped they could give her a better idea of how she should proceed. Both listened intently, Rob's face unreadable. Sage, on the other hand, gasped and placed her hand over her mouth when Allie pulled out her phone and showed her a picture of the necklace. That's definitely it, she said almost reverently. I can't believe you found it. Rob studied it as well, his features much more schooled. I have to agree with Levi. As much as I'd like it to mean that she's alive, it's probably just left from before she disappeared. I know, Allie said as she settled back in her seat. It's just, imagine how wonderful it would be if Charlie's been alive all this time. Before anyone had the chance to respond, Allie's phone rang, her boss's name flashing across the screen. I've got to take this, I'll be right back. She slid out of the booth, and slid the green phone icon to the right. Hey, Nate, what's up? As he watched Allie head outside to take her boss's call, he was pulled from his thoughts by Sage waving her hand in front of his face. Hey, loverboy, we're still here. I want to know more about this necklace. Rob chuckled as he watched Knox sputter in reply. Don't worry, bro. We like you way more than any of those other guys she dates. At least you have a job. It would be pointless to deny his feelings for Allie, especially because she seemed to be the only one who didn't know he had them. What else did you want to know about the necklace? We went back today to see if she missed anything, but we couldn't find anything. What were you hoping to find? Rob's brow furrowed, and Knox could see him trying to work out the puzzle in his mind. That's a question for your sister. She just wanted to go back and check it out. Sitting back in the booth, Rob took a sip of his drink. She got her hopes up about this? Sage blew out a frustrated breath and pulled a wad of bills out of the front pocket of her overalls. So what if she does? I can see both of you trying to protect little baby Allie from being disappointed. She's a grown woman, guys. If Allie thinks there might be more to find, let her try and find it. She'll know if it's too much. She tossed her money on the table, motioning to Rob to put his wallet away. I asked you to dinner. I've got it. She made a good point. Knox knew he had the tendency to try and protect Allie too much, but it was a tough habit to break. So what should I do? Keep taking her out to dive and feeding the idea Charlie might actually be alive? She might be, Sage replied, but if she is, then she may not want to be found. Let Allie come to the conclusion on her own. She's nearly 30 years old, and I know you don't see her as the kid she used to be. She raised her brow at Knox pointedly. So treat her like the adult she is. Before she had a chance to continue, Allie hurried back in the door with disbelief written all over her face. Guys, that was Nate at the MIRF. Knox placed his own money on the table, enough to cover both his and Allie's meals. What did he want? There's a documentary film crew coming out next week to showcase shark migration patterns and our tracking program. He wants me to be the biologist on camera. Excitement and uncertainty flowed from her as she plopped back down in the booth. I'm going to be on TV. Chapter 7. Allie, Nate said as he motioned her into his office the next day. Come on in. Nate Randolph had been the MIRF director for at least 15 years. Before that, he'd worked as the director of educational programs doing work similar to what Kara did. His daughter was a few years older than Allie, though she'd moved to Atlanta with her husband after college graduation. Her pictures, as well as those of her two girls, adorned Nate's desk and the background on his desktop computer. Nate settled back in his high-backed chair, his salt and pepper hair thinning in the front. I don't have to tell you how instrumental this documentary could be for the research we're doing here, and I couldn't think of anyone else better to star in it. Wait, had she heard him correctly? I thought I was just going to be a small part in it. That's one of the reasons I called you in this morning. Nate paused, clearly mulling over his choice of words. Look, Ellie, I've known you and your family for years, and I feel like I can be honest with you. Once you agreed to participate, I sent the producers the staff photos of you and the rest of the team who said they were in. According to the documentary team, you having a larger role will help the marketing of the film. It doesn't hurt that you're our resident shark enthusiast, but I did want to talk with you about your expanded role. If you're uncomfortable being the face of the film, I completely understand. You can pull out of the project, and I will deal with the producers. Bless the man's heart. He was trying so hard to say, they chose you because you're pretty, without risking a human resources nightmare or disrespecting her in the process. I get it, Nate. It did make her uncomfortable, and a little miffed, as though she'd been chosen for her looks and not her expertise. Still, if she could help educate the public about the role of sharks in a marine ecosystem, and about the fact that they weren't the monsters folks thought they were, would it be worth it? I'm going to need to think about it and pray on it a little. Can I let you know before closing tonight? Being the center of attention wasn't her forte, as that had always been more Sage and Levi's arena. Still, if she could make a difference. Absolutely. Nate raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Please do. I do want you to know that I'll be there as much as I can. Not to mention, they asked for a referral for a captain for dives, and I recommended Knox as long as he agrees. Between the two of us, you'll never have a shoot where you feel abandoned. One thing I did have them work in is a clause in which you feel your safety is violated during the dives. This team seems solid, though they're still finalizing the director, and sometimes these shark documentaries can put their divers in dangerous situations. That did make her feel better, and she appreciated Nate's clear desire to make her as comfortable as possible in an awkward situation. Ultimately, the goal was to educate people about sharks and their role in the greater marine ecosystem. It was to communicate the passion she had for animals that had been demonized when they ought to be respected. She could deal with a bit of silly hair and makeup if it meant the message would be shared. You know what, I'll do it. Where do I sign? Knox hung up the phone with the producers Nate sent his way, still in disbelief of what they'd said. He turned to Brant, where the deckhand filled the tank of his large fishing vessel with gas. Change of plans. The fishing rodeo was coming up soon, and he and Brant had planned to scout out a few locations that morning since they didn't have any charters or tours on the schedule. He'd already purchased a haul at Wyatt's Bait and Tackle from Hal, a staple on Magnolia Island. Brant's brows furrowed, his back straightening as he pulled the gas tank from its tilt. What's going on? Pulling his hat from his head, Knox ran a hand through his hair. It was a nervous habit he'd developed as a kid, but not one that he felt compelled to quit doing. You know how I told you about that documentary on sharks they want Allie for? Well, apparently, they want me as the boat captain for the venture. For that, he imagined he had to thank Nate, Allie's boss who he'd known his whole life. I've got to head over to the aquarium to take a look at the contract. The corner of Brant's lip turned up in a smirk. You gonna go all Hollywood on me, now? He took on an affected air and raised his voice up an octave or two. Oh, Knox Parker, he's that dreamy captain from the shark movie. He fanned himself, batting his eyes quickly. He's such a dreamboat. Knox tossed a rag his way, nailing him in the face in the process. I'm not even going to be on film. They just need a local captain who knows the water around here. Climbing out of the boat and onto the dock, he placed his hat back on his head. But I'll be sure to let you know if they need an annoying and less good-looking sidekick. He gestured to the tank at the back of the boat, the one where they'd hold any catches that needed to be released for the rodeo. Clean the tank till it shines, and don't forget who signs your checks. Brant hopped in the boat from where he'd been filling the gas tank, chuckling as he went. Fine, boss. I'll spit shine the tank. Just remind Allie that when she's done with those boat bunnies on the north side of the island, Ola Brant's happy to step in. The kid might be too big for his britches, but he was the best deckhand Knox had ever had. I'll be sure to pass that on. As he walked down toward the MIRF, he couldn't help but think through what the documentary might mean for Allie. She'd never sought the limelight, but her passion for sharks and objective beauty would definitely have folks tuning in. In fact, he'd been telling her for years she should start some sort of social media page educating folks on different aspects of marine life, sharks in particular. She already ran the IN's social media for Lydia since the woman was more or less allergic to technology, and she'd grown the followers and patrons significantly. Surely, with it being a nature documentary, there wouldn't be any funny business going on. Still, he'd be there regardless. Since childhood, Knox had done his best to take care of Allie, but her brothers had done a pretty good job of that on their own. She didn't need it, at least when she was fired up about something like she had been with Austin. Knox didn't know that he'd ever been prouder of her than he had in that moment. Still, it was the role he played in their friendship, and old habits died hard. He made his way down the beachfront sidewalk to the large building on the waterfront where Allie worked. As he did, memories of him and his father making this exact same walk to get lunch after a long morning of fishing assaulted him. James Parker had loved the ocean as much as anyone Knox had ever met, and he'd passed that love on to his only child. Fishing was his first love, though he'd started running tours sometime after Knox was born to make a little more money so Knox's mother could stay home. Mom hadn't been back to Magnolia Island since about 6 months after his death at sea. It was a horrible tragedy, a lightning storm that hadn't been forecast until later in the day. A strike and subsequent fire aboard the boat, his father had no chance to make it home. They only realized what happened after Rudy Grant had seen what happened from his own boat and nearly died trying to save Dad. He'd done his best, as had Rudy's deckhand and the Coast Guard vessel he'd called, but they were too late. He'd been 17 at the time, about to graduate from high school. Mom stayed in town long enough for him to finish and get set up as a captain in his own right, but she couldn't stay in the house they'd shared all those years any longer. To her credit, she'd never tried to talk Knox out of following in his father's footsteps, something he knew she wished with everything in her she could. She'd also signed over his childhood home to him, one he'd almost completely redone with Allie's help. Knox approached the large glass doors to the MIRF, opening with one last glance at the ocean. It may have claimed his father, but it also made him feel closer to the man than anywhere else on earth. He also felt closer to God than he did in any church building, and more at peace floating atop the water than he ever did on land. Chapter 8. Allie squirmed in her chair as Knox asked his 10th question of the morning. So we'll get paid once the documentary is officially released? His tone dripped with uncertainty, and she wouldn't doubt if they decided to find themselves another boat captain. If he wasn't careful, he was going to have them scrubbing the whole documentary. Tim Landers, the producer of the film, nodded from the other side of his video conference in Nate's office. He'd been patient with Knox questioning everything from filming schedule to more nitpicky contract terms. Since when did he think he was a lawyer? Yes, sir. That's becoming more common in the industry these days, and it actually benefits you more than you think. Knox sat back in his seat, crossing his arms over his chest. How so? Allie started to bite her nails, eager to get this meeting and signing of the contracts over with. Knox might be fine with confrontation and tense negotiation, but she wasn't. Brushing some lint off his shoulder from his office in Los Angeles, Tim spoke again, to his credit, as patient as anyone could be. Well, a back-end deal like this can often earn folks more money when documentaries blow up. Your earning potential ceiling is much higher. The meeting dragged on for another 30 minutes until Knox finally noticed Allie biting her fingernails down to the quick. His eyes met hers, and he sighed. The question there was clear, and Allie nodded to keep from kicking him under the table. She'd never been so ready to leave a room in her life, and she'd probably sign away her firstborn child just to walk through Nate's door. Allie, Nate said gently from his own seat at the head of the conference table. Do you have any questions about your role? Shaking her head quickly, Allie rolled her chair back from the table. Nope, just show me where to sign and tell me where to be. Knox's eyes widened like Allie had just told him she was a mermaid, and he covered her hand with his. Wait, you don't have any questions at all? Not about what expectations will be of you or the greater tone they want for the film? He jerked his head towards the door, his back to the camera, and lowered his voice. Can I talk to you outside for a minute? Suddenly, the petulant child in her that had always hated being babied by her siblings and the tension of the meeting collided within her. Fire rose in her belly at the same time her cheeks flamed from the embarrassment of his second-guessing her. She was good at her job, and she'd do well in front of the camera. No, Knox, you can't. Narrowing her eyes, she tore her gaze from his shocked one back up to the screen. Just send over the documents, and we'll be all done here. 10 minutes later that felt like an eternity as she felt the tension rolling off Knox in the conference room. She burst free from the meeting and had to physically stop herself from stomping down the hall. Knox had tried 2 more times during the meeting to question Tim on her behalf, and she'd shut him down both times. She'd deal with what came when it came, and Knox would have to understand she wasn't the 13-year-old girl he'd taken home on his bike after her boyfriend broke up with her in front of everyone after school. Allie. Knox's voice carried down the hallway, booming in a way it rarely did. They were in the long corridor of the MIRF that housed all the offices, Kara's included, and his voice echoed off the walls. Allie, wait up. She whirled around, her anger rising at the sight of coworkers sticking their heads out of their offices to see what all the commotion was about. If possible, her cheeks grew even redder at the sight. What? She placed her hand on her hip with her teeth involuntarily gritting as he jogged to reach her. What do you want now? Want to embarrass me some more? Do you want to sign the contract on my behalf? She gestured wildly at Nate's door behind him where her boss stood and watched the show as well. Go ahead, make me look like more of an incompetent employee than you already did. She lowered her voice, seething as she spoke. You're not my father, Knox Parker, and you just humiliated me in front of my boss and folks who will soon be my coworkers. Knox took a step back, his hands raised in surrender. Al, I'm sorry, I just wanted to make sure you knew what you were getting into. Something about this rubs me the wrong way. It had her, too, but no way she'd admit that to Knox in that moment. That's not your responsibility, it's mine. I've let you and my brothers, even Sage and my mom, treat me like a child for years. I'm not a child, Knox. Between his reaction about the necklace and the case to his ribbing about her dating choices to his actions in the meeting, Allie was done being treated like she wasn't capable of making her own decisions. With that, she spun around again and walked as quickly as her feet would take her out of the building and down the boardwalk towards Sage's nursery. She didn't have any summer camp responsibilities for 2 hours, and she desperately needed her sister's presence to calm her down. It didn't take long, 5 minutes at the most, to make the few turns required to reach Plant Babies, the collection of 2 large greenhouses, a storage building, and rows of outside plants that made up Sage's business. The greenhouses, long clear buildings made of hurricane glass and steel, housed both plants and a collection of water features Sage had begun carrying that year. 2 of her employees, Paul and Wanda, looked up from behind the counter when Allie pushed through the door. Paul was an older man, a grandfather who worked 15 hours a week helping her water her plants and rotate any who needed it, and worked for Sage since she opened her business. Wanda came on more recently, and she primarily helped man the desk when Sage was out working with the plants. "Hi, honey," Wanda said with a wide grin. "Looking for the boss?" Deep breaths. "Don't take your anger out on innocent people." "Yes, ma'am." "Is she here?" Of course she was there. Sage was always there unless she was training for some sort of race, spreading the word about the farmer's market, or helping their mother at Mercy's Landing. "She's out back," Wanda replied cheerily. "I'll radio her and let her know you're here." "That's all right. I'll just go find her." "Thank you." Allie did her best to force a smile as she moved a little slower back outside to where her sister bent over a large aloe plant, and multiple empty pots. Sage had a habit of talking to her plants, something Allie had never known her to be ashamed of. "Okay, ladies," Sage said as she pulled a small aloe plant out of the larger pot and placed it in one of those at her feet. "I'm going to need you to slow down a bit on the procreation. I appreciate your commitment to the cause, but I can't give aloe plants away as fast as y'all are having babies." Allie snorted as her sister stood and spun to face her. "I didn't realize there was such a scandal going on down here. The Magnolia Island gossip mill is falling down on their job." Shrugging her shoulders, Sage pulled off her gloves. "Aloe plants are notoriously prolific, and my girls all seem to be in a race as to who can have the most children. It is called Plant Babies, after all." She paused, taking in Allie from head to toe. "Why do you look like you did the time that guy you were dating called Theo a dirty mutt?" "Ugh. Grant." She'd dated him before Austin, but it only lasted a few weeks. Theo was a mutt, a rescue she'd gotten from the shelter, but he'd looked at her dog like he wasn't worth the gum on the bottom of someone's shoe. Thankfully, as a parting gift, Theo had left something for Grant to step his $500 loafers into as Allie sent him walking. "I'm not even sure where to start." Sage held up a finger and pulled her radio from the pocket on her overalls. "Wanda, I'm going to take a few minutes. I'll be in my office if y'all need me." She grabbed Allie's arm and led her toward the small cottage on the back of the property that acted as Sage's office. "I have a feeling this conversation requires a hot beverage. Coffee or tea?" "Coffee," Allie said as she followed her sister over the threshold and sunk down into one of the deep green velvet chairs she had for visitors. "Definitely coffee." Her sister's office was exactly like one might expect of her, albeit more neurotically organized. Windows let in plenty of natural light, while the whole place was decorated in jewel tones and indoor plants. The ceiling fan rotated overhead, occasionally lifting the corner of a paper or two on Sage's desk. A bookshelf behind the desk was filled with everything from business books to plant guides to 3-ring binders full of records, which Allie would bet every one of her dollars had also been digitized. Sage's desktop computer, the screensaver a picture of their family on the opening day of Plant Babies, hummed in the background. Sage plopped down in the other fluffy green chair as she handed Allie a cup of coffee. The tea bag hung out of her own cup as she settled in and crossed her legs in a move Bryn called crisscross applesauce. She took a sip and pushed her multicolored headband back on her head a bit, her dark curls somehow perfect even after a morning digging in the dirt. All right, shoot. Allie poured out the story of everything that had happened that morning, as well as her growing frustration over the other ways Knox had been trying to rescue her lately. I understand it's part of who he is, she said as she took a sip of her hazelnut-creamed coffee. I just wish he'd stop seeing me as a little girl who needs to be protected and instead as a woman who can fend for herself. Sage listened intently as she always did, her face understanding as she took in Allie's story. You know, I think part of this is our fault. She cocked her head to the side and stared out the window at the small slice of ocean she could see from the property. What was she talking about? Your fault? What do you mean? Sage took a deep breath, something she always did when searching for the right words. We've protected you your whole life. We've never let you really live with the consequence of mistakes you've made. We've never let you fall on your face. Mom's been telling us for years that it would come back to bite you, but none of us listened. Though, to be fair, she does it too. Working hard not to be offended, Allie placed her coffee down on the cream-colored table between their chairs. Fall on my face how? You're smart, probably the smartest of all of us, but you've made some pretty dumb decisions in the past. You can't argue that. You put off changing the oil on your car until it nearly blew up on you. You went on a trip with Kara to New York when you had virtually no money left in your account. I can't even count the number of times you forgot something at school over the years, and one of us brought it to you. She placed her own mug down on the table, her tone softening. Aiden fixed your car for you while he was home on leave. I sent you money when you were in New York, and all of us have bailed you out of things over the years. That's part of growing up. We've all done stuff like that, but we had to live with the consequences in a way you didn't because we didn't make you. Allie opened her mouth to argue but closed it again. Was her sister right? Had everyone in her life, Knox included, mowed down obstacles for her to the point where she had what Mama had always called book smarts but no street smarts? Maybe they had, and maybe she'd let them. She'd always liked to know what to expect in life, and long-term change scared her. She also had an impulsive streak that had gotten her into trouble a time or two. She stared out the window for a moment, the calming scent of lavender and chamomile flowing through the room. So what do I do about it? Sage pulled her long, athletic legs up to her chest and wrapped an arm around them. I think you know the answer to that. She did, and despite her earlier offense to Sage's assertions, her sister was right. She needed to apologize to Knox, and she needed to stop letting her family bail her out of difficult situations. It wasn't their job, not anymore. She was a grown woman now, and it was time she acted like it. I guess I've got to woman up, don't I? A wide grin stretched across Sage's dirt-smudged face. That's my girl. That afternoon, Knox worked below deck on his cabin cruiser, performing general maintenance on the vessel, though his mind wasn't all there. Whoa, Brant said from his spot above deck. His face appeared in the hatch opening. You okay, down there? Sounds more like you're beating up the old girl than fixing her? Knox would never beat up you on a boat, especially not the Harriet's Rose, but he had been tossing his tools a little harder than normal after he finished with them. I'm fine. He knew he spoke in barely audible grunts, but Brant seemed to take the hint anyway and went about the rest of his chores with a shrug. The fight with Allie replayed in his mind over and over again, as though on a loop of anger and pain. He hadn't meant to treat her like a child, but how could she not see that there were issues with that contract? She only had one escape route if things went south, and that was only if she had a legitimate concern her life was in danger. She dove with sharks all the time, and she'd never felt anything but a deep respect for their dominance in the water. But honestly, they weren't the predators Knox was worried about. Tim seemed all right, but something about the whole situation sat poorly in Knox's gut. Still, he'd signed the contract once she did, committed to being around and at least keeping an eye on things. He'd run through their yelling match in the hallway one more time when Brant's face appeared above the hatch again. Knox? Allie's here to see you. Theo's face appeared as well, his tongue wiping a long trail on Brant's face before turning to stare down at Knox. If his vibrating head and neck were any indication, the dog's tail was wagging hard. "I'll be right there." Hope and dread filled him simultaneously as he climbed the ladder to the main level of the cabin cruiser. Had she come to fight some more? He didn't want to, but he also didn't know how else he could have acted. Should he have just let her sign a contract blind with none of the important questions answered? That seemed short-sighted at best. His ascension was quick, and his breath caught as soon as he spotted her. Allie was beautiful, all done up for church or a night out, but he'd always preferred her the way she was. She'd changed out of her work clothes, the blue MIRF shirt and khaki shorts, and replaced them with one of her casual loose tanks and athletic shorts. Her beach-waved hair was braided and sat softly over her right shoulder while curly blonde tendrils framed her face. She didn't have much makeup on, not that she ever wore a whole lot, and Knox couldn't imagine a more beautiful woman. She bit her nails and sat cross-legged on the deck next to Theo. The dog laid his head in her lap and raised his brow at Knox as if to say, "Be nice to my human, okay?" Knox grabbed a water from the cooler and removed his hat long enough to wipe the sweat from his face. "Want a drink?" He glanced around, but Brant was nowhere to be found. Apparently, he'd made himself scarce once Allie and Theo came aboard. "I'm good, thank you." "Listen, Knox, I'm sorry," he burst out. The words had a mind of their own, but he didn't want to take them back. "I didn't mean to interrupt you, I just No, she interrupted this time, "let me finish. I'm sorry I got angry at you. You were only doing what I've let you do for a long time, what I've apparently let everyone do." He sat down on the deck beside her, leaning his back against one of the storage benches and stretched his legs in front of him. "Let everyone do what?" Allie scoffed, her eyes towards the ground. "Sage helped me realize that y'all have been covering my mistakes for me for years, never letting me make my own, and it's only recently begun to bother me. Still, I never told anyone that. I didn't even quite know what was going on myself. I guess I just want to be treated like the adult I am, not some little girl who needs protecting from the big bad wolves of Hollywood." To him, Allie Jameson was many things, but a little girl hadn't been one of them for a long time. Still, he did have a tendency to try and help where he wasn't necessarily needed or asked for when it came to her. "I just didn't want you to get taken advantage of." She removed her hand from Theo's soft fur and placed it on top of his. "I know," she said with a sad smile, "and I appreciate that you've always looked out for me. I just think it's time I start making some of my own mistakes, which," she shrugged with a chuckle, "I may well have with this documentary." Knox flipped his hand to hold hers, her soft skin and gentle touch as calming to him as it ever had been. "Maybe, but if so, we'll go down together." He paused, taking in her sun-kissed skin and long wavy hair, her hazel eyes sparkling in the setting sun. If he kissed her right then, would she kiss him back? Or would she push him away and avoid him? No, he wouldn't risk the latter, but he couldn't not say what he was thinking. "For the record, I haven't thought of you as a little girl for a long time." Chapter 9. Allie took the butter dish Levi passed her from across the inn's dinner table. They'd all gathered for dinner at Mama's, Knox included, as they often did on weeknights. Sage, Rob, and Bryn had joined them as well, a rare occurrence for all of them to be able to come at the same time. "So my hope with the project is to raise awareness and mitigate fear of sharks among beachgoers across the country. I'd love it if Shark Lydia was still in the area, and we could even get a new tag on her since her old one fell off." With a snort, Levi swallowed his bite of dinner roll. "Lydia's right here," he said as he pointed to Mama. "You could just tag her now." Bryn giggled and shook her head. "Uncle Levi," she said, "Shark Lydia, not Nana." "You tell him, Brinny Bear," Allie said with a wink. The dinner continued uneventfully, with the occasional guest coming in or out, always invited to take a plate in the dining room if they were hungry. Rarely did anyone take Mama up on it, but she always offered whenever her guests came through. The family dynamic intertwined with a place of business was something the Jameson kids had grown used to. Their parents had run the inn as long as Allie could remember, and Mama had done an incredible job of carrying on once Dad had passed away from pancreatic cancer when she was just a preteen. The place held 6 guest rooms, and 2 others that had once been family rooms had now been turned into guest rooms as well. Mama kept one room open besides hers on the family floor in case Bryn ever stayed the night, but she was a businesswoman at heart. Every available room was usually booked. As a businesswoman, Lydia's next question didn't surprise Allie at all. How is your pay going to be structured for the project? She was curious, not accusatory, but heat rose up in Allie's cheeks at the memory of how she just signed the documents without asking more questions about the compensation. We have more of a back-end deal for this project. It's apparently pretty common among filmmakers these days. Lydia narrowed her eyes, her expressive face clearly communicating what she didn't say in words. And you've signed the contract? Yes. There's a clause regarding fear for personal safety, but otherwise I'm locked in. Levi cocked his head to the side and served himself another helping of green beans. So what does the back-end deal entail? That doesn't sound right. I agree, Rob said quietly. I think you might have jumped the gun on this one. Al, want to have a lawyer go over the contract? I can talk to Stuart and see if there are any other loopholes to get you out of it. Knox stayed quiet, and for that Allie was grateful. It was her fault that they'd both signed such a questionable contract, but now they were more or less bound by it. No, thanks for offering. I think we'll just move forward and see how it plays out. The uncertainty rankled her, but she had no choice. I really think you should reconsider, Rob replied as he pulled out his phone. Here, I'll just call Stuart and get his thoughts dash. No, Allie said clearly. Her tone calmed a little as she continued. I appreciate the offer, but it's not necessary. Rob stared at her for a moment, surprise clear on his face that she'd asserted herself so forcefully. All right. It's your decision. Just let me know if you change your mind. His attention turned to where Bryn had stuck her hand in her ketchup rather than dipping her vegetables in them. She licked down her hand, unaware that the adults were no longer distracted. B, what have I told you about that? The little girl sighed, her auburn braid dotted with small bits of ketchup. Don't. She picked up her broccoli and dumped it in the ketchup before taking a bite. Hey, Daddy, tell them about your new rookie who doesn't look like he's going to pass mustard. The tension fully broken, Rob chuckled. The word is a muster. As the night went on, the family shared about things going on in their various jobs. Levi told about his frustration with the journalists at the Magnolia Island Chronicle, extra frustrating since they shared a building. Rob told them of a new rookie who had somehow made it out of training but acted like he didn't have 2 brain cells to rub together. Sage didn't have any complaints, but she was happy to share about a new shipment of succulents she'd received from a supplier in Virginia. She planned to take them to the farmer's market the next day and see if hesitant folks might be more willing to jump into the plant world, with something more low maintenance. Knox stayed mostly quiet, inserting himself in the conversation only when he had something of importance to say. As friendly as he was, he'd never been one to try and talk over someone else, and her family could take good-natured chaos to the next level. They finished up the rest of their food, and Rob and Bryn volunteered to clear the table. Excellent, Mama said happily. Sage, can you step out back with me for a moment? There's some sort of black spot on a couple of my rose bushes, and I need you to help me figure out how to help them. Knox pushed back from the table, taking his own plate to the sink to rinse it off. I think I'm going to head out. Thank you so much for having me, Mrs. Lydia. Let me know if that garbage disposal starts acting up again. She's lucky you're handy, Levi said as he pulled out a towel and all-purpose cleaner. Rob and I can barely manage snaking a drain, much less repairing the whole disposal. Aiden really messed us up by taking himself and his handyman skills to the Middle East. Mama pulled Knox close into her side, her head only coming up to his shoulder. She wore another one of her floral kimonos and loose linen pant outfits, though this time she'd paired it with some dangly earrings that Bryn loved. All my boys are welcome here, regardless of their skills with a toolbox. She pressed a motherly kiss to Knox's cheek. But I won't say Knox hasn't picked up some slack for you too. She winked and tossed another rag in Levi's direction. Don't use my decorative towel to wipe the table down, use a rag. Allie had helped cook dinner, so she was off duty according to their family rule that the cook didn't clean. She followed Knox out of the kitchen and into the entryway, noticing how well his broad shoulders filled out his dark blue polo shirt. He'd removed his baseball cap, but it hung on a hook by the door so he could grab it on the way out. You headed out? He turned, his soft smile comforting in the low light of evening. Yep, walk with me? Sure, just let me tell Mama. She hurried onto the back porch and down the steps where Sage knelt examining one of the rose bushes. Mama, Knox and I are headed out. Thanks for dinner. She pulled her into a hug, Mama's charcoal-colored curls brushing against Allie's cheek. Thanks for helping me with the cooking, darling. Is Knox walking you home? She grinned, and Allie knew exactly where her thoughts had jumped. Lydia Jameson was many things, but subtle was not one of them. Sage stood to her feet, her own smirk secure on her face. Of course he is. Knox is the most gentlemanly one out of this whole crew. I did try with the boys, Mama said with a shrug. And they're passable, but I agree. Knox is one of a kind. She pinned her gaze on Allie, eyebrow raised. You better get on locking him down, girl. Every woman in my book club wants to set up their daughter, granddaughter, niece, or next-door neighbor with him. Allie rolled her eyes. Do you ladies ever actually read books at that book club? Of course not, Mama said with a scoff. We solve the world's problems, but mostly those on Magnolia Island. A man who looks like that and is such a sweetheart? Well, let's just say it's a good thing none of us are in his age bracket. Snorting, Sage knelt back down to the rose bush. We'll leave you alone for now, Allie. Go on home. As for Rosie here, I think I have a diagnosis. Grateful for the distraction her sister offered, Allie turned and hurried up the stairs and past the kitchen where Rob and Bryn did the dishes while flicking bits of soapy water at Levi. It would likely be less trouble for Mama to clean the place herself, but Allie knew she didn't mind. She had most of her chicks home, and that made her mother the happiest. She found Knox out on the front porch as he studied a spot on the rail that he'd repaired earlier that spring. Inspecting your work? Just making sure it hasn't started to wear down again. They moved down the steps and through the garden at the front of the property, the street just on the other side of a set of fruit trees Sage had planted a few years before. So my mom called today. She did? Harriet Parker called Knox fairly frequently, but she hadn't come to visit since the day she left town. After Mr. Parker died, she'd never been the same, the light in her eyes gone, and her will to keep moving sapped. She'd needed a change of pace, and moving to Virginia had been good for her. Knox went to visit a few times a year, and Allie had gone with him a time or two. She lived in a sweet little cottage in the Shenandoah Valley and was working in a salon as a nail technician. Yep, she says she's going to Atlanta to visit my aunt next weekend. She says she wants to stop by and spend the night. Allie's eyes widened. Here? That's what she said. I asked her if she was sure, and she said she thought she was ready. Knox took the bill of his hat and removed it before placing it back on his head. I hope it's not too much for her. Surprising herself, Ollie reached out and took his hand for the second time that day. Just as it had on the boat, it felt strong and steady, like it fit perfectly within hers. She's going to be great, because she's coming to see you. It was hard to remember what Mrs. Parker had been like before Mr. Parker passed away. She'd always been somewhat quiet, but she was loving and nurturing in the same way that Allie's mother always had been. Allie did remember thinking she was often funnier than folks gave her credit for. When Mr. Parker passed, it was like she became a shell of herself, but no one held it against her. Mama had tried her best to help, but she always said that everyone grieves in their own way. There was no timeline, and all folks needed to do was pray for them every day and make sure they knew they weren't grieving alone. Does she seem like she's doing well? She does, Knox said. I was actually surprised at how good she sounded. They spent the rest of the walk to Allie's apartment discussing Mrs. Parker and things they might do when she came to visit. She was engaged with the conversation, But her mother's words about all the other women interested in Knox kept rolling around in her head. She still held his hand, and neither made any move to change that. When they arrived at Allie's quadplex, an old white house with character in spades, the owner, Mr. Harold, stepped out dressed for an evening of yard work. "Evenin', Allie, Knox." He raised his hand and let it fall back down to his weathered jeans, a smile on his kind face. "Parker, you gonna join us in the fishing rodeo next week?" As if he even had to ask. The fishing rodeo was a staple of Magnolia Island's summer every year, and Knox had won more years than he lost. It had been a tradition he carried on from his father, but everyone still showed up to try and best him. Most people didn't know it, but he donated the purse every year to the women and children's shelter Rachel Grant ran on the island. She and her daughter, Lexi, had been residents of such a place many years before, and she'd done her best to pay the help forward ever since she'd moved back a few years before. "I'll be there," Knox replied. "Shaping up to be a nice day. Will I have the honor of competing against you and Hal this year?" Mr. Paul chuckled and shrugged. "I reckon we can't stay away. You'll wipe the floor with us like always, but you know what they say about old dogs." "You never know," Knox said. "I could have an off day just as easily as anyone." Just as he finished speaking, the phone in his pocket trilled its ringtone. He pulled it out and looked at the screen with pursed lips. "It's Levi." What would Levi need with Knox? They were just at the house together. "Maybe you forgot something?" With a shrug, Knox answered and put the phone on speaker. "Hey, Levi, you've got Allie and me both." Levi hesitated on the other end but let out a long sigh. "Hey, I'm actually glad I got you both. I need y'all to come down to the station tomorrow morning. There's been a development with the necklace, and we'll need to take statements." Knox's wide eyes met hers, his expression mirroring what she felt certain was present in her own. "We'll be there. Does 9 work?" Since the next day was Saturday, Allie didn't have work, and Knox must not have a charter until the afternoon. "Yep, I'll see you both tomorrow." He hung up with a click, and Allie would bet her whole savings he was headed to the station that night. Around family, he was the happy-go-lucky baby of the family. In his job, he was tough, smart, and calm. It was interesting seeing him in that context, as it reminded Allie of their dad. Pocketing his phone once more, Knox turned to look out at the ocean a few streets away. "What do you think that's about?" "I have no idea, but I guess we're about to find out." After Knox dropped Allie off at her apartment, he headed back to the dock to make sure everything was locked up tight for the evening. It was probably overkill. The fishing rodeo purse was a large one, and attempted sabotage was always a concern. There'd only been a few instances of it over the years, but the marina always employed more security leading up to the event. In fact, he'd been known to sleep on his boat to make sure no funny business went on. The rodeo was something he'd been competing in as long as he could remember. It was catch and release for swordfish and a couple other species, so there was a judge present on each boat. Others would get brought back to the dock to be officially weighed. He'd be competing in the swordfish, red snapper, and king mackerel categories this year, the 3 largest prizes totaling well over $20,000 in previous years. Last year, he'd won 2 of the 3 and took home the overall prize, quite a feat considering the weather that had whipped them around and threatened to call off the event. The forecast looked good for this year, and he and Brant had been working on their strategy for weeks. He'd really like to be able to deliver a large check to Ms. Grant at the women's shelter, as he knew they had a couple of large ticket items that needed updating. Brant would take his cut, of course, and he'd already been making noises about making a down payment for a new truck, but the rest would go to the shelter. They'd known Ms. Grant for years, as her daughter, Lexi, had gone to school with them and been Rob's college sweetheart. Knox had no idea what had broken them up, nor did he plan to ask, but it had sent Rob down a spiral that only the news of Bryn's impending arrival pulled him out of. Thoughts of whatever Levi had to tell them rolled over and over in his mind, interrupted only briefly by the memory of the feel of Allie's hand in his as they'd walked. If he told her how he'd felt for years, what would she say? He'd been praying for direction from the Lord where she was concerned for as long as he could remember, but it seemed like God remained silent on that particular matter. Did he not care? Was he not listening? His direction had been clear in so many ways in Knox's life, but not about his best friend that he'd love to be more. Still, he'd always shown her he cared by his natural protective instinct, and it appeared that wasn't as welcome anymore. Knox was a man of habit, one who preferred to read a manual and follow its instructions. But there was no manual for this, no matter how much he wished there was. Chapter 10. Kara stood at the counter in their apartment Saturday morning, sipping her coffee that tasted more like a cookie than coffee, with eyes wide. So Levi didn't tell you anything about what he wanted you to come in about? Both were off work today as it was a Saturday, and there were no Saturday children's programs that week. Not much. He just said there's been a new development with the necklace, and we need to give a statement. Allie shrugged as she poured her own coffee, a splash of hazelnut creamer her preferred flavoring. I didn't want to speculate too much about it, but last night I dreamed Charlie was alive after all this time. Wouldn't that be amazing? Kara let out a wistful sigh and hopped up to sit on the counter, her short legs dangling. If she were, she and Aiden could pick up where they left off. Could they? Aiden had always been the strong silent type, but he'd taken it to an entirely new level when Charlie had gone missing. Mama stayed up worrying about him often, and it was fairly clear to everyone his faith had become background noise in his life if it still existed at all. Maybe, but they would both be entirely different people now. I can't even imagine what that would feel like. But then, I haven't always been the sparkling presence you see before you. In high school, I hadn't yet figured out how to tame this wild mane, and my makeup was always at least 2 shades too dark and poorly blended. Plus, she gestured to her teeth that she'd had fixed in college with invisible braces. There was the whole buck tooth situation. The idea of a high school sweetheart to begin with is pretty foreign to me. Allie chuckled at the thought of her beautiful best friend trying to brush out her auburn curls the way Sage had all of one time in middle school. I didn't even have any guys seriously interested in me until college, so I'm with you. Lips pulling into a smirk, Kara took another sip of her coffee. Sure you didn't, Al. Before her friend could launch into another diatribe about how she and Knox were so clearly destined to be together, Allie poured out the rest of her liquid energy in the sink and placed the mug in the dishwasher. She used the same one every day, one she and Knox had gone to a pottery shop on the island and made on her 16th birthday. The shop was called Glazed and Confused, and when they first opened she'd been disappointed to find out it was not a donut shop. Still, the old hippie who'd run the place, Eddie Struthers, created beautiful work. He'd created a stencil for Allie so she could paint a shark on her bright blue glitter mug. Below it, she'd very carefully written a Shark Girl, in cursive lettering, the first time she ever embraced the moniker rather than letting it make her feel self-conscious. Somehow, the mug had held up over many years of use, and Knox still smiled every time he saw it. Allie tossed a dishwashing detergent tab into the slot before closing the door. On that note, I think I'll head up to the station. It's about time anyway, and I'm too antsy to stick around much longer. Suit yourself, Kara replied as she hopped off the counter. Make sure you don't fail your lie detector test and get thrown in the clink. There were so many things wrong with that sentence Allie didn't know where to start. I don't think I'll be hooked up to a lie detector test today. No one's called it the clink for at least 30 years, but I'll keep that in mind. 30 minutes later, Allie had thrown her hair into a messy bun atop her head and walked down Main Street from her apartment to the station. She'd had some time to waste, so she stopped for donuts along the way. While the Glazed and Confused had disappointed her all those years ago by not being a donut shop, Sadie Ray's coffee cart actually made excellent donuts despite the limited space. Juggling her box of a dozen donuts and second cup of coffee, Allie spotted Knox as soon as she approached the station. He sat outside on a brick wall that wrapped down the sidewalk a ways and kept the landscaping from encroaching onto the cement. Stress donuts? He grinned, clearly having trimmed up his beard the night before. It was a bit shorter, a little neater, though Allie had to admit it never looked bad regardless of how long it had been. Had some time to kill. Want one? He took the box from her, freeing up a hand that also held napkins. Reckon I will. Thanks. He took one from the box and wrapped it in a napkin, handing it to her. Ladies first. As he took his own, Allie took a bite of the still warm round of dough and sugar glaze. Whatever Sadie put in those things, it was like a little bit of heaven on her tongue. The dough itself was just the slightest bit crispy on the outside but soft in the middle. The glaze, dry just enough to add to the crunch, had a hint of something she could never quite identify. It might be almond, but she'd never been the baker in the family. I swear Sadie's food keeps getting better and better, Knox said as he shut his eyes and enjoyed the sweetness of his own. I keep telling her she should open a bakery and coffee shop, but she says the overhead on the island would kill her. Sadie sold herself short. She was a little older than them, probably in her mid-40s. She'd never married that Allie knew of, but she had always seemed happy and fulfilled with her work, friends, and service to the community. She went to church with them, and every Sunday provided a coffee station as folks milled inside. Maybe one day. Gesturing towards the door, Knox raised his eyebrow at her. Ready to go in? As ready as I'll ever be, Allie replied. She hoped whatever they were about to learn would be potential good news, but honestly, she couldn't imagine what Levi and his team would have uncovered in the weeks since they found the necklace. Knox opened his mouth to speak, but closed it again and started to head towards the building. He held the door open and followed Allie inside. Whatever Levi needed to tell them, and despite her frustration at some of his overprotective ways, she was grateful to have him by her side. The heat of the morning was quickly blasted away by the cold air inside the station, as was the peace of no sounds but ocean waves by ringing phones and the low hum of voices. Levi stood at the front desk to let them past the low barrier, his cop face firmly in place. Morning, y'all. Thanks for coming in today. He eyed the donut box in Knox's hand. Any of those for me? Levi finished his donut in 2 bites. Not unlike the time he'd swept the floor with everyone at the Dogs and Donuts Festival a few years before that the animal shelter had put on. Folks were able to sponsor a competitor in the timed competition, and those who'd sponsored the winner were entered into a drawing for the grand prize. Levi had practically inhaled 24 donuts in 5 minutes, looking no worse for the wear when he was finished. Rob, on the other hand, had also competed at Bryn's request. He'd not fared quite as well. That was also the day Allie had adopted Theo, so the real winner was clear. Plucking a second donut from the box in a manner that had Knox wondering how many pull-ups the man had to do in a day to maintain the physique he had with the eating habits of a college kid, Levi licked the glaze from his fingers. So, I imagine y'all are wondering why I called you down here. Allie settled back in her chair, its joints squeaking as she did so. I'd definitely like to know. I'm sure you would, Alley Cat. Never were much for patience. He winked at her affectionately before resuming what Allie called his cop face, once more. So, like I told you, the chief didn't think there was enough to reopen the case based solely on the necklace alone. I agreed with him, but he did agree to let me send it into the city for forensics. We figured it was the least we could do for Charlie's family to make sure we did our due diligence, and I had a buddy at the lab who owed me a favor. He paused and stood from his seat, his second donut long finished. Opening a box on the back counter of his office, he pulled out a manila envelope in one hand and an evidence bag with the necklace in the other. So, of course there were no prints to lift from the necklace, but my friend called and asked again how long Charlie had been missing. When I told him it had been around a decade, he perked up a little. In his words, Levi, I don't think this case is as open and shut as you thought. It's not. To be honest, Knox hadn't expected much from this morning's meeting, but Levi acted like there might actually be something there. Nope. According to Jay, there's no way that necklace has been in the ocean for longer than a few months. Based on the wear of the piece itself, he's guessing it's probably been there since May. Allie shot up out of her chair. May? She paused and chewed on the nail of her pointer finger. So what does all this mean? Could mean nothing, Levi replied evenly. Could mean something. Either way, I've been given the green light to investigate further, and that means I need official statements from the two of you regarding where and how you found the necklace. Chapter 11. Well, Knox said as they stepped back out onto Main Street into the sun that had since risen to nearly directly above their heads. That wasn't what I was expecting. How are you feeling? He was being careful, measured with his words and his tone. Clearly, Knox had taken their conversation about treating her with kid gloves to heart, and she appreciated it. I guess I'm not sure yet. On one hand, I would love to believe that Charlie is alive after all these years. On the other, I can't imagine what would have caused her to run away in the first place. Honestly, I'm not sure which outcome is worse for her. Had someone on the island been responsible for her disappearance? Had she left of her own accord? And if the necklace had indeed only been in the water since May, what did that mean for the rest of them? Knox wrapped his strong arm around her shoulder, and she settled into his side. I know what you mean, and I wish I had the answers. They walked in silence for a few moments until they passed the lone fancy restaurant on the island. Sinclair's had opened about 10 years before as an answer to folks' desire for something a bit more upscale than food trucks, and the Swordfish Grill. Allie couldn't imagine why, especially with Stephanie Wyatt churning out the food she did, but apparently it had been a popular request. As Knox and Allie approached to pass the place from one direction, Austin and none other than Jade Bilson approached from the other. There couldn't be a starker contrast between the two couples, though Austin and Jade were clearly on an actual date. Where Knox wore his familiar uniform of cargo shorts, t-shirt, and his blue baseball cap, Austin had on a pair of jeans that probably cost more than Allie's entire monthly paycheck. His button-up shirt was a cerulean blue that matched parts of the design on his tie. An expensive pair of sunglasses covered his eyes, while the gold watch his father gave him for Christmas kept time on his wrist. Jade looked beautiful in her purple halter dress, again likely more pricey than most of Allie's closet combined. She wore a diamond necklace and matching earrings, her dark brown hair pulled up into a stylish updo that showed them off. Oh hi, Allie, Knox, Jade crooned in a tone dripping with insincerity. What a surprise running into you two here. She looked up at Austin and tucked her arm in his. Austin was just taking me out for a quick lunch before we go to the garden party at the club. The club meant the country club in the city that Austin and his family loved so dearly. It was a nice place, and Allie had enjoyed the golf course and spa there while they dated, but it wasn't nearly the draw to her that it seemed to be for Jade. It's a beautiful day for it, Allie said brightly. Jade might have been her playground bully, but it had been a long time since that particular woman possessed the ability to make her feel insecure. I hope you two have a great time. Austin removed his sunglasses and tucked them in the collar of his shirt. I'm sure we will, sweetheart. He eyed Knox's arm where it was still firmly around Allie's shoulders. You two look cozy. Rather than removing his arm, Knox simply tipped his head upward in acknowledgement. Well, don't let us keep y'all from your lunch. We'll see you later. He gently prodded Allie forward, removing his arm once they got going again and had moved past the restaurant. How are you feeling about all that? How was she feeling? She'd been the one to end things with Austin after he showed what a pompous jerk he could be, but she hadn't been anywhere close to in love with him even before that. Honestly, those two deserve each other. Austin knew good and well that Jade Bilson was the one woman on the island who could really affect Allie and might give him a second glance, but it hadn't worked. She wasn't angry or even annoyed, just indifferent. He can date anyone he wants and I doubt I'd care. Knox didn't reply as they passed one of the souvenir shops on Main Street and turned down one of the paths toward the beach. Stopping to remove their shoes, they continued their walk down the sandy beach. The waves rolled in softly, and seagulls gathered around any areas of the beach they thought someone might give them some food. It being summer, the beach was crowded with children, families, and folks of all ages enjoying the day. Children ran with kites down a long stretch of flat sand and built sandcastles taller than they were. Women laid out on towels and in chairs or swam in the ocean with their families. A group of guys stood a little ways up the beach in a large pickup football game, laughing when the sand tripped them up. As their feet hit the water, Knox and Allie continued walking in the ankle-deep surf down the beach towards the inn. They hadn't even discussed where they were going next, but Allie knew it was time to tell Mama about the necklace. As she mulled over the conversation in her mind, Knox broke the silence with a question that surprised her. Why do you think you keep dating guys like that? He looked uncomfortable, not judgmental, though Allie still had to fight the hackles that rose in her whenever she felt others questioning her dating choices. Guys like Austin?
Yeah.
He said as he continued to stare down the beach. You're so kind and smart, unassuming and unimpressed by their money. You don't even let them spoil you the way they always want. That wasn't really out of any real conviction on her part, she just never wore jewelry or fancy clothes due to her job and hobbies. She barely drove the small SUV she had since she walked most everywhere on the island, and a new wetsuit generally wasn't flashy enough for what the guys she dated wanted to buy her. Honestly? They're safe. The admission surprised her as much as it seemed to surprise him, but as soon as the words left her lips, she knew they were true. Knox stopped and took her arm gently, turning her towards him. What do you mean by safe? His eyes narrowed, and she realized clarification was necessary before he got the wrong idea. I don't mean physically safe. Of course, I wouldn't date anyone who wasn't physically safe. He relaxed a little, and she forged on. I guess I just mean that I know I won't get too attached to any of them. He nodded, blinking a few times as he did so. And why don't you want to get attached? His voice was low, husky, and the hustle and bustle around them of a crowded beach seemed to fall away as she stared into his forest-colored eyes. The answer wrapped its knuckles on the door of her heart before she even realized the door was shut. I don't want to fall in love with someone and lose them like my mom did, like your mom did. The memory of hearing her mother sitting on the back deck of the inn sobbing after her father went into hospice would be etched in her mind forever. They'd known it was only a matter of days, maybe weeks, and seeing Mama stare down the barrel of a future with 5 children to raise and provide for all by herself was heartbreaking. If she never got used to anything else, maybe she'd save herself the pain. That's not what I expected your answer to be. Knox's gaze went back down to the sand as the waves came back and covered their feet. What did you expect? Honestly, Allie hadn't ever really verbalized the reason to herself before that moment. All she knew was that she felt emotionally safer with men she knew she had no future with than men like Knox. He was boring in the best way, something Mama had always told them was important in a man. Drama might be exciting for a time, but having a solid, steady man was a plus in marriage. Knox shrugged his broad shoulders, and Allie started to notice those around them again. I guess I'm not sure. It never made sense to me that you'd be doing it for the material aspect of it, so I genuinely had no idea. With a chuckle devoid of any real mirth, Allie shook her head. No, it's not the gifts or even fancy boat rides. I'd rather be on Harriet's Rose anytime. To that point, he hadn't tried to tell her her fears were unfounded or silly. He wouldn't have said it that way, of course, but she was thankful he didn't try to talk her out of something she didn't even really understand herself. He straightened his shoulders again, a small smile back on his face. Were you headed to the inn? Your mom asked me to stop by and make sure she was doing right by a pipe that needed replacing in the kitchen sink. He rolled his eyes, though his grin remained. I told her I'd just come do it, but you know how she is. Yep. If Mama knew something was above her skill set or time, she'd ask him to come out and work on it, but she took great pride in being able to fix some things herself. She'd refinished the floor and reupholstered the sitting room chairs herself last winter when the inn's guest count was low, and they had turned out beautifully. Her attempt to replace the dishwasher herself, though, had turned into a kitchen full of soap bubbles and water backing up into the floor, so she'd taken to asking Knox to stop by and check her work before she turned back on any water supply. I figure after this morning at the station, it's time to tell her about the necklace. The thought settled like a ton of bricks in her gut, but she knew it was the right decision. Mama would probably already be upset she'd been kept out of the loop thus far, and Allie knew how that felt. She'd be honest and let Mama decide whether Aiden needed to be told. As usual, Knox understood without her saying as much, and he took her hand as they walked the rest of the way down the beach to the inn. If she were looking for the type of man to marry, Knox would undoubtedly be it. He'd been like an anchor for her in times when everything inside her felt shattered, and he'd gently encouraged her faith even when it had been deeply shaken. He'd say he wasn't an anchor, that the Lord had been the one holding her steady, but Allie believed friends and family could play that role as well. It wasn't as deep as that which the Lord provided, but sometimes it had been all she had to hold on to. Mama had always said something similar of Dad, and Allie couldn't imagine losing that in the cruel manner they lost him. It hadn't been fair, and she didn't know that she'd be able to have held up half as well as her mother in the same shoes. No, the more she thought about her reasoning behind a serious relationship, the more she knew it was true. Letting Knox into her heart even further seemed like a recipe for heartbreak as it had been for both their mothers. As strong and steady as his hand felt in hers, they couldn't be more than friends. It was the only way she had to protect herself. Lydia's eyes sparkled with unshed tears as she perched on the sofa across from Knox and Allie in the inn's sitting room. So are they reopening the case? Charlie had been like another daughter to her, the girl's own parents never really around for reasons Knox didn't know. Do they think she might be alive? We don't know, Allie said as she stood to join her mother on the couch. Levi is doing the best he can to find out the truth about where the necklace came from and what it means. I'm sorry we kept this from you, Mama, we just didn't want to reopen old wounds if the necklace had been there all this time. A tear spilled over onto Lydia's cheek and she wiped it with the tissue she'd grabbed from the end table. I understand, honey. Her curly silver hair was pinned back with a clip at the back of her head, but a few tendrils fell down in her face. Most folks thought Lydia looked the most like Sage, with their wild hair and similar style, but Knox saw so much of Lydia in Allie as well. They had similar bone structure, softer than Sage's that she'd shared with her dad. Lydia and Allie's eyes, the same shade of hazel, had always reminded Knox a bit of the ocean at sunset when the tide had risen. Sometimes, with the way the ocean flora combined with the color of a bright orange sunset, it took on a hazel hue rather than blue. To Knox, it was as beautiful as any crystal clear water could ever be. Lydia sniffed once and wiped her eyes once more. Have you told Aiden? No, Allie said quickly. We thought you'd have a better idea of whether or not we should. Rob and Sage know about the necklace, but we haven't told them about what forensics found out. That was wise. I don't think he needs to hear about this while he's deployed. I'll talk to Levi and make sure he gives us a heads up if something's going to hit the papers, but until then, I'd prefer we wait until your brother comes home to say anything about it. Shutting her eyes tightly, Knox wondered if Lydia's mind had gone back to days gone by. He had many memories of her in the kitchen with Charlie when he and Allie would come bounding through the front door. The smells of different baked goods, cakes, muffins, candies, and bread would waft out the door and down the steps to the point other neighborhood kids would show up at the inn's door asking if Mrs. Lydia needed any help with anything around the inn. She'd put them to work sweeping the porch or pulling weeds in the flower beds, only to send them home with a whole box full of treats for themselves and their families. From what he remembered as an unobservant kid, Charlie had always seemed happy and fulfilled working in the kitchen with her boyfriend's mother. While other girls might have been self-conscious or uncomfortable, she'd been at home at the inn whether Aiden was gone to football practice or even basic training as she had been when he was right there, at the kitchen table. Allie pulled her mother into a tight hug, both women wiping a tear or two from their eyes. I'm sorry this hurts you, Mama. I was really hoping you wouldn't have to know. Running the back of her weathered hand down her daughter's cheek, Lydia pulled back and smiled softly. My love, God doesn't promise us a trip with no waves or storms. He simply promises us that He will be with us in the midst of them. He is our lighthouse when everything around us seems dark, and He knows how this will all turn out. I have peace in that. Did Allie have peace in that, too? Knox hadn't pushed back at her reasoning for dating men she knew she'd never marry, but surely she understood the problems with that. She had to, not to mention the fact that closing yourself off from love for fear of getting hurt was no way to live. Allie had always seemed fearless to him, jumping in the water with sharks or off the cliffs at Price's Point every summer with no hesitation. Relationships seemed to be excluded from that courage, and if her mind was made up, where did that leave him? Chapter 12. Kara's head appeared in the doorway into her bedroom the next morning as Allie dressed for church. Are you wearing your green wedges today? Nope, Allie replied as she pulled on her standard brown strappy sandals. You need to borrow them? Kara paused for a second and placed a hand on her stomach, her forehead scrunching together. Yes, thank you. Are you all right? She didn't look so good, a little green in the gills, as Mama would say. Shaking her head, Kara leaned against the door facing into Allie's room. I'm fine, just a little stomach upset. My stomach's been a little off this morning, must have been something I had yesterday at Bradley's cookout. It'll pass soon, I'm sure. Kara had been dating Bradley off and on for a few months, and yesterday he'd thrown a cookout with some college friends at the beach house his parents owned. He wasn't a bad guy, and Allie certainly couldn't pass judgment on anyone's dating history, though she wasn't sure what Kara saw in him. What did he serve? Oh, the usual. Shrimp, oysters, hot dogs, chips. The only thing that tasted the slightest bit off might have been the oysters, but I only had a few. Kara's face suddenly drained of all color just as she bolted into their shared bathroom. It didn't look like Kara would be making it to church after all. Allie put her roommate's hair up in a quick bun to help keep it out of her way, then placed a cool wet rag on the back of her neck. What do you need? How can I help? With one more retch, Kara wiped her mouth with a tissue and looked up at Allie. Her eyes were a little glassy, but the color in her cheeks had returned a bit. Can you teach my class for me this morning? It's too late for me to call another sub. Kara taught the 6 to 8-year-old Sunday school class at church, something she'd been doing since soon after she arrived. Bryn was in her class, and Allie had helped her with it on occasion. Absolutely. I'll bring you back some medicine and a sports drink when I come home, but for now you'll just want to get whatever it is inside you out. Kara hadn't grown up on the island or even near the ocean, but Allie was nearly positive it had been the oysters. They weren't in season, though telling her at the moment seemed a little petty. Thank you, Al. She placed a cup of water next to Kara on the floor, as well as her cell phone so she could call or text if she needed something. I'll bring home crackers and soup too, so you can have them when you start to feel better. Kara just nodded before her face disappeared into the toilet again. Allie hated to leave her, but she needed to get going if she was going to beat the munchkins into the classroom. Maybe she could convince Knox to help her out. By the time she reached the church, her mother was already in the lobby talking to Mrs. Brenda. She caught Mama in a quick hug before heading down the hallway toward the 6 to 8-year-old classroom. Rob and Bryn already sat on the floor in the corner building a house out of blocks, her somewhat grumpy brother always turning into a big softy around his daughter. That's it, Rob said as Bryn placed a chimney up top. I'd say that place looks good enough to move in. Bryn giggled and rolled her eyes at her father before settling into his lap. Daddy, we can't live in there. It's too small. He pressed a kiss to her cheek before pulling back with a grin. Are you sure? I don't know. Spotting Allie in the doorway, he raised an eyebrow at her. What do you think, Allie Cat? Think we could live in there? Knox's familiar voice sounded from behind her. If you can't, I want to. He stepped into the room with his lips stretched into a smile. Kara texted me to ask if I would help you out with the Rugrats today. Uncle Knox, we are not Rugrats. Bryn placed her hands on her hips fiercely. That's crawling babies. We're big kids. Rob stood with a chuckle. And don't you forget it, Parker. Do you guys need any help in here? Is Kara okay? Allie scrunched up her nose. She ate some oysters at Bradley's house yesterday. Having grown up on the island and knowing their way around a fishing boat, both men groaned. Rob looked down to Bryn and took her hand. Brinny Bear, what months do we eat oysters? Any month with an R, Bryn exclaimed loudly. That's right, baby. Rob turned back to Allie. She need anything? More children had begun sprinkling into the room as 10 o'clock approached. I'm stopping on the way home to pick up a few things, and she's got her phone with her if she needs to call anyone. You can go on to your class, though. I think we've got it covered. Knox dropped to a knee to receive the Hamner twins as they dove into his arms. The boy's dad was a fisherman who often worked with Knox, not to mention the fact he just had a way with kids. You're good, Dad, he said to Rob. We'll take good care of your girl. Just then, Bryn's friend, Katie, arrived. The two squealed and hugged as though they'd not just been at school together 2 days before. Rob waved at his daughter as he scooted out the door. Clearly, I'll be missed. As the parents continued to drop off their children, Allie couldn't help but notice what a natural Knox was with them. She'd never really pictured herself with children, something that made sense after her conversation with Knox the day before. Still, something about watching him with them made her feel an unfamiliar warmth, butterflies floating in her belly. They followed the curriculum for the Bible story, Jonah and the whale, and Knox even organized a few of the kids to do a skit. Allie had a few facts about the large fish digestive system that at least one or two of the kids found interesting, but mostly they were just excited for the snacks of cheese crackers she found in the cabinet. By the time parents came to pick them up, Allie could swear every child in there wanted to go for a ride in Harriet's Rose. "Looks like you're going to have to arrange a Sunday school field trip," Katie's mom, Rhonda, said as she lifted Katie into a hug. "She's going to be talking about this for weeks." Raising his hand in a salute, Knox feigned a serious expression. "Captain Knox Parker at your service." He brought his hand down and grinned. "I'll ask Kara and Pastor John what they think, but I think we can make that happen." Katie grinned up at him and clapped her hands. "Thanks, Mr. Knox." With that, she barreled down the hallway, leaving Rhonda to hurry after her to the room where service would take place. The rest of the parents came in short order, and Knox and Allie straightened up the room before heading down the hallway themselves. "I think that went well," Knox said as they paused outside the main doors to the sanctuary. "No munchkins harmed in the making of said Sunday school. Have you heard from Kara?" Pulling her phone from her dress pocket, Allie chuckled at the photo Kara had sent her of herself lying in the bed with a rag over her face. The caption said, "I'd have to feel better to die." The messy bun Allie had given her earlier had held up, but thankfully at least Kara's color had mostly returned. "She seems okay. I'll call her when the service gets out, and I'll make a stop on the way home for anything she needs." "Good call. Oh, I don't know if I told you that my mom moved her trip up a couple days. She should be here in about 4 hours." Allie playfully smacked him on the shoulder. "Knox. I can't believe you didn't tell me this already. That's huge for her, huge for you. How are you feeling about it?" "I guess I'm just hoping she doesn't leave here regretting coming. It's been so long, I'd hate for it to be full of bad memories for her." The sadness in his eyes was clear, and Allie knew he was remembering the months following his dad's death before she'd moved. Mrs. Parker had fallen into a deep depression, completely understandable, but difficult for 17-year-old Knox. "It'll be a great trip," Allie said as she reached out her hand to place it on his arm. They'd always done this, even held hands at times, so why did she suddenly feel butterflies in her stomach at the touch? "We'll make sure of it." A few hours later, Knox paced the living room at his childhood house, the one he still called home. Should he have gotten Mom a hotel room so she didn't have to come to the place that held so many memories for her? Before he had the chance to call Lydia to see if the inn had any rooms available, the doorbell rang. She'd arrived. He rushed to the door, grabbing a cup off the counter and tossing it into the sink as he went. If nothing else, the house would be clean. When he opened the door, the sight of his mother's smiling face surprised him. He'd expected showing up at the house might even send her to tears, but the grin stretching from ear to ear was pure and unhaunted. "How's my baby boy? You planning on leaving your mother out on the porch, or are you going to carry her bags in?" She winked, and Knox could barely keep up with her demeanor, so unlike what she'd been for the past 12 years. Her hair, colored a darker brown than he was used to, had those things Allie called highlights that made Mom look years younger. She also had on a sleeveless yellow sundress rather than the t-shirts and jeans she normally wore. "I'm good, Mom." He pulled her into a tight hug before ushering her inside the house. He grabbed her bags and followed her into the living room. "I hope you like what I've done with it. Allie helped me redecorate it a few years back." It hadn't hit him until that moment that Mom might be offended that he'd completely redecorated. She'd had the place decked out in 90s-style fabrics and the same carpet that had been there since he was a child. He'd pulled that up and found wood floors underneath, refinishing them to a gray-brown color that resembled driftwood. The rest of the room was simple and masculine, with gray couches and navy accent furniture. His television, the focal point of the room, was mounted over the fireplace. Allie had put some doodads on the mantel like driftwood pieces, a jar of shells, and a small model of the Harriet's rose she'd had made as part of his housewarming present. A couple of baskets were placed around to hold the junk he would have otherwise tossed on the counter when he came home, but the main draw of the house in his opinion was the bay window he'd put in around the breakfast nook. It looked out onto the rest of the neighborhood, but their house was built on a small hill so the ocean was also visible in the background. "Knox," she breathed softly as she looked around. "It's beautiful." She walked towards the gallery wall of photos Allie had put up for him behind his couch, something he'd initially been hesitant about. It had seemed girly, but the photo of himself and his father after the fishing rodeo when he was 12 years old was the largest, central photo. Others scattered around were those of both his parents, himself with Allie, and other photos of him with folks he cared about out on the water. It had turned out better than he could have imagined. As Mom studied the gallery wall, she wiped a tear from her cheek even as a smile remained firmly in place. "It's perfect," she repeated in a whisper. "Are you sure staying here isn't too much for you, Mom? I don't want to upset you." "No, son. I needed to come back here. It was time." She moved slowly through the house, taking in each area with quiet admiration. "You've done a wonderful job with the place, Knox." The master bedroom, the one he'd avoided taking until just a few years ago, sat behind its closed door. Mom moved down the hallway towards it, stopping only to look at the work he'd done in each of the rooms since he'd taken it over. When she stopped outside the room she'd shared with his father for so many years, Knox's heart beat fast at the thought that the sight of it might be too much. "Mom, I understand if dash." "No, son," she said with equal parts gentleness and firm resolve. "I can do this." With a deep breath, Mom turned the doorknob into the room and stepped over the threshold. Just like the rest of the house, it looked different than it had when she'd called it home. Allie and Lydia had said her style was more Tuscan with warm earth tones and his was a much cooler, minimalist modern. The flooring he'd redone continued into the bedroom, his bed covered in a navy quilt. He didn't fool with the throw pillows Allie had tried so hard to convince him would complete the look, but they were stacked up in a leather wingback chair in the corner. 2 paintings of old-time marinas hung on the walls, while the schematics of 2 World War II-era destroyers were framed above his bed. He'd found the renderings online, and Allie had somehow made them fit in the room in a way that didn't feel like a teenage boy's living space. Mom stood on his simple gray and white rug, studying the space around her. "Did you do all this?" She didn't look upset, only impressed. "I had a couple of ideas, but mostly Allie helped me decorate the place." They'd gone shopping together, and she narrowed down his style based on a couple of key preferences. He'd basically just bought whatever she put in the buggy with no real understanding of how they'd go together. Despite his hesitation, she'd made it all work. "I'm so glad you and Allie are still so close. She's such a kind young lady." Mom stopped and picked up the 2 picture frames that sat on top of Knox's bedside table. One was a photo of his whole family at Knox's 16th birthday party. His father grinned widely at the camera while his mother's happy eyes glistened with unshed tears. They each stood on either side of Knox, but he knew their hands were clasped behind his back. The other photo was one of him and Allie after their high school graduation. Mom had gone, but soon after she'd packed up and moved to Virginia. He'd known it was coming, and the day would have been a downer had Lydia not planned a surprise party for them both back at the inn after the ceremony. In the photo, Knox had his arm around Allie on the back porch of the inn, the ocean in the background. He stared down at her in a way that made it clear to anyone who saw the picture how he felt about her, and Sage had snapped the photo just as Allie had started laughing at something. "It was so kind of Lydia to include you in that graduation party," Mom said sadly. She picked up the photo and gazed at it. "When we were cleaning up afterwards, I thanked her for it and couldn't hold it together anymore. She just held me, and we cried for what felt like hours. So many people on the island had offered their condolences, help they could give, so many things, but she knew what I really needed." "What was it that you needed?" "I needed someone to look after my baby when I couldn't do it. A tear spilled over onto her cheek as she spoke. I needed someone to not tell me that I'd see your father again or that he'd live on in the life we'd built together. I just needed someone to recognize that I couldn't throw you a graduation party no matter how badly I wanted to. I needed someone to cry with me and understand my anger and pain. In the same way Allie was your sounding board, Lydia was mine. Knox crossed the room to put his arm around his mother as she returned the photo to its spot. I never held any of that against you. You know that, right? Her hand went up his cheek, tears still flowing down her own. You didn't, but I did. I did for a long time, and it took many years of therapy to finally forgive myself. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you when you needed me, Knox. Rather than forgive her for something he never blamed her for, Knox pulled his mother into his arms, long since having passed her in height. I couldn't have asked for a better mother, and all that matters is that you're here now. Chapter 13. The next day, Allie bolstered every bit of courage she had to walk into Nate's office. She'd spent the last few days thinking about everything Knox had said about the contracts and the documentary, and she planned to ask Nate if there was any possibility that she could back out. For some reason, her gut was just not settled with the work they'd planned to do. It was her own fault. She knew good and well the likelihood of her having to sleep in the bed of her own making was high, but she'd give it a shot anyway. After a quick knock on Nate's office door, Allie pushed it open and stepped into a much fuller office than she expected. 3 men sat around the large faux-wood table along with Nate, all 3 of them dressed more for a Hollywood movie set than a small-town aquarium. Of course, she was too late. Allie, Nate said brightly. Excellent timing. These are our producers Tim Landers and Paul Sherwood, and this is our director Gage Edwards. All 3 stood to shake her hand, but Allie wanted to pull her hand back in discomfort as the man Nate called the director looked her up and down like a piece of meat. Pleasure to meet you, sweetheart. Gage pulled her hand up to his lips and kissed it, pulling back with a grin afterwards. His dark hair was long and pulled into a low ponytail, his beard impeccably trimmed. He wasn't much taller than Allie, but the definition in his arm muscles told her he clearly worked out. Still, he wasn't nearly as broad as her brothers or Knox. His black t-shirt stretched tight over his chest, his dark jeans just as tight. You're even more beautiful in person. The producer Allie recognized from the video call, Tim Landers, cleared his throat. Allie, it's a pleasure to meet you officially. Gage is one of the best directors in the business for projects like this one, and we're lucky to have him. At least Tim recognized that the guy was weird enough he needed to justify his presence. That was something, at least. It's nice to meet y'all as well. Gage hadn't stopped studying her since she entered the room, and it was starting to make her antsy. Thankfully, the door opened again, and Knox strode through with his familiar brand of confidence and what Levi would call a swagger. Hey, Nate, he said curiously as he took in the group. You called?
Yeah.
I wanted you to come and meet the film crew since they arrived today. We'll get Allie to wardrobe tomorrow, but they wanted to get a plan set up and go over the storyboard with the 2 of you. That should help us narrow down the best times and days to film, as well as the best spots around the island. Knox rounded the table and took a seat. Sure, I've got 2 hours until my next tour, so I've got some time. For the first time, his attention settled on Allie's face and his brow furrowed. Was her discomfort with the director's perusal that obvious, or did she have something on her face from breakfast? Knox's narrowed gaze shifted to Gage where he'd stopped looking at her but stood barely an inch from her side. Clearly, it was the former. Before he had a chance to say something that would embarrass her or start another fight, Allie stepped away from Gage and rounded the table to take the seat between Knox and the one Nate normally took. It didn't do any good though, as Gage followed her to plop down in Nate's seat right as Tim slid a notebook across the table in her direction. These are some of the style options our wardrobe team will have on hand for you, and we'll make the final decisions each day based on what look works best with the work we're doing. Allie flipped through the book, relief flowing through her as she noted nothing overly revealing. She hadn't realized wardrobe should have been something they discussed before she signed the papers, but the way Gage continued to glance at her every so often made her grateful as she studied the looks. These look good, Mr. Landers. Excellent. Of course, they're all subject to change on the day based on weather conditions, lighting, and the overall look Gage thinks works best, but that's the direction we plan to go. Gage grinned, his tan skin tight and firm over his cheekbones. We'll make sure you look good. A quick glance at Knox saw his eyes narrow at the director, but he didn't say anything. If Allie were a betting woman, she'd wager her longtime best friend was flopping back and forth from his need to protect her and his promise to let her fight her own battles. She smiled at him as reassuringly as she could and turned back to the producers. Thank you for the work you've done on this. I'd love to see what you've come up with for the storyline. The next hour was spent running through their storyboards and general plan for the film. That part had Allie in her element, adding in specific facts and stories about the sharks she'd built her career around while supporting the narrative, that sharks weren't the great monsters of the deep the public had been led to believe. By the time she and Knox walked back out into the hallway and down the steps to the front doors, a low hum of excitement flowed in her veins. I think this documentary is going to be really powerful, she said as she pushed through the glass doors. I was a little nervous about which direction they'd take it, but it seems like Tim and Paul have really done their homework. Nodding, Knox took a deep breath. Listen, Allie, I promised I wouldn't interfere in the meetings with the team. You did, and I appreciate that. He hesitated for a minute, though Allie knew exactly where he was going with the conversation. I just want you to be careful. Paul and Tim seem fine, but Gage is. I didn't like how he was looking at you. I noticed that too, but I think he's harmless. Allie pushed down the pricks of doubt that started to climb in her as she spoke. Besides, you'll be around for all the shoots. But hey, how has your mom's trip gone? Harriet had been in town for a few days, and Allie had only seen her in passing a handful of times. She did have plans to go antique shopping with her and Mama later that day, so hopefully they'd get to visit then. Knox removed his baseball cap from his head and ran a hand through his thick hair. We've actually had a really good time. I didn't realize how much healing she's done in Virginia. She's got a job in a salon she really likes, and she's dating a man from her church. She is? That's amazing. Allie and Knox had talked before about how they'd feel if their mothers started dating anyone new. Her own mother had never seemed interested in pursuing anything with anyone, but it had always been a possibility. How do you feel about that? He shrugged, a small smile on his face. I wasn't sure at first, but she introduced us over video chat last night. He seems all right, and he makes her happy, so I figure it's not really my business. She studied him for any signs of misgivings, but couldn't find any. I'm glad she's happy. Do you have tours today? Yep. In fact, I've got one leaving in about an hour, so I should go meet Brant at the dock. Then, we've got some planning to do for the rodeo this weekend. They paused at the Murph's front gate and waved at their security guard, Thomas. Are you on the water or in the lab today? Neither, she said with a chuckle. I actually took the rest of the day off to go antiquing with your mom and mine in Charleston. She'd planned to talk to Nate and then head out, but those plans had shifted a little. Sage is going too, so who knows what we'll get into. My bet is you both will bow out well before the moms. He was probably right. Neither Sage nor Allie cared to shop like Mama did. We promised we'd hang in for at least 3 stores before we call it a day, but Mama has a few pieces she's trying to find for the inn, so there's no telling how long they'll be. Without Allie realizing it, they'd made it all the way to her car in the Murph's parking lot. She didn't normally drive in, but she'd told Sage she'd pick her up at the nursery after her meeting with Nate. Knox paused when they got there, the wheels in his head clearly turning. Allie, he said softly. I hope. He didn't continue, but Allie didn't rush to fill the silence. I hope you girls have fun in Charleston. It was clearly not what he'd intended to say, but she didn't push. I'll see you later. He opened the door to her sporty crossover vehicle, the one he'd helped her pick out a few years before, with a handsome grin. When he did things like that, it was no wonder why the other women in town thought she was crazy not to pursue a relationship with him. She said her goodbyes and headed to pick up Sage, more unfamiliar thoughts of Knox swirling in her brain. She didn't quite know what to do with them, if she were being honest. Knox had been like a brother to her for so many years, closer than even her actual brothers. Why did it suddenly feel so different with him? Turning up the music on the contemporary Christian radio station that generally played in her car, she let the lyrics wash over her. The Lord spoke to her through music often, and encouragement to let the Lord guide her heart and her days brought peace back to her frazzled spirit. He would lead her, with the documentary and with her dating life. She just had to trust him. On Friday night, Knox tossed his duffel bag down on the deck of the fishing boat he and Brant had been servicing for the past few days. It wasn't as comfortable as the Harriet's Rose, but it was faster and was better equipped for the fishing rodeo the next day. Taking up his own backpack, Brant glanced around the vessel. "You need anything else from me?" He'd slept aboard the boat the night before, while Knox would do so tonight. They'd never had an issue of sabotage for Magnolia Island's rodeo. Other towns had, and Knox didn't plan to take any chances. The purse was too big, and he hoped to bring in a hefty amount for the shelter. Not to mention, the fishing boat had also been his father's, and he had no intention of allowing some out-of-town yahoo to mess with it. "I think I'm good here. You go on home and get some sleep. I'll see you bright and early." They planned to meet at 4 in the morning to prepare before the gun went off at 6. "You got it, boss." As Brant left, Knox checked his phone to see a smiling photo of his mother and aunt at a show in Atlanta in his text messages. Mom had left earlier in the week, still not quite ready to see the fishing rodeo after so many years of it with his father. He'd understood, though he'd fought a little disappointment she'd never seen him pull out of the marina as a boat's captain. She also hadn't been able to go out and see the improvements he'd made to the Harriet's Rose or the fishing boat, but he didn't blame her for that either. She'd come when she was ready. The sun set slowly over the horizon, and Knox spread out his bedroll on the deck as he balled up an old sweatshirt as a pillow. He didn't know if he'd get any sleep, but he'd spent many a night on a boat deck in his life, and the gentle sway of the water was as comfortable as any bed in his book. Before he realized it, his eyelids grew heavy and a scene from many years before entered his dreams. "Allie? Where'd you go?" 14-year-old Knox searched the school hallways and hissed the loudest whisper he could without alerting teachers he'd left the gym, during the dance. "Allie, where are you?" She'd run out of the gym in tears, and he'd assumed at first she went to the bathroom. Her boyfriend, Peter Wyatt, just stood by the snack table looking angry. Knox would deal with him later. For now, he needed to find Allie. Sage had gone to search the bathroom, but she'd had no luck. He moved down the hall a little further, the cell phone vibrating in his pocket. He pulled it out to see a text from Sage telling him she'd not gone to the library either. He realized immediately where she'd gone. Of course. With one last glance over his shoulder for any teachers who had left the gym, Knox turned left down the long hallway that would lead to the school's pool. Allie and Sage were both on the school swim team, two of its best athletes. Of course, Shark Girl would go to the water. He pushed open the door to quiet sobs, and Allie perched on the side of the pool. She'd kicked off her shoes to let her feet dangle in the water, the only light in the room a soft blue glow from the pool's lights. He didn't speak at first, only slowly approached his friend. He hated it when she cried. It always felt like a piece of him was getting ripped open every time. Lowering himself to the ground next to her, he wasn't sure what to say. "Al?" Taking a long sniff, she leaned over and let her head fall on his shoulder, her pale pink sleeveless dress looking almost purple with the blue light. "I knew you'd find me. What happened?" He tried to keep his voice even, not wanting to upset her more if Peter had done something really bad. "What's wrong?" She sniffed again, her eyes puffy and cheeks red from the tears. "Peter broke up with me. He said he was going to be really busy this summer, but maybe we could start back up again in the fall." Translation: Peter wanted to play the field with the tourist girls and come back to Allie once school started back and they went home. "He's an idiot, and you're better off without him." They sat there for a few more minutes with Allie's head on his shoulder and his arm wrapped around her. After a few minutes, Allie lifted her head and pulled the phone from her pocket, the one she'd been so excited to show him her dress had. "Do you mind if I go ahead and call Aiden to come pick us up?" He and Charlie were on a date tonight, but he said to call him anytime. Sure, Knox said as he stood to his feet and extended a hand to help her up. I'll go find Rob and Sage and let them know you're all right. Then, I'll sign us out. I don't want to go back into the gym. I don't want to see Peter. She wiped her cheek with the heel of her hand. Just meet us at the front door. I'll tell Mrs. Underwood what happened. It just so happened Allie's swim coach was the one working the sign-out table, and Knox knew she'd understand. She nodded and headed slowly toward the front door, her shoulders shaking a little with more tears as she went. As Knox pushed through the doors back to the gym, he spotted Rob and Sage standing with Peter in a corner. The room was mostly dark save for the twinkle lights and the spinning lights in the middle of the dance floor. Streamers and balloons lined the walls. Rob towered over Peter, only 2 years older but significantly larger. What did you do, Wyatt? Why did my sister just run away in tears? Peter's eyes were huge, and he glanced around Rob to find Knox approaching. I didn't do anything. We just broke up. It wasn't a big deal. Placing a hand on Rob's shoulder, Knox pulled Allie's brother a step backwards. She's better off without him, Rob. He did her a favor. If y'all are ready, Allie just called Aiden, and they should be on their way to pick us up. She's out front. Rob kept narrow eyes on Peter as he backed away, but he didn't say anything else. As he and Sage went to sign out, Peter sighed. Thanks man, I really thought he was gonna dash. Pushing Peter back against the wall, his forearm steady against the boy's neck, Knox let out a breath. You stay away from her. Do you understand? Have whatever fun you want to this summer, but you forget Allie Jameson even exists for some reason. Allie had started a pattern of crushing on complete idiots that couldn't see her for who she was. If he wasn't so terrified of losing her friendship, he'd go for it himself. Why any guy would think some summer fling could possibly be better, he'd never understand. I'll stay away. Knox let Peter go and moved with purpose over to the table where Mrs. Underwood nodded his direction. Sage already signed you and Allie out, Knox. You're good to go. Thanks, Mrs. Underwood. As he followed her siblings towards the front door where Aiden's car would undoubtedly pull in any moment, Knox spotted Allie there with her hands crossed in front of her and her shoulders hunched. She mindlessly ran her sandals over the rocks and stared at the ground. Knox pasted a smile on his face, one he still didn't really feel, and took one of her hands. Come on, Al, let me see a smile. I bet if you play your cards right, Aiden and Charlie will take us to get ice cream. Of course, as soon as Aiden pulled in and Sage told him what happened, they did indeed go get ice cream. By the time she finished her moose tracks, Allie had cheered up significantly. Just as Aiden pulled up outside Knox's house to drop him off, she reached over and planted a quick kiss on his cheek. Thanks for tonight. Her eyes were still puffy, but at least she'd gotten back some of her shine in her eyes. His cheek tingled, the feeling of her lips there more electric than even the time he'd kissed Katie Pembroke on the lips during Spin the Bottle, in 7th grade. It didn't even compare, and he knew his football buddies would never let him hear the end of it if they could see how hard he was blushing as he slid out of the car, and made his way up the walk. Thankfully, Allie couldn't see it either with the late hour. Just as his 14-year-old self had opened his parents' front door, ice-cold water washed over him, and he sputtered to attention. It was still dark outside, but Brant and Levi stood over him. Neither attempted to hold back their laughter as Brant flipped the light switches upward. Time to wake up, princess. We've got a rodeo to win. Chapter 14. I can't believe Knox's mom left before she could see him off for the rodeo. Kara twirled her auburn hair around her first 2 fingers from her spot on the dock between Allie and Sage, holding her hand to shade the sun. This is so exciting. Allie shrugged, the morning sun not a bother to her as her sunglasses did all the work. She understood why it would confuse Kara, but her friend also hadn't been around for that long. Honestly, it was a miracle she was even willing to stay in the house. The fishing rodeo was kind of a big thing for their family when Knox was growing up, and his dad won it more years than not. Their shopping trip to Charleston had been more fun than Allie had even dared to hope. Harriet Parker had come back to life, her warmth and humor surprising Sage as much as it had her. They'd ended up staying longer than planned, though still didn't quite last for as many antique stores as Lydia and Harriet had. "I guess you're right," Kara replied. "I can see how that would be heartbreaking to watch again, especially remembering those adorable pictures of young Knox and his dad holding up those massive fish. She probably took some of those." Before Allie could respond, the mayor held up the red flag that signaled to the fishermen it was almost time to start. The women stood on a large dock with other townspeople and tourists, but they'd gotten there early enough they watched from just behind the yellow line. They'd see them off, then meet Mama, Rob, and Bryn for breakfast before heading back to watch the catches roll in. It was a tradition they'd had for many years, even when Dad had still been alive and helping Mr. Parker with his own rodeos. The mayor held a megaphone to his mouth and began the 1-minute countdown. As he did, she noticed Knox look up from the bridge and give her a wink. The sun had risen enough to split the sky with brilliant pinks and purples over the ocean, almost like the Lord knew each fishing rodeo held mixed emotions and memories for Knox. She grinned back at him, trying not to think about how strong and handsome he looked at the controls. "My goodness," Sage said with a chuckle as a boat revved an engine to their left. Austin wasn't lying about his new baby, was he? Scowling, Allie turned her attention from Knox and his boat to Austin and the wheel of his much more expensive vessel. It was fast, that much she knew. It was ridiculously expensive for someone who didn't make their living in fishing tournaments, but Austin loved his toys. He and the two friends on his boat were all dressed like something out of one of those coastal apparel magazines Mama always threw away the second they reached the inn. He raised his sunglasses at Allie and quirked the corner of his lip in a cocky gesture, one she'd have explained away as confident a little over a month ago.
Ugh,
Kara said as she rolled her eyes. "Does he think he's impressing anyone with that thing?" The mayor continued his countdown, his voice growing loud enough to drown out all but the boat's engines around them. 10, 9, 8. "I'm sure he's impressing someone," Allie muttered. "It just wasn't her." 4, 3, 2.
and
Go. As soon as the words left the mayor's mouth, they were off. While Austin and some of the other boats sped off as fast as their boats would take them, Knox, Levi, and Brandt moved along at a more reasonable pace. That was something folks always commented on after Knox won, how relaxed he was about the whole thing. To be fair, that was how he lived most of his life. The only thing he ever really got tied up in knots over was when he felt the need to defend her. As the boats disappeared into the distance, Allie felt her stomach rumbling. Ready to get breakfast? An unfamiliar flutter of nervous energy settled in her gut on top of the hunger as she thought about how the rodeo would pan out. Would Knox win? Was there any way he'd be able to best Austin with his tricked-out boat that cost more than the inn? She wasn't normally a nervous person, but for some reason, this year felt different. By the time breakfast was over and everyone had headed from the restaurant back to the docks to watch the boats roll in, Allie was more keyed up than she could remember being in a long time. As silly as it was, she wished Knox was with her. Intuitively, she knew his presence would calm the nerves. Just as she followed her mother and Bryn onto the dock, a familiar and unwelcome voice sounded to her left. "Well, if it's not our little movie star." Gage stood there in a similar getup to the one he'd had on in Nate's office earlier that week, though he now wore thick, dark sunglasses. "And who might you beautiful ladies be?" He gestured towards Sage and Kara, a smirk in place. Sage narrowed her eyes, but she didn't extend a hand. "I'm Sage, Allie's sister. This is Kara, our friend." "Who are you?" Her sister was nothing if not direct. Gage removed his sunglasses and looked Sage up and down the same way he had when he'd first met Allie. He paused on her dark curly hair, held somewhat at bay with a woven headband that matched her linen shorts. "I'm directing the film Allie has just begun work on. We start shooting next week." His eyes swung to Kara. "It's nice to meet you." Nothing he said raised any red flags, but his tone was somehow both patronizing and flirtatious. Kara raised a hand in a quick wave but didn't extend it for a shake either. "Same. I hope you're enjoying your stay." She glanced up at Allie and a silent question passed between them, one Allie could only answer with a small shake of her head. Thankfully, the first of the boats whirred in the distance and Bryn pointed at them excitedly. Look. There they are. Allie couldn't turn away from Gage fast enough, as her nerves, already on edge in hopes that Knox could beat Austin, were kicked right off the cliff at the sight of the slimy director. Seriously, what was wrong with her? As if he knew exactly what she didn't want, Gage apparently decided to take that moment to step up beside her and turn towards the water. Hope you don't mind me joining your little group. I figured I'd come down and take in a bit of the local culture. If he'd been taller than Allie, she had no doubt he'd be looking down his nose at her as he spoke, but they were the same height. Still, his tone dripped with criticism. Mama, who'd been watching the whole exchange with a calm and friendly demeanor, directed Bryn towards Rob. Oh, of course, Gage. The more the merrier. She wrapped her arm in his and pulled him over to the side and away from Allie. I've been coming to this rodeo longer than you've been alive, and I've lived on this island my whole life. You want culture? You haven't lived until you've gone by and gotten one of Lila May's fried hot dogs and Stephanie Wyatt's Philly cheesesteaks. I don't think Stephanie is set up down here today, but Lila May is. She gestured towards the food truck where white boxes basically flew out the window as quickly as Lila May could fry them up. They were a town staple at all events, and every kid in town had made themselves sick at least once. Wouldn't a fried hot dog just be a corn dog? I think I'm fine, right? He dash.
Oh no.
Sugar, Mama crooned with a much stronger southern accent than she spoke with in real life. The two couldn't be more different, and Lila May's food would put any old corn dog to shame. She continued to pull him away from Allie, glancing over her shoulder with a wink at her daughter as she did so. I'm Lydia Jameson, by the way, Allie's mother. I had a couple of fascinating nature documentary ideas that I think you should really consider. As Mama pulled a reluctant Gage towards Lila May's food truck, the rest of them didn't even attempt to hold back their laughter. Sage elbowed Allie softly in the ribs. How long do you think it's been since California boy has had anything fried? Settling a giggling Bryn atop his shoulders, Rob chimed in. At least 10 years, right? Good thing there are public bathrooms at the marina. It wouldn't surprise me if all the grease gets to him. He paused and studied Allie more closely. Alley cat, are you okay? If he rattles you that badly, do you think it's such a good idea for you to participate in this documentary? It's not just that, Allie confessed. I'm really not sure what's wrong with me today. I'm just on edge. Kara raised an eyebrow in her direction. You don't know what's wrong? Knox is competing against your ex-boyfriend in the fishing rodeo today, and you know you'll never hear the end of it from Austin if he wins. On top of that, you're tied up in knots about the documentary shoot starting next week, and then director Creepo decides he's going to come horn in on your Saturday. It's really no wonder. You may not normally be an anxious person, but you do like knowing what to expect. Always have, Sage said. Instead of becoming anxious like me, you just became a creature of routine. Plus, you know how badly Knox wants to win the rodeo. Welcome to the Worrywart Club. We might bite our nails to the quick and make a list for our lists, but we're the most dependable folks you'll ever meet. Allie looked down at her nails and realized she'd been doing just that. I'd prefer to stay out of that club, if it's all the same to you. Sage had always been the type A personality among all the siblings, becoming somewhat of a second mother to Allie and Levi as children. She'd taken the role in earnest once Dad got sick, especially when it got to a point where he needed round-the-clock care. Allie, on the other hand, had just done the best she could to make what she could predictable. For some reason, the only unpredictability she could really embrace was the ocean and the creatures within it. Moving with the flow of the water calmed her, and it had always helped her surrender. Sure, she'd had her impulsive moments like that short-sighted trip to New York City, but that was all mostly behind her as she traded it for a bit more predictable experiences. The water was her happy place. On land, with cameras in her face, she wasn't sure how she'd come across. Boat engines whirred louder and louder as they pulled in toward the dock. Speed wasn't part of the points system for the division Knox and Austin were competing in, it was all about the largest catch. Over the next hour, the rest of the boats puttered up to the dock and tied off, their teams bringing in catches for weight that hadn't been part of the catch and release division. After what seemed like forever, Knox's boat pulled up to the dock. His smile was wide, and the sight of him had Allie taking in a quick breath. He was in his element, his tan skin contrasting against his bright smile. A bit of brown hair stuck out from beneath his baseball cap, and his arm muscles flexed as he worked to tie off the fishing boat. Brant hopped off first, followed by Levi, and then Knox. Their judge followed, a large grin on his face as well, though Allie didn't know him. Knox jogged over to Allie and the rest of the crew, pulling his phone from his pocket as he went. As their judge went over to where the mayor and other judges were gathered, Knox pulled up a photo of himself, Levi, and Brant holding the largest swordfish Allie had ever seen. Their faces were all red, as though the beast had put up quite a fight. "I think we did it," he said with the excitement of a little kid. "We broke the island record for the largest swordfish ever caught at the Magnolia Island rodeo. It was at least nearly 500 pounds and might even take home the prize of the largest catch of the day." It did indeed, and Knox cleaned up in more than one category. As the mayor called out his name, Allie glanced around to find Austin stalking away from the marina and towards the parking lot. Two of his dad's employees were cleaning up his boat and preparing it to be trailered, something Allie didn't think Austin ever did himself. Turning to Knox, she grinned up at him. "You did it." "We did. The shelter should be able to make the improvements they have been needing, and they might even be able to afford that new playground." His eyes met hers, and Allie felt the zing of electricity run through her body. Knox had always been handsome, but since when had he been model caliber? Had she just never noticed? His eyes darkened as he lowered his lips to hers, feeling unlike any kiss she'd ever had. His hand went around her waist, the other gentle in her hair. For a second, butterflies turned to seagulls in her belly, the rest of her body melting at the feel of it. All around them, the world seemed to go silent until Knox froze before jerking his head back. "Allie, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that." Reality came crashing down like a hurricane wave as Allie realized everyone was staring at them. Kara and Sage looked pleased, while everyone else just wore expressions of shock. The nerves simmering beneath the surface all day seemed to explode then, and Allie didn't even realize she was backing away from him until she ran into someone else. Whipping around to apologize, she realized it was Gage as he held out his hands to steady her. "Careful there," he said slowly. "Wouldn't want to mess up that pretty face before we start filming." He glanced up at Knox and back down to her. This is an interesting turn of events. The low hum of conversation around her, dozens of eyes still trained on her and Knox, became too much for Allie in that moment. She had to get out of there, away from Gage and away from Knox. Why had he done that? What did it mean? Pushing past Gage, where he still stood next to Mama, Allie ran from the dock as fast as her feet would carry her. She hadn't driven and didn't even care to go home. Kara and Sage would follow, she was sure, and she didn't want to talk to anyone. She vaguely registered Knox calling her name in the background, but she kept running anyway. At least she'd worn tennis shoes that morning rather than flip-flops. Still, with the way she felt in the moment, she'd have likely kicked them off anyway. It wasn't until she reached the beach behind the inn she realized where she'd been heading. It was the same spot where Dad had always sat with her in the evenings and pointed out dolphins in the water. It was where he'd taught her to swim, and where he'd set up tents for her and her siblings to camp on the beach. While most kids had backyards, they'd had the beach, and it was the place she felt closest to him. Tears flowed down her cheeks and she sunk down into the sand as she wondered what it all meant and whether or not everything had just changed forever. Running away, it was the coward's way out. Sage never would have done it, would she? What must Knox be thinking? She didn't know how long she sat there and stared at the water, but eventually footsteps sounded behind her. Somehow, without turning, she knew it was Mama. "Baby girl," Mama said as she plunked down next to her and placed a gentle arm around her shoulder. "What do you need from me?" That was something they'd started doing after Dad died. When one of the kids was hurting, they had a deal they wouldn't hide it from the rest of the family. Instead, Mama would ask what they needed from her. If it was alone time, she gave them that. If it was to sit in silence while she stroked their hair and rubbed their back, they got it. If it was advice or just a sounding board, that's what she gave. The main thing was they didn't hurt alone. I don't know. I just think I screwed everything up. Was that the first time Knox ever kissed you? Wiping the tears from her cheeks, Allie nodded. It was, and I don't know why he did it. Did he get caught up in the moment? Did he have feelings for her? Why had he done it in public where everyone in town saw what had happened? I think you do know why he did it, baby. The question is what you want to do about it. Mama squeezed her tight. You don't have to decide right now, but the ball is in your court. I can't believe I ran away like a scared little kid. She shook her head. It's no wonder everyone treats me like a baby. What do you mean? Allie took a deep breath. Sage and I talked a few weeks ago about how everyone tries to take down obstacles in front of me and I let them. I got mad at Knox for trying to protect me in the meeting with the production team for the documentary, but really he was just doing what he'd always done. I wish I could be more like Sage. She doesn't need anyone to protect her. Sweetheart, the good Lord made you and Sage different for a reason. I've always thought she's a little bit of fire and a little bit of earth, while you're all water. She's steady until her passion gets the better of her, then she'll burn down anything in her way. You, my darling, you're like the ocean. She tipped her head up towards the waves that gently rolled toward the shore. You embrace currents as they come, but you want to know where they're going. There's so much to you, but sometimes folks make the mistake of just seeing what's on the surface. That's a mistake, because not only is your depth a gift, but it also holds incredible power. You ran because you needed time to process. You always have, but you've also always been sensitive to what the Lord is leading you towards. The words felt like a balm to Allie's frazzled spirit. You think so? I won't say we haven't babied you a little over the years, but you don't need to change who you are to assert more independence. All you have to do is trust your gut and trust God's plan for you is for His glory and your good. They talked for a bit more before Mama left Allie to herself for a bit. If only it could be as easy as she made it sound, then Allie's stomach wouldn't still be tied up in knots over the thought of seeing Knox at church the next day and then all day Monday, for their first day of filming. She knew she should probably go find him so they could talk like adults, but she just couldn't bring herself to do it. How could she talk anything through with him when she didn't even understand it herself? Chapter 15. Don't be a coward, Allie, she said as she stared herself down in the bathroom mirror outside her office. You can do this. You were born to do this. Forget about Knox, forget about the creepy director, forget about everything except why you're here. It doesn't matter why they chose you. It matters what you can do. Despite her affirmations, the ones Kara swore would help build her confidence as she got ready that morning, Allie didn't feel any more steady than she had walking to the MIRF that morning. She successfully avoided Knox at church the day before, though it hadn't been entirely intentional. She and Kara had been late due to an unfortunate incident with their dishwasher, and she'd had a meeting about the church's back-to-school bash during the Sunday school hour. By the time she'd gotten to the service, she just took a spot in the back. Leaving as soon as the service was over, though? That had absolutely been on purpose. She took a deep breath and splashed cold water on her face, free of makeup at the production team's request. They apparently had someone on site to do her hair and makeup, in addition to helping her with wardrobe. When the clock struck 9, she could no longer hide in the bathroom away from Knox and whatever would happen aboard the boat that day. It was time to do her job. By the time she made it down to Nate's office where he'd gathered with Tim the producer and a woman Allie hadn't met, she'd managed to shake off most of her nerves. The purpose of what she was doing was worthwhile, regardless of her short-sightedness getting involved with the project. Doubting herself would do nothing worthwhile. Her goal was to educate the public about the vital role sharks played in the marine ecosystem and inspire others to participate in their conservation. Morning, Allie, Nate said with a wide, fatherly smile. I'd love for you to meet Janet Reynolds. She's been working hard on your hair, makeup, and wardrobe looks for the filming. The woman who looked to be about Mama's age stuck out her hand, her dark brown hair held half up half down in a clip. Her outfit wasn't anything remarkable, cropped jeans and a black t-shirt, but between the chunky bracelets she wore on her wrist to her bright green glasses, Allie didn't think she'd ever look that cool. "Hey, darlin', it's nice to meet you. I feel like I've been looking at photos of you for months." She held up her free hand in a mock whisper. "I promise that's not as creepy as it sounds. I'm glad to finally see you in person." Instantly at ease in Janet's presence, Allie returned the handshake. "It's nice to meet you too. I hope I do the pictures justice." Behind her, a familiar and unwelcome voice sounded. "Oh, you will, sweetheart." Gage strode into the room in another pair of tight dark-washed jeans and a white and gold-striped t-shirt. "You've got that special thing the camera loves." His hair was tied back in a high bun, his sunglasses perched atop his head. Janet's warm friendliness turned quickly to ice. She glanced back at Tim with a raised eyebrow, and the producer shot her back a pleading look. "Gage Edwards, I've seen some of your work. I'm Janet Reynolds, and I guess we'll be getting to know each other through this shoot." Barely glancing her way, Gage cleared his throat. "I guess we will. Tim, I just received word the boat is ready for us as soon as we get Allie dressed and ready. Are you headed back to California today, or will you be joining us?" "I'm headed back," Tim replied. "Carly has a soccer game tonight I promised I wouldn't miss, but I'll be back in a couple of weeks. Janet is here as a personal favor to me. She's been working shoots in Wilmington and Atlanta for years. Her expertise will be valuable to you." Tim was leaving? Allie hadn't realized he wouldn't be sticking around through the shoot, and the thought of Gage being in charge turned her stomach. Finally, Gage turned to study Janet. His gaze was appraising, though it wasn't a leer like it normally was with Allie. Still, Janet didn't shrink in the slightest. Despite his reputation and her short stature, she stood straight and didn't drop eye contact. "Your reputation precedes you, Mr. Edwards." "Likewise, I'm sure. Tim, have a good trip. I'm heading down to the dock." He turned on his heel, stopping only when his attention hit Allie. "I've got big plans for you, Jameson." As they watched him move down the hallway, Janet elbowed Allie gently in the side. "It's a good thing this is an outdoor shoot. I doubt his ego would fit on a sound stage." Tim didn't respond to her obvious criticism, but approached Janet anyway. "Thanks again for doing this for me, January. I really appreciate it." "You're just lucky you're my brother-in-law," she said as she bussed his cheek. "Remember our deal. You guys host Thanksgiving this year. If I hear one more comment about how my house has too many white things in it from Mom, I'll go crazy." She raised an eyebrow at Allie. "I never had children. If I want a white sofa, I'll have a white sofa." With a chuckle, Tim nodded. "I remember, and I'm sure Sharon will appreciate me making the deal on her behalf." "Not my problem." Janet grinned and turned back to Allie. "Do you have any siblings?" "Yes, 3 brothers and a sister." "Then you understand." Looping her arm through Allie's, she steered her out of Nate's office and down the hallway. Calling over her shoulder, she said,
"Goodbye."
to Nate and Tim. "Tell my niece I'll get her that purse she wants if she scores a goal." They pushed their way through the doors, and Allie pointed Janet toward the area of docks where the crew had begun setup. It was quite a production, one Allie was relieved to see clearly had some budget. She tried to forget the short-sighted contract she signed, but it was always looming in the back of her mind. "Have you ever done a documentary like this before?" "Yep. I prefer longer-running shows, but I do the occasional doc here and there." "Why?" Allie paused. Tim was her brother-in-law, and she didn't want Janet to think she didn't trust him. Still, the contract had seemed odd. Is it normal to sign back-end-only deals for a project like this? I wouldn't say it's normal. It wasn't what Tim was hoping would happen, but the streaming service they signed with is struggling somewhat. They're hoping this and a batch of other docs like it will bring in some extra dough. You'll be paid, though, don't worry. Tim is a man of his word, and he'd pay you out of his own personal checkbook if it meant he retained his integrity. That made her feel better. At least, even if she did have to deal with Gage Edwards, Tim was someone she could trust. Thanks for saying that. Everyone's been a little on edge about that. A girl's gotta watch her back in this industry, Janet said with a nod. Honestly, I wouldn't have signed on to any project with Gage as the director if Tim hadn't been producing. They passed a large tent where most of the team had gathered with Gage. They were bent over a laptop while Gage spoke. At the dock, Knox was already there with the Harriet's Rose. He looked strong and handsome as he moved from one end of the boat to the other, preparing the vessel for them to go out. He glanced up and spotted her, and she didn't even try to keep the blush from her cheeks. If only she hadn't run away like a scared child from his kiss. If she'd kissed him back like she'd wanted to, where would they be then? Would they be a couple? Would it have messed everything up even further? He greeted her with a hesitant smile and wave, but only then did she realize Janet was still talking. Anyway, I told Tim I'd only do the project under certain conditions. Unfortunately, the other director they'd hired backed out, so Gage was what they could get on short notice. He's a genius, but a slimy one. Well, I'm glad you're here. Janet had the self-assurance of Sage and the comforting nature of her mother. The combination made her feel safe, even if Gage did creep her out. Just as they reached the dock, Knox approached from one direction while Gage and the rest of the crew came from the other. They all joined as a large group at the end of the dock just as Gage held up a tablet in front of Janet. The woman in the photo was gorgeous, with tan skin and a loose Swiss braid plaited into her dark blonde hair. Her makeup was simple, but striking in that it brought out her vivid green eyes. Her bright pink bikini looked fantastic on her, though it was nothing Allie would ever be comfortable in. She loved a good swimsuit as much as the next girl, but hers had always edged more towards the sporty side than the lacy and feminine ones that felt like a wrong move might expose herself. Not to mention, the amount of fabric involved in that particular swimsuit looked to be about the same Mama might buy to make a potholder, and a small one at that. Suffice it to say, it didn't leave much to the imagination. This is the look I want for Allie today, Gage said with a bored expression. Make sure the hair stays put during her interviews, and use waterproof makeup so her dives don't mess it up. He wanted her to wear that? Absolutely not. Janet said with a raised brow. That's not in the lookbook Tim approved. I don't even have that swimsuit in the trunk, nor could I get it on short notice. Besides, keeping that tea towel in place while she dives will be a nightmare. Knox edged closer at Janet's words, his expression changing from concern to anger at the sight of the image on the tablet. There is no way Allie will be wearing that in a film for everybody and their creepy uncle to see. She wears a wetsuit while diving anyway. Janet turned to him in surprise. I agree with him. It's unrealistic for her not to wear a wetsuit. I can give you the hair and makeup no problem, but the swimsuit is a no-go. Gage glared between the two of them. I think you've both forgotten who's in charge here. I don't care, Knox growled. She's not wearing that. That was enough. Knox, Allie said in a low voice. Stop it. This is exactly what he'd promised not to do anymore. I can handle it. Holding up a hand, Janet spoke again in a calm voice. Gage, the fact is we don't have this swimsuit on site. Not to mention, the producers haven't approved it. Now, unless you want me to delay filming by trying to locate it and then send it off for approval, why don't we just do today in the wardrobe I'd already planned? Like I said, I'm happy to do the Swiss braid and makeup just like the picture. You're exactly right that they'll look fantastic on Allie and stay in place well for dives. Gage softened at Janet's clear pandering. Fine, but we're not done with this conversation. He narrowed his eyes at Knox. And you forget that you're just the boat captain, something there are plenty of on this island. Replaceable doesn't even begin to cover it. Knox's eyes bounced from Gage to Allie and back again. His teeth clenched, and Allie figured it had to hurt. Not that she cared. He just humiliated her for a second time in front of people who were supposed to respect her. It was like they'd never even had the conversation about letting her stand up for herself. We'll be ready to leave in 10 minutes. The words were clipped, but he didn't say anything else as he turned on his heel and moved back towards the boat. Blue collar, Gage scoffed as he rolled his eyes. They're so temperamental. As he moved toward the boat with 2 cameramen in tow, Janet pulled Allie toward the tent-labeled wardrobe. Then I guess we'd better get to work, shouldn't we? She lowered her voice as she pulled Allie inside to the racks of wetsuits, modest swimsuits, and a couple of cute sundresses. And while we work, you can tell me all about your relationship with that handsome boat captain, because that was one of the hottest things I've seen in a while. The next few days of filming were no easier for Knox than the first one had been, though thankfully they hadn't had any more issues with Gage's wardrobe choices. It appeared Janet knew how to handle men like him, and she'd had plenty of practice. She didn't go out on the boat, though, and Knox had no choice but to watch and clench his fists in silence at the way Gage spoke to and about Allie. She'd been an absolute star, comfortable in front of the camera and talking about sharks the way some people talked about horses or dogs. Her passion and enthusiasm came through in every segment they filmed above water, as did her professionalism and incredible depth of knowledge regarding the creatures. In a move that surprised him, she'd even told the story about her getting the nickname Shark Girl as a child and how she'd grown to embrace the moniker as she'd gotten older. It wouldn't surprise him in the slightest if the documentary did well simply based on her alone. He was proud of her, so proud, but he couldn't tell her. She'd not spoken to him since the day he'd nearly lost it with Gage, though he caught her looking his way more often than he'd like to admit. He wouldn't admit it, mostly because it was all the times he'd been staring her way as well. Sometimes, she'd look like she wanted to kill him, but that was mostly when he'd caught Gage leering at her or speaking to her disrespectfully. He knew he looked murderous himself in those moments, and Allie had made it clear she didn't appreciate his pseudo-bodyguard behavior. He was jarred from his thoughts by a squeak from Allie as she climbed back aboard the boat from a dive. She was barefoot, and she'd slipped on the deck as she stepped off the ladder. Before he even had a chance to take a step in her direction, Gage had stuck out his arms and caught her. "Hoopsie there, princess. This isn't how girls usually fall for me, but I could get used to it." His hands weren't anywhere they shouldn't be, but the way his face leaned in toward Allie's neck had Knox covering the distance in 3 long strides. "Take your hands off of her." Gage did nothing of the sort, though Allie had righted herself by that point. "Parker, once again, you forget your place in this production. I suggest you jog your memory before you end up out of a job." Through gritted teeth, Knox spoke far fewer words than he'd have liked to. "Let her go." Allie jerked out of Gage's hold and turned a glare on Knox. Rage emanated from her, and he could only hope that it wasn't completely directed at him. "Come with me, now." She jerked her head towards the bridge, and he followed her through the parting of the curious crew members that watched her stomp down the deck. Just as they reached the bridge, she whipped around, her eyes flashing. "Just what do you think you're doing?" He struggled to keep his voice low. "I'm not about to stand around while some creep gropes you. I know you don't like it when I step in, Allie, but that will never be okay." "You didn't even give me a chance to speak for myself," she hissed. "Like you've been speaking for yourself for 2 days?" This isn't the first time Gage has done something that made me want to knock him on his behind. The snide comments he made multiple times a day, the way he always stood just a little too close to Allie when they were reviewing the playback, the ridiculous stunt with her wardrobe, it made Knox sick to his stomach. "You'd be up there in a string bikini if it weren't for Janet. Give me a little credit, Knox. I'm a grown woman. I can defend myself. How many times do we have to have this discussion?" He was nearly shaking by that point. His voice was still low, but it took everything in him not to shout. "Until you actually start doing something about it. You talk about defending yourself, but I've never seen you actually do it." Allie's eyes widened, and she took a step back. "If that's what you really think about me, then why did you even kiss me? Was it just the heat of the moment, or do you have a thing for chicks you have to rescue?" "I'm not that girl, Knox, or at least I don't want to be. It'd be nice if the people who say they care about me would show me the same respect they claim I'm lacking from others." She threw up her hands, the hurt on her face a knife to Knox's heart. "You know what? Forget it. I'm done with this conversation. Leave me alone." With that, she stalked back down the deck and plopped down on one of the benches, her head in her hands. If Theo had been allowed to come to filming, Knox had no doubt he'd be right there beside her. Gripping his hat to pull it from his head, he ran a frustrated hand down his face. He'd already made a mess of things by kissing her at the fishing rodeo, but they just dug their rift impossibly deeper. Chapter 16. Come on, Kara sighed as she plopped down on the couch next to Allie. It can't have been that bad. Theo sat on the other side of her with his head in her lap and offered comfort for something he couldn't understand. Unfortunately, it had been that bad. Knox and Allie had fought before, but it was never over anything serious. They'd known each other so long they pretty much knew what the other was thinking. The only real fights they'd had since becoming adults were over the men she dated, but even those had never risen to yelling at one another. Seeing the red rage rise up in Knox's face as he shouted, feeling her own anger and embarrassment as she shouted back, it was completely new and unfamiliar. You weren't there. She'd been so down for the past 2 days that Kara had decided to stage an intervention to get her out of pajamas and off the couch. Sure, she'd seen Knox when they took the boat out that morning for filming, but he'd stayed on the bridge and she'd been so busy with her dive that they wouldn't have had a chance to talk even if they'd wanted to. That, and she was pretty sure the crew was trying to keep them separated. No, I wasn't, but I know that you and Knox are like peanut butter and jelly. No fight you could have had will keep you two apart for long. It's just not possible. Despite her opinion that Allie needed to get off the couch rather than just wallowing after work, Kara still held a pint of Moose Tracks ice cream in her hand. She held it out to Allie, along with one of the 2 spoons she carried. One more night, then we're going to do something fun. Allie had already queued up their favorite show about a family ranch in Alberta, Canada, one they'd seen every episode of at least twice. This is fun. I enjoy sitting on the couch in my pajamas and watching cowboys fall in love. Sure, but you've been like a scared little mouse ever since Knox laid that incredibly romantic kiss on you at the fishing rodeo. She raised a brow at her. I've respected your privacy about that, by the way, but my patience is running out to discuss it. Chuckling, Allie realized how good it felt to laugh. That's not really respecting my privacy, is it? It's just delaying the intrusion. Call it what you want, but a girl's best friend doesn't get a surprise kiss from a man like Knox Parker without giving details at some point. It's in the Girl Code handbook. Is it, now? Yep. Right between the chapters on cleaning the mirror after you spit out toothpaste and not dating a friend's ex without permission. Kara smirked as she added, but you don't have to worry about that last one. I don't date men who spend more time on their hair than I do. Allie's mouth dropped open, and she playfully smacked her on the shoulder. That was uncalled for. Before Kara had a chance to respond, Allie's phone started ringing. The screen lit up with the silly picture Levi had set as his contact photo in her phone, one of them as children after a mud fight. She answered it with a swipe. Hey, Levi, what's up? 2 things, actually. He was using his cop voice, not his typical brother voice. I promised I'd update you as Charlie's case progressed. Her stomach started swarming. Have you found anything? Yes. I can't go into details right now, but I just wanted to let you know you did the right thing coming to us when you did. Our divers have found another of her belongings, though we aren't sure what it all means. This one appears to have been dropped well before the necklace. Wow, Allie said in disbelief. As much as she'd hoped, she hadn't really expected they'd find anything else. Do you think it's time to tell Aiden? Levi paused on the other end of the line. No, not yet. Give me some time to see if I can tie the pieces together, and we'll go from there. Okay, you said you had 2 things to tell me. What's the other? Weather forecasters are predicting a bad storm coming in a couple of days. I know you and Kara don't really watch the news, so I wanted to warn you. It's early in the season, so I doubt most folks will be on the lookout. He was right. Allie hadn't heard anything about it. In July? I can't remember us ever having a hurricane in July around here. It's an anomaly, but it's not completely unheard of. I just wanted you two to be aware, though I'm sure you'd both find out about it at work tomorrow. Probably. Thanks to a grant they'd received a few years back, the MIRF was outfitted with the latest in hurricane protective technology, with windows rated to withstand Category 5 winds and a backup generator for their backup generator. Tanks at the facility had to keep pumping new water into the tanks or the fish would deteriorate quickly. Still, when a hurricane was predicted, it was all hands on deck until preparations were completed. Thanks for letting us know. I'll call Sage tomorrow and see if she needs help getting the plants into the warehouse. The MIRF might be outfitted with hurricane glass, but every one of Sage's plants had to be moved into the large warehouse she'd had built a few years back. It was a multi-day undertaking, and one the family often helped out with if they could. Me too, Levi said quickly as she heard phones ringing in the background. I've got to go, but I'll talk to you tomorrow. She hung up and filled Kara in on the key points of their conversation. Honestly, it was hard to decide which part was more surprising, the fact they might actually have developments in Charlie's case or a hurricane in the Atlantic in July. They spent the rest of the night half watching, half gabbing through everything that had happened in the past week. Nothing got solved, but that wasn't really the point. By the time she went to bed, Allie still wondered if she screwed everything up in her friendship with Knox, but she had to trust the Lord could work even in her cowardice to seek him out for a real conversation. It would have to come soon, but just the thought of it had her all wrapped up in knots. Sage probably would have thought she was being ridiculous, but she'd always been the more direct sister by far. Mama's words about them being created differently echoed in her mind, comforting her in a way she hadn't even realized she needed. As she told Kara goodnight and padded down the hall to her room, Allie hoped with everything in her that things would be resolved quickly. Not talking to Knox every night, not texting him throughout the day, it felt like a part of her was missing. The whir of the drill in the quiet library soothed Knox's mind with its white noise. It had been days since he'd talked to Allie, days since the kiss, and days since he'd stood up for her against Gage Edwards and his ridiculous wardrobe choices. He'd not apologized for that, but he hadn't given Allie a chance to step up for herself, and that was the part of the interaction he regretted. "Morning, Knox," Lydia said as she stepped up beside him. "Will you be joining the blue-haired book club today?" She winked, her curly gray hair as lovely on her as it ever had been before it lost its hue. "Not today, unfortunately." Not that he'd ever joined the book club of mostly retired women who met at the library once a week. Lydia had been going as long as he could remember, but to hear her tell it, the gathering was more about visiting with each other than discussing their actual books. "I'm just finishing up installing these shelves Mrs. Brenda needed for the new books they received in that grant." "Oh, how wonderful." Lydia placed a hand on his shoulder and smiled softly. "You're one of the good ones, Knox Parker, and I have no doubt God is going to bring you and my stubborn girl back together soon. You steady her, dear, and every ocean needs its banks." Not sure exactly what she meant by that, Knox decided not to press it. Two more of the ladies had arrived and begun to take their seats in the circle of chairs behind Lydia. "I hope so. I messed things up pretty soundly." As much as he wished he'd done it in a different context, Knox still couldn't bring himself to regret kissing Allie. She'd tasted as good as he knew she would, and the lightning that struck from his head to his toes was something he'd remember forever. Lydia shrugged, her expression unbothered. "Sometimes, a girl needs a man to show her how he feels in no uncertain terms. I'm just surprised you hadn't done it before now. Does Allie know you feel that way?" He didn't need Lydia fighting his battles for him, but maybe it would help his case a little if she knew her mother was on board. But then, he didn't want her to feel pressured into pursuing a relationship with him either. "I prefer to let my children walk the road before them with minimal interference from me. I've made noises about what a good man you are, but Allie tends to clam up when she feels there's too much pressure from all sides. You also surprised her, and that'll send her back into her shell as well. Give her some time, and I have no doubt she'll come around. I think you know that as I pray for my children every day, I pray for you as well." That touched him more than he'd have thought it would. Lydia had been like a second mother to him as long as he could remember, and she'd stepped in to help him navigate the waters of his father's passing with the gentle hand of one who'd been there. She'd done the same for Charlie, someone who'd had a tough childhood all her own. Did Lydia still pray for the girl, even though most people presumed her dead? Did she still hold hope after all these years? Would that hope be resurrected only to be dashed again because of the necklace? Like Allie, sometimes he wondered if it would have been better if they'd never found it, but he couldn't do anything about that now. Thank you. I appreciate that. I won't keep you any longer. I know you've probably got preparation to do for the storm coming. I just wanted you to know I'm always here for you, even when my daughter is the burr in your side. She chuckled and turned to head back toward the circle just as Knox inspected his work. The shelves had turned out exactly how Mrs. Brenda had wanted, and he was proud of the work he'd done on them. Without bothering Mrs. Brenda, he grabbed his tools and slipped out the door of the library just as the book club ladies began arguing about whether or not Deacon Potter was right or wrong for frequenting a bingo hall on the mainland twice a week. As riveting as that conversation would undoubtedly be, he'd take his leave before being called upon to give his opinion. Lydia was right about many things, one of which being that he had storm prep to do down at the marina before it arrived. Chapter 17. Thanks again for helping me, Sage said as she lifted another baby fruit tree onto the nursery's trailer. Wanda had to get Lainey from school, and I'm not sure how I would have gotten all this done with just me and Paul. The man in question worked hard on the other side of the property, securing the hurricane window covers over the large warehouse in the back. No problem, Allie replied from the back of the trailer. How in the world Sage lifted the trees like they weighed nothing was a mystery to her. It took all her strength to drag the pots from the front of the trailer to the back. Then again, Sage did do crazy things like compete in triathlons in addition to working all day at Plant Babies, so she was bound to be stronger than the average person. The MIRF is closed today anyway to prepare for the hurricane, and I finished up already this morning with my prep duties. Sage handed her another large pot, this one's tag sporting a picture of crisp, red apples. Just as Allie managed to lower the pot to the trailer's bed, her sister cleared her throat. Have you talked to Knox in the past few days? Heat rose up in Allie's gut at the memory of the kiss and her embarrassment over how she'd more or less taken all her frustration out on her best friend when all he was doing was trying to help her. Why had she been perfectly willing to take Janet's help, but not Knox's? He hadn't been out of line with Gage, yet no one would know that from the way she acted. No, we got into a fight. That much was obvious. I was just wondering whether you'd patched things up yet. Don't tell Mom I asked, by the way. She told us to leave it alone. Sage shrugged, her own stubbornness a direct inheritance from their mother. Might as well tell the truth. No, I've been avoiding him. What was the fight about? Allie told the abridged version of what had happened at filming earlier that week. When he jumped in front of me, I felt like a child. Something snapped, and I told him to mind his own business and leave me alone. Eyes wide, Sage grabbed 2 pots from the ground that time. Seems like your anger was misplaced. I'm letting you know right now the only reason I'm not marching down to the MIRF right now and pushing that creepy director into the water is the fact I'm such a fan of your path towards independence. Nothing would bring me more satisfaction. I appreciate your restraint, Allie replied sarcastically. I know I messed up, but now I don't know how to fix it. Plus, we were supposed to film today, but Nate canceled due to the storm. Just as she finished speaking, Allie's phone pinged a text notification. As she pulled it from her pocket, she didn't recognize the number. Unknown number, hey, it's Gage. Just got word that there's a massive migration of bull sharks coming through close to the island. Come on down, and we'll get some footage. Right then? The wind had already started to pick up, and the clouds in the distance looked ominous. Not to mention, bull sharks didn't travel in groups typically. Where did you find this out? Unknown number, I follow a couple of shark spotter accounts online. I've already got Janet and the crew on their way, so we'll see you soon. Placing her phone back in her pocket, Allie wiped her hands on her jeans. If it really was a school of bull sharks, the only time they really grouped was for hunting purposes. That wasn't a moment Allie wanted to be in the water. Though, if they had a shark cage, she'd probably be all right with it. Still, the weather wasn't safe for diving even if the water was. I have to head down to the MIRF for a while. I'll head back when I'm done. She'd not be going out on a boat that day, and there was no amount of money that would convince Knox to take them out anyway. It might be a better conversation to have in person though. Sage had already moved on from the fruit trees to some shrubbery she pushed against the backside of the main building. Thanks for your help. Mom is planning to come by after she finishes prepping the inn, but I'm hopeful I'll be done by then. As Allie waved
Goodbye
to Paul and hopped in her car, Gage's command to come down for filming irked her more and more. He didn't ask. He just decreed and expected everyone to fall in line. The crew might be used to his demands, but she wasn't. Only a fool would dive in conditions like the choppy seas indicated. Absolutely not, Knox said firmly as he watched Gage's temper rise. I'll not be putting the crew or anyone else in danger just because you want to take the boat out in a storm. They stood at the dock behind the MIRF, wind already picking up as they argued. They already knew a hurricane was coming in, and there was no chance Knox would be taking the Harriet's Rose or anyone aboard it out to sea. Was Gage's information about the bull sharks even any good? Allie had always said they were mostly solitary creatures, so why were they grouped in the first place? Despite his clear annoyance, Gage seemed to be doing his best to look bored. The storm's not even here yet, and you're not the only captain on this island. Dark clouds filled the sky overhead, with even darker ones slowly heading their way. Birds had mostly grounded themselves, tired of fighting the wind, and tourists had already cleared off the beaches. The only part of Gage's threat that held any sway with Knox was the fact he didn't trust the man around Allie. He'd made a mistake the other day with how quickly he'd jumped in about her wardrobe, but he'd not allow the fool to risk her life. He hadn't realized how often he and Allie interacted until that past week. First, she was avoiding him due to his impulsive kiss at the fishing rodeo, and then it was because she was so angry at him over what happened with Gage. He wanted to fix their problems, but mostly he just missed her. She was normally the first person he texted in the morning and the last person he talked to at night. They saw each other most days every week, and she was the first person he cared to tell when things were going right or wrong in his life. Well, Gage said as he scrolled through his phone. I've already got Allie coming, and the crew is here already. You can either fall in line and do what we're paying you to do, or I can go find another boat captain who will. Knox narrowed his eyes. You won't find any captain worth his salt that will take a boat out right now for anything other than a dire need. Fine, you're fired. Gage waved his hand off in the distance as though Knox was dismissed. Your final check will arrive in the mail when we wrap. I'd say it was a pleasure working with you, but I'd be lying. Had he just made a big mistake? Knox didn't care about losing the contract. He made more than enough money to keep himself afloat, but where did that leave Allie? If you try and take a crew out right now, I'll call the Coast Guard on you, and the whole production will be shut down. He meant every word. He'd lost his father to a storm that stirred up unexpectedly. There was no way he'd lose Allie to one that they knew all about. Gage signaled an assistant from near the hair and makeup area. Escort Mr. Parker from the set and get me a water on your way back. He didn't remove his gaze from Knox's, his own eyes narrowed in what was probably supposed to be intimidating. You know, this works out well. I've been hoping to get Allie to myself anyway, and without her guard dog of a boat captain, I guess I will. He didn't say any more, but his meaning was clear. Hand fisting at his side, it took all the self-control Knox possessed not to punch the man in the face. His teeth clenched so hard he thought they might break, and the vein in his forehead was no doubt bulging. If you so much as say one thing to Allie that makes her uncomfortable, you won't only have me to deal with. Her brothers are on the police force and with the fire department, not to mention one is a Marine. Even as he said it, the thought crossed his mind that Sage was probably the one Gage should fear the most if he stepped out of line. He'd not mention that, though. Some weapons were better left secret. With a scoff, Gage shook his head. I'm so glad we've got a witness for these threats. He gestured to the assistant, but still didn't actually look his way. You don't have any power here, Parker, and I'll make Allie do whatever I want. Whatever afloats my boat, as it were. How in the world were men like him not behind bars? As though it had a mind of its own, the rage welled up in Knox at Gage's insinuation, The one he'd no doubt used to intimidate other women he'd worked with in the past. His fist rose and planted itself firmly on Gage's nose, the satisfying crunch an indicator he'd gotten his point across. Call whatever lawyer you want, Edwards. I've got friends, too. As he turned on his heel, he whipped out his cell phone to call Nate. Stalking down the dock and toward his truck, he pumped fingers a few times to shake out the stiffness after the punch. Nate, he said as soon as the call indicated he'd picked up, you need to go down to the dock right now. Gage is wanting to go out in the storm, and he's fired me. Don't let him do anything stupid and put people in danger. Nate sputtered on the other end of the line. What are you talking about? I'm not even at the MIRF right now. I'm helping secure some of our sites on the other side of the island. Today's shoot was cancelled. Are you telling me Gage has called everyone in? As quickly as possible, Knox told Nate about the bull sharks and what had happened. He included the punch, and the man's quick intake of breath on the other end of the line was exactly what he'd expected. I wish you hadn't done that, Knox, but I'll call the producers and see what the next steps will be. You probably ought to lawyer up. That's my next call, Knox said as he plopped into his truck and slammed the door. Don't worry. This won't cost the MIRF any money. This was personal. Just make sure that idiot doesn't get anyone hurt, and don't let him around Allie without you there. Nate let out a long sigh. I'm on my way. Chapter 18. Allie and Theo padded down the dock behind the MIRF, his footsteps comforting behind her. Would Knox be there? There was no way he'd take the boat out with a hurricane rolling in, but then why had Gage sounded so sure they'd be filming? A school of bull sharks together was absolutely something to pay attention to, but there was no way she'd be going into the water without a shark cage. As she approached their set home base, 2 production assistants scurried to pull down the 2 tents that acted as a meeting space and the hair and makeup area. Wind whipped at them, and even the strong stakes pushed into the sand groaned at its strength. Further down, Allie realized the boat in the dock wasn't Knox's. Where was he? A chill ran down her spine at the realization that she didn't see him or Janet anywhere. Nate stood at the boat's ramp, apparently arguing with Gage, who held a large ice pack to his nose. I'll sue him for everything he has, Gage shouted. His voice sounded nasally, but he didn't appear too bothered by it. He's a menace, and not only is he fired, but I'll make sure he never steps foot in this industry again. Nate sighed, running a hand down his face. I don't think you have to worry about that. His voice was calm, but it was firm. He did this as a favor to me and to watch out for Allie in the first place. Was he talking about Knox? Allie froze there on the dock, Theo's cool wet nose bumping into her calf from behind her at her abrupt halt. What happened? Where's Knox? Turning slowly, Gage removed the ice pack from his face. The fire in his eyes was clear, and it scared her. He's been let go, and if he's lucky, he might stay out of jail tonight. Bruising fanned out over his cheeks, and his nose had swollen to twice its normal size. Did he do that to your face? In her gut, she knew the answer, but she still wanted to hear it from him. Gage huffed out his frustration. Of course he did. Do you think other folks just walk around like loose cannons all the time? He's been wanting to punch me since the day he met me. He wasn't wrong, but Allie didn't think he needed the confirmation. Why? Parker thought he was in charge around here, Gage replied. He was wrong, but it doesn't matter now. We've secured a new vessel, and we're paying them handsomely for their time. Let's not waste any more of it. Allie looked past Gage to the commercial yacht behind them. She recognized the company from the mainland but couldn't imagine how much Gage had promised them to get them out here in this weather. Already, the rain had started to pick up. Gage, we can't go out in this. Just as the words left her mouth, she spotted Janet marching down the dock from the MIRF, an expensive-looking raincoat pulled tight around her petite frame. Have you lost your mind? Her ire was directed at Gage, but both Allie and Nate jumped at her volume. You call and summon me like a servant to come out in a hurricane? You expect your cast and crew to sail in that? She pointed to the water that grew increasingly choppier by the moment. You plan on putting her in the water while lightning could very well strike at any moment? You know what? I don't need you to answer. You have absolutely lost your mind if you think there is any world in which production would sign off on this risk. Gage didn't look the least bit intimidating with his nose and cheeks swollen up as they were, but he still managed to talk down to her. What is with all of you thinking this is your set? You don't have a say here, and if you're unhappy on this project then you can go back to Wilmington. She shook her head before addressing Allie in a much softer tone. You absolutely do not have to do this. You have a safety rider in your contract, and it's there for a reason. Allie's eyes bounced from Nate to Gage to Janet, then back again. Nate, can I legally refuse, or will it put the MIRF on the hook for money? She should know her contract better than that, but she'd already made the mistake of signing something she hadn't read through. She wouldn't do it again, but that was all in the past. Nate took a deep breath, his expression somewhere between a smirk and chagrin. Yes, you're fine to decline to shoot today. In fact, that's what I recommend you do. Excuse me? Gage's nasally voice sounded almost comical as it roared over the whipping wind. If we don't shoot today, we miss the bull sharks. He narrowed his eyes at Allie, the effect dampened by his injury. Don't you care about this documentary and all the people it will reach? He reached out a hand and placed it on her shoulder. This is a 1-in-a-million shot that will soften folks toward sharks forever. His clear and unapologetic attempt at manipulation snapped something in Allie that she couldn't quite explain. Behind her, Theo's soft growl bolstered her strength as she shoved Gage's hand off her shoulder and to his side. Don't touch me again. You fired Knox because he wouldn't put us all at risk, didn't you? You are pathetic. I don't care what credentials you have, I'll not be working on this film anymore if you're a part of it. Janet looked impressed as she crossed her arms over her chest. Atta girl. His tone low and threatening, Gage shook with what she could only imagine was his loosening grasp at control. You really want to do that? You want to waste the production's money like that and put all these people out of a job? They have families to feed, too. Oh, come off it, Tim's voice sounded from behind her. When had he gotten back? Our insurance would have a field day if you took people out in this weather anyway, and I sure didn't approve it. Gage's mouth fell open. When did you get back? Landed in Charlotte this morning, and Janet called me on my way out here to let me know about this little stunt you were trying to pull. I don't care what awards you think that shot would win you, we don't put people in danger to get it. You're fired, Gage. Fired? You can't fire me. What, are you going to direct? Despite what you seem to think, Tim said slowly, you are replaceable. Don't worry, you'll be credited for the work you've done, but you're finished here. Allie, I hope you'll reconsider quitting. I've seen the footage you've shot so far, and you're a natural on camera. Allie raised her eyebrow at Gage, his silent seething putting her on edge. As long as he's out, I'm happy to continue filming. Suddenly, it was like something snapped inside Gage and he let out a roar that had to hurt his face with all the bruising. He reared his hand back, as though he was preparing to slap her, but he didn't get the chance. In a wave of blonde fur, Theo charged out from behind her and tackled Gage to the ground. His teeth were bared, snapping and growling with a fierceness Allie hadn't realized he was capable of. Gage lay under him, fully shaking by that point. Call him off. Call him off. He'll kill me. Theo, Allie said in a calm but firm voice. Come. Theo got in one last growl before backing slowly off Gage and coming to sit at Allie's side. His eyes didn't leave the dismissed director, though his posture was much more relaxed than it had been a second before. Gage scrambled to his feet, his eyes not leaving the dog either, and he backed away quickly. I'll sue you. I'll sue all of you. Today, I've been assaulted and wrongfully terminated, not to mention attacked by a dog. You'll all be hearing from my attorney. As he half ran, half stumbled away, Allie put a hand on Theo's head. Who's a good boy? The retriever wagged his tail at the praise, his tongue lolling around as he did so. Don't worry about Gage, Tim said. This was all part of the production, so we'll deal with all of it. He hasn't had steady work in 2 years, so I doubt he's got the money for a legal battle anyway. Just direct any calls you receive to me. Allie, Nate, I'm really sorry about this. In that moment, Allie realized what Mama had meant about the ocean's power beneath its calm surface. The Lord had created her the way he did for a reason, but it didn't mean she was weak. And if she was, that was all right too. She recalled 2 Corinthians chapter 12 and a verse stating how his power was perfected in their weakness. She may be a peacemaker at heart, but the Lord could give her the strength she needed. She smiled softly at Tim. It's over now, and we still get to complete this project. If they hadn't, she'd have made peace with it, but it would have been devastating. As much as she didn't care to be on camera, sharing her love of sharks and their valuable place in the marine ecosystem had given her its own kind of confidence. That, we do. Now, I think it's probably best if everyone gets on home. On the way here, the radio said the storm looks like it's coming faster than forecast, and I want everyone safely inside when it arrives. Allie planned to do just that, but before she did, she had a few things to say to Knox. If she could stand up to the likes of Gage Edwards, then surely she could talk to her best friend in the world about how her feelings for him had begun to change. For years, she'd dated men she knew she'd never marry because she was scared, but maybe her courage had a little left in the tank. The only question would be whether he still felt the same way. Knox jerked the keys out of the lockbox on his boats down at the public marina, his hand smarting from where he'd punched Gage. The sky overhead was a pretty good reflection of his mood, and he had the fleeting thought that he probably ought to check and see if the weather forecast had changed. It wasn't supposed to get bad until that afternoon, but the boat already rocked in the harbor. You sure you don't need any more help? Brant stood up from his crouched position on the dock, having just finished the last of their extra tie-offs. I don't mind staying. Go on home. I'll finish up here. Knox finished lashing down everything that couldn't be pulled off the boat or stored in the locked watertight bins under the benches. Let me know when you get there safely, okay? Sure thing, boss. Stay safe, okay? Brant still had a concerned look on his face, but he didn't argue. Knox nodded, his mood unable to summon a smile. Had Gage somehow managed to get the cast and crew out in this weather? His stomach turned at the thought of Allie out on the water. Maybe he should go back to the MIRF and make sure Nate had put a stop to it. He could call, but he didn't know that he'd really breathe easy until he could see with his eyes that they hadn't left the dock. He turned to do just that when the boat pitched sideways in the waves unexpectedly. It wasn't much, as it was well tied to the dock, but it was enough that he lost his balance in the distraction. He barely registered falling before his head smashed onto the counter of the bridge, a tunnel of black forming around his peripheral vision as he hit the ground. Dots danced in what little sight he did have, and he saw a flash of light and heard a roll of thunder before it all went dark. Chapter 19. How long ago did you leave him? Allie drove quicker than the low speed limit down to the public marina, Brant on the other end of the line. I called him a few minutes ago, and he didn't answer. It was irrational, but something in her gut told her she needed to be concerned about Knox. When he hadn't answered his phone, she'd called his deckhand. It was about an hour ago, Brant replied. Do you think I should go back down there and see about him? The wind was rolling in pretty fast, but Knox isn't one to take chances. No, he wasn't. In fact, he was one of the least risky people Allie knew. I'll go. Just stay by your phone in case he calls. I'm sure I'm jumping the gun on this one, but I just need to make sure he's okay. Better safe than sorry. As they hung up the phone, Allie pressed her foot to the gas even heavier just as the bottom dropped out of the storm clouds above. The wind howled, but the worst of the storm wasn't there yet. Lord, she prayed aloud as the rain whipped so forcefully she could barely see in front of her face. Lead me to Knox, and keep us both safe. Protect us from the storm, just as you did for the apostles on the sea. Storms always made her think of the story of Jesus calming the waves around their boat as the apostles worried and paced. She'd always wondered what her response would have been in such a scene. If the pounding in her chest was any indication, she'd have needed just as much reassurance as they had. The sign for the marina popped up on her left, and she realized she'd come further than she realized in the low visibility. She whipped into the parking lot and barely got her car parked and turned off before jumping out of the car while grabbing her rain jacket. Theo hopped out of the car behind her, despite her urges to stay inside. Pulling the hood low over her eyes, she scanned the boards below her to get her bearings. Visibility was no better here than it had been on the road, and the growing feeling of unease in her gut had her feet moving quicker. Lord, please let me reach him in time. She turned down the dock that led to the Harriet's Rose, one of the larger vessels that made its home there. It was tied off correctly, and she didn't see anyone on deck, but she couldn't see much. Shielding her eyes against the rain, she searched the deck for any sign of Knox. Had she acted rashly? Was he home safe already and just not answering his phone? Just then, Theo nudged her hand to get her attention, bringing his front paws up and down as though he was pacing. What is it, boy? Theo jumped off the dock into the boat, and Allie followed close behind. As soon as her feet touched the deck, she gasped. What she hadn't seen from her angle on the dock was clearly visible from this vantage point. There, behind the bridge, lay Knox unconscious on the ground. The top half of his body was thankfully covered with the awning over the controls, but his bottom half was completely soaked. His navy blue baseball cap lay a few feet from his head, a bloody cut oozing from his temple. Knox. She ran forward and crouched beside him, relieved to find a strong and steady pulse in his neck. Knox, wake up. She lifted his head, careful of his wound, holding back tears at the sight of him so vulnerable. Could she possibly carry him to safety? Getting him out of the boat would be the challenge. From there, she could probably carry him to the boathouse to ride out the storm until an ambulance could get there. It may not have been the best plan, but it was the only one she had. I'm really going to regret all those times Sage asked me to go running, and I chickened out. Allie was fit from swimming and diving, but lifting Knox would take everything she had in her. Lightning and thunder mixed with the rain overhead to create a terrifying scene, but she kept her mind focused on the task at hand. Get Knox to the boathouse, and call an ambulance. The longer they stayed in the boat, the more at risk they were. Dear Jesus, give me strength. With that, Allie squatted down behind her best friend of over 20 years, and grabbed him under the armpits like Rob sometimes did for folks too large for him to carry like a sack of potatoes. The deck was wet enough that Knox slid over it easily enough, but lifting him from the boat onto the dock would be the real test. She shifted to his front and took a deep breath. With all the strength she had in her, Allie hefted Knox over the lip of the dock and onto the soaked wood. Theo jumped up beside him as though standing guard until she could climb out herself and move him the rest of the way. You know, she said with a grunt as she stepped up onto the dock, you'd be a whole lot more useful if you could help lift him. Theo just stared at her, his head cocked to the side. Squatting down once more, Allie grabbed Knox from behind once more, starting the short trek from their spot on the dock to the boathouse that she prayed was unlocked. As she reached the door and laid Knox gently on the ground below, she heard a groan. She dropped to her knees beside him. Knox, are you awake? Allie? The word was soft, more of a murmur than actual speaking, but it was clear. Al? Smoothing his hair away from his face despite the rain that poured around them, Allie grinned through tear-filled eyes. It would figure you wake up after I do the hard part to get your behind out of the boat and down the dock. Knox chuckled, but he cut it short with a wince of pain. Thanks, Al. What time is it? Let's get you inside the boathouse, then we can make small talk. Allie helped him to his feet and into the small storage building they called the boathouse. What it lacked in size, it made up for in its ability to withstand multiple hurricanes in the past 20 years or so. She'd take it over a boat any day. They moved slowly over to a corner, and Allie spread out a couple of blankets on the ground. There's no way these are clean, but they'll do. Knox sank down onto one with another groan, reaching up to touch the wound on his head as he went. What happened? I was hoping you could tell me. I left the chute, and something told me I needed to come find you. Brant said he'd left you at the boat, so that's where I came. You came out in a hurricane to look for me? Of course. Wouldn't you have done the same? She knew that answer as well as she did her own name. Knox's eyes darkened. Of course, but you've been so angry with me. First of all, me being angry with you will never make me not love you. Second, I have some apologizing to do on that front. She paused, and he simply studied her silently. You were wrong to jump in with Gage like you did, but I was wrong too. I shouldn't have reacted the way I did. Al, I'm so sorry for what I said. I can't apologize for standing up for you with Gage, but I should have given you the chance to do it yourself first. He lifted his hand and ran it down her cheek, his fingers rough and calloused. I don't know how to not protect you. I don't want you to stop protecting me, but I do want your respect. When you jumped in like you did, it made me feel like a child. He placed one hand behind him and pushed himself up further into a sitting position. Wincing, he took a breath before he spoke. I don't think of you as a child, Allie. I haven't in a long time. Could he mean what she thought he meant? Was the kiss really not just a heat-of-the-moment mistake? I need you to tell me exactly what you mean by that. I'm tired of guessing. This time, rather than running his hand down her cheek, he placed it gently behind her neck. The storm raged outside, but Allie barely noticed. Just as it had been the day he'd kissed her at the fishing rodeo, time seemed to stand still as he pulled her gently closer. I love you, Allie Jameson. You've been my best friend since we were children, and I've been terrified to lose that. You helped me heal after my dad died, pointing me back to the Lord when I wanted to turn away. You make me happy on my hardest days, and you make me laugh when it's the last thing I want to do. I've always been angry when you dated those losers like Austin because you're too good for them, but also because I wanted to be in their place. I wanted to take you out to dinner and walk you to your door. I wanted to kiss you goodnight. He paused, her sharp intake of breath the only thing to break the silence. Leaning forward, he pressed their foreheads together, but he continued speaking. If you'll let me, I'll be the only man to kiss you goodnight ever again. The tears of relief she held back when he woke up welled up again. What if it doesn't work out? What if we ruin everything we have? What if everything goes wrong? What if it goes right? I don't know about you, but I'd rather go for it than regret never trying. Besides, doesn't your mama always say friendship is the most fertile ground for romance? He winked, and Allie thought back fondly on all the times they'd teased Mama for that hokey saying. She does. Then what do you say, Al? Give us a chance? His eyes were so hopeful, there was no way she could refuse him. What's more, she didn't want to. Rather than speak and risk dislodging the lump of tears in her throat, she lifted her hands to each side of his face, their foreheads still together. Closing the rest of the distance between their lips, she kissed him the way she'd dreamed about since that day at the rodeo. Butterflies danced in her stomach, and she breathed a prayer of thanks. Despite their best efforts, God had brought them back to each other. The storm raged on for hours, but Allie was able to get a text through to Lydia that they were safe and to stay where she was. Knox had no doubt she'd have sent in the cavalry if Allie hadn't assured her they were good where they were. After the best kiss of his life, Knox and Allie just leaned back against the wall in the boathouse with Allie tucked in close to his side. They were both soaking wet, but he didn't care one bit. She doctored his head up a little, but it would definitely have to be checked out at the hospital. If he were a betting man, he'd say stitches were in his future. As the storm died down, Knox found himself wishing it would last a little longer. At least, he would have if it meant there was no more damage to the island. He had no idea whether any of his boats were damaged, but he couldn't bring himself to care that much. He had everything he needed right in his arms, and he didn't plan on letting her go. The phone in his pocket trilled, thankfully still working despite the beating it took when he fell. It was Levi, and Allie's eyes widened as she glanced over and saw it. Wonder what he needs. He might just be checking on us. Even as he said it, he didn't really believe that was the case. Hey, Lev, what's up? Hey, man, Levi said quickly on the other end of the line. Mom said you're with Allie? You guys safe? Yep. Everything okay, at the inn? Knox lowered his phone and pushed the speaker button. Whatever Levi had to tell him, it probably involved Allie too. I think so, but I haven't been there for a while. We got called out to a fire. Listen, I need the both of you to come down to the station as soon as it's safe. The roads are fine, so I don't think you'll have any trouble getting here. Allie spoke before he did, putting words to his thoughts. Is everyone all right? Oh.
Yeah.
This has nothing to do with the storm. Well, a little, but no one's hurt. Levi spoke to someone on his end before resuming the conversation. Just come down when you can. They agreed, and Knox hung up the phone. Allie helped him to his feet, a little unsteady since his head swam a little. Once he got his bearings, he wrapped an arm around her shoulders as they started toward the parking lot. Whatever it is that Levi wants to tell us. She placed a gentle kiss on his cheek. We'll face it together. Chapter 20. Allie and Knox stood outside the police station, the aftermath of the storm thankfully not as destructive as it could have been. Palm fronds littered Main Street, and a few signs and shingles had been blown off of buildings, but folks already dotted the street to help with cleanup. A cool wind blew, and a chill rose up Allie's spine. What do you think Levi needs to tell us? They dropped Theo back at her apartment on the way with instructions to Kara to feed him plenty of treats after all he'd done. I couldn't say, Knox said as he pulled her in close. His steady heartbeat calmed her as he stroked her back gently. I guess the only way to find out is to go in. Nodding, Allie took a deep breath and took Knox's hand. Let's do this. Knox pulled open the door and held it for Allie before taking her hand once more. Last time they arrived, it had been Meredith Smith that greeted them. This time, Levi himself came to the front. His eyes went immediately to Knox and Allie's joined hands, eyebrows raised at the sight. Before he could speak, Allie held up her free hand. We can talk about this later. Why did you call us down here? The smirk was wiped off Levi's face as he gestured back to his office. Phones rang in the background, and cops bustled around the station. Y'all are the last ones here. We can get started. They followed Levi through the station as Allie pondered what he meant by last ones. Who else had been called down? They reached the doorway to Levi's office and she froze at the sight of the rest of her family, minus Aiden, sitting in the metal folding chairs Knox and Allie had sat in the last time they were there. Mama and Sage sat, while Rob leaned against a filing cabinet and stared out the window like he wanted to crawl out of his skin. He was dressed in his turnout gear, the Magnolia Island Fire Department insignia on his t-shirt. The only thing missing was his uniform jacket, though there was soot and ash all over his pants and hair. Knox squeezed Allie's hand and gently nudged her into the room. It'll be okay, he whispered. Whatever it is, it'll be okay. Hey, everyone, Levi said as he rounded his desk to take his seat. Now that you're all here, I won't make you wonder why I called you down anymore. Of course, Rob knows, but he doesn't know some of the story that led us here. Quickly, he recapped the story of Allie and Knox finding the necklace, though everyone in the room already knew it had happened. He then told the others about the case being reopened due to the forensic evidence that the necklace couldn't have been there very long. All that leads me to today and the fire that today's lightning started at Rudy Grant's fishing shack. Rob and the rest of the department were called out to help, though we're pretty sure the structure is a goner. Mama sat forward in her chair. Is Rudy okay? He's fine, Levi said as he exchanged a glance with Rob. In fact, he's in custody. Sage's mouth fell open as she turned her attention to her twin. She'd been better friends with Rudy's niece, Lexi, than the rest of them save Rob, and it had been her that pushed their dating back in college. Rudy's in custody? What for? Levi placed his elbows on his desk, scratching his forehead as he did so. Some other items of Charlie's were found in his shack, and the coordinates of the necklace being found tracks with it coming from his house. There was no way that sweet, albeit odd, old man could have been responsible for Charlie's disappearance. Is this some kind of a sick joke? You know Rudy wouldn't hurt a fly? I know, Levi said with a feigned patience. But when we tried to question him about the items, he wouldn't cooperate. He wasn't rude, but he also wasn't forthcoming. He almost seemed eager to get arrested. Levi shook his head as though trying to piece together a puzzle no one but him could see. He basically held out his hands and told us to take him in. Mama relaxed a little, sitting back in her chair again. Then son, I'm confused why we were called in. I love Charlie, but we're not her next of kin. No, but it turns out Charlie was emancipated before she disappeared, and her parents moved years ago. By the spirit of it, we are kind of her family now. Still, that's not why we called you in. You may not be Charlie's next of kin. He stopped, then lifted a clear evidence bag. Inside, Aiden's high school letterman jacket hung on a hanger, a few spots singed to ash, but the majority still in good condition. Aiden's jacket was found there as well. Tears spilled over Mama's cheeks at the sight of the jacket Aiden had given Charlie in high school. He'd probably never even worn it, as she'd been the only one Allie had ever seen with it. It held patches from football and track, and she was hit with a memory of spying on her older brother and his girlfriend on the front porch of the inn. He'd had his MP3 player hooked up to a speaker that played a soft love song while he and Charlie swayed gently in the cool fall breeze. She'd worn his jacket and rested her head on his chest. Until that moment, thinking back to how much of a steadying presence Knox had on her, she hadn't realized just how safe Charlie probably felt in that moment. I'm sorry to dredge all this up, Levi said. But after we run forensics on the jacket, I thought you might want it back. Aiden might want it back, but I'm leaving that up to you. He stared right at Mama just as Knox reached over and handed her a tissue. It's your call, Mom, but I think it's time to tell him. Before she had a chance to respond, shouting in the hallway filled the room, a voice Allie thought she recognized louder than she'd ever heard it. A quick glance at Rob's squeezed shut eyes confirmed exactly what she thought. Levi Jameson. Lexi Grant came barreling into his office, her light brown hair cut short in a pixie cut that flattered her petite frame. She froze the way Allie had when she spotted the family, her eyes going wide at the sight of Rob standing in the corner. Her lips pursed at the sight of him, but she slowly turned her gaze to Levi. Detective Jameson, she said a little softer that time. Why did I just get a call that you arrested my uncle? The only crime that man would ever commit is refusing to vacate a dilapidated shack he's lived in longer than I can remember. You let him go right now. Lexi, Rob cut in, just calm down. He looked pained at the sight of her again, and Allie realized how little she'd known about their relationship. While Aiden and Charlie's relationship had blossomed in front of the family, Rob and Sage had been away at college in Charleston when Sage introduced him to Lexi. She'd gone to a private school on the mainland, so while she grew up on Magnolia Island, they didn't meet until college. Her head whipped back around to Rob as her outfit, a 3/4-length baseball shirt that said kindergarten squad in bright primary colors tucked into high-waisted jeans, and bright red tennis shoes, contrasted with the rage on her face. When, she started in a deathly low voice, have those words ever calmed any woman in the history of the world? Sage snorted from her spot on the metal chair. She's not wrong. As though noticing the rest of them for the first time, Lexi shook her head quickly. Sage, what in the dash? Her sister stood and met Lexi at the door, her arm going around her as she settled beside her. I know you're upset, Lex, but listen to Levi. He'll explain everything. They gathered around the kitchen table at the inn, everyone listening with rapt attention to the story of what had happened with production of the documentary, and how it culminated in Allie finding Knox knocked out on the Harriet's Rose. After Theo found him, I just knew I had to get him inside and safe before the storm really hit. I feel like the Lord gave me the strength to pull him to safety. Of course, he woke up right when all the work was done. She grinned at Knox, her smile enough to make his breath catch. That's all great, Levi said as he took a bite of pizza, but I want to know about what I saw at the police station. Bryn looked up at her uncle in confusion, her brows knit together from her spot between him and Rob. What did you see? A smirk spread across Levi's face. Well, Brinny Bear, I saw your Auntie Allie and Ole and Knox here sharing a hug that looked pretty unplatonic to me. Then, they walked in the station holding hands. And for the elementary friends among us, he said with a wink in Bryn's direction. Platonic means they're just friends, but that's not what it looked like to me. Sage and Lydia both smiled, but they stayed silent. Rob just shrugged his shoulders, clearly distracted like he had been since that afternoon at the police station. Allie and Knox had gone to get his head stitched up shortly after, but it was clear her normally stoic brother had been knocked off kilter by a tiny kindergarten teacher with a pixie cut. Not the least bit embarrassed, Knox pulled Allie's chair closer to his and wrapped his arm around her shoulders. Allie and I have decided to explore what a relationship will look like with the two of us. Sage pointed to him with her fork, one of the few weirdos he knew who ate pizza with one. So is this casual or? Not if I have anything to say about it, Knox replied. I'd embarrass Allie if I told y'all just how much I care about her, but we've got time. We don't have to rush anything. A blush did indeed rise up in Allie's cheeks at Knox's declaration even as she settled into his side. Can we change the subject now? He hadn't expected anything else, since having all the attention on her was never something she'd been fond of. Sure, Levi said with an even wider grin. Robert, care to share anything with the class about a certain pretty teacher who came into my station raising a stink? Levi, Sage warned. Don't start. Lydia shook her head as well, though Rob had begun studying his food. Bryn, would you like to come outside with Nana and help me set up for s'mores? I've been meaning to teach you to build a fire. That's something every girl ought to know. Bryn giggled, the sound angelic. Nana, I already know how. Daddy taught me how to start one and how to put one out. Of course, Lydia said with her hand on her chest dramatically. How could I have been so silly? So maybe you can give me some pointers? Pushing back her chair, Bryn jumped to her feet. Can I, Daddy? Sure, baby, he said with a kiss to her head. Just be careful and let Nana help. As Bryn took Lydia's hand and they went out onto the back porch, Rob's head popped up from his food and pierced Levi with a glare. Don't mention Lexi around Bryn. Why? As long as Knox had known them, Levi had a tendency to push when he should stand down. She was your college girlfriend. What's so bad about that? Rob didn't answer. Instead, he pushed his own chair back from the table and followed Lydia and Bryn out the French doors to the porch. Sage backhanded Levi on the arm. I told you to stop. I don't get it. Was she the love of his life or something? She might have been, Sage said as she glanced after Rob. They were perfect together. At that point Allie's curiosity must have piqued, as she spoke up. So what happened? I don't remember much about their relationship. It's not my story to tell, Sage replied. Just know they wanted different things in life, but it's not something to push on. She directed the last statement to Levi, her big sister energy strong as she stared him down. Levi raised his hands in surrender. Fine, I'll drop it. Both he and Sage cleaned their plates and followed the others out back, leaving Allie and Knox alone in the kitchen. Well, he said as he ran the backs of his fingers down her soft cheeks. That went well. Her eyes fixed on his, and he thought he'd never get over the wonder of losing himself in her gaze. Did you really mean what you said? Do you see us going the distance? Sweetheart, if I thought you'd say yes, I'd get down on one knee right here and now. But I'd rather you stay right here with me than run out that back door and straight into the ocean, so I'll wait as long as you want me to. How long have you known? The vulnerability in her words was clear, her questions loud and clear. You remember the dance where Peter Wyatt broke up with you? She laughed at the memory, the confusion written all over her face. In 9th grade? Yep. You were so sad, but you kissed my cheek when Aiden dropped me off at my house. I knew then you were the girl I wanted. I didn't know what it meant back then, but I have for a while now. Allie's mouth fell open. Is that why you haven't dated much in the past few years? Why would I settle when you were right in front of me? I tried to get over you, especially every time you came home with a new guy, but it would have never worked. Besides, any girl I've ever dated hasn't been comfortable with our friendship. They could all see what you couldn't. And what's that? At that point, she was just being coy. That I am in love with the shark girl, and even if I have to play second fiddle to those ornery fish for the rest of my life, I'll do it just so I can be with you. Allie chuckled, the sound music to his ears. They're not ornery, and that's silly. You're at least even with sharks in my heart. Lowering his lips to hers, he guided her chin toward him with the tips of his fingers. High praise, but I'll take it. Epilogue. 1 month later. This a good spot to drop anchor? Allie grinned at him from her spot at the boat's ladder before sticking her thumb in the air to signal her affirmation. It was a beautiful September day, and it was one of those dives that she just had a good feeling about. Over the last month, she and Knox had settled into a relationship that felt both comfortable and natural. It wasn't the fireworks movies described, but it was a piece she preferred much more. Anchor dropped. You're free to go in 3, 2, 1. Theo glanced up slowly from his spot napping at the bridge, but he quickly returned to his relaxation. As soon as he signaled, Allie pushed off into the water, allowing herself to be swallowed by its depths. They weren't where they'd found the necklace, but the Murph's helicopters had detected some shark activity in the area. It was also the first dive in weeks that hadn't included a camera crew, and for that she was grateful. They'd just wrapped filming on the documentary with a new director, a woman named Kaylee Randolph. She'd taken the production in a whole new direction, and it was one Allie was proud to be part of. Thankfully, none of Gage's lawsuits had bothered them either, as Tim and the production company were dealing with him entirely. In the distance, she spotted what looked to be a great white headed her way. It moved slowly, gliding through the water like the majestic creature it was. The murky depths marred her view for a minute, so she just stayed still and studied it as it drew closer. Suddenly, it came into better view and Allie had to fight to keep tears from her eyes. The familiar scars around her eyes, she'd know them anywhere. It was Shark Lydia, and she looked as healthy as ever. Shark Lydia swam closer, and Allie allowed herself to slowly ascend to the surface as she watched her swim by. What most folks didn't realize was that sharks didn't normally attack out of spite, they mistook humans for food. Splashing and hurrying away would only draw more of their attention, but a calm ascent above them would allow a diver to stay safe. At most, an outstretched arm to their nose to redirect the shark would generally suffice. Shark Lydia was beautiful. Some people saw the marvel of God in mountains or even the water of the beach, but she saw it in creatures like the one below her. Over the past month, she'd been searching scriptures for more and more about what God had to say about unique giftings, and it was beginning to be easier not to compare herself to those around her. Mama said some of that came with age, but it also came with a respect for the Creator. It was about trusting Him and His mercy even in the difficult things. The trust didn't always come easy, especially when there were so many unanswered questions. Rudy Grant had been in custody now for 4 weeks, and Lexi had just moved back to town to see the investigation through. Allie didn't know where she was staying, but Rob had been antsy ever since she returned. Any time they even went to the store, he was constantly looking over his shoulder, and school drop-off for Bryn had gotten complicated as well since Lexi now taught at her school. What would happen with the rest of the case, Allie had no idea, but Levi was no longer the lead detective on it. He was too close to it, and the chief had decided he would be better served to run back up while another cop took point. As she watched Shark Lydia swim away, Allie began the rest of her ascent to the surface. She'd go back down, but she had to tell Knox what she'd seen. As her head popped above the water, she spotted Knox seated on the back deck of the Harriet's Rose, Theo curled up beside him in the bright sunshine. His tail thumped against the plastic-coated deck. "You'll never guess who I just saw." He chuckled, holding a hand out to pull her closer. "I couldn't even begin to guess. Shark Lydia. She's alive, and she's still the most beautiful thing I've ever seen." Leaning down to press a kiss to her forehead, Knox grinned. "You're the most beautiful thing I've ever seen." Turning her head up to meet his lips with hers, she held onto the boat's ladder. The speed they'd started moving in their relationship, somewhere between fast and slow, felt absolutely right. Others might have predicted their eventual romance, and some even believed they'd taken way too long, but Allie thought it was just in time. It felt a bit like God's mercy and a bit of His grace had led them there on that early September day. But that was the way it was with the best things in life, the things you knew came from the Lord. They were just in time. His time. Thank you so much for listening. If you enjoyed this book, please subscribe to my channel so you never miss an upload.